Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. I never wanted to come back to the lake house after Grandpa died, but the lawyer said the will was specific. It was mine now, and I had to spend a full month here alone to inherit, a fact that felt less like a gift and more like a test. My name is Alex, and I said it out loud to the empty living room just to hear a human voice, the sound swallowed by the dust and the scent of pine and old wool. The key felt like a stone in my palm when I unlocked the door, and that first step inside was the hardest, the floorboards groaning under my weight like they were sharing a secret pain. Everything was just as he left it. The faded plaid couch, the old wood stove cold and empty, the fishing rods standing in the corner like silent soldiers. It was too clean, though, like he had known he was leaving and wanted to make it easy for whoever came next. The quiet was the worst part. It wasn't peaceful. It was a waiting kind of quiet, the kind that makes your ears ring and your skin feel too tight. I dropped my duffel bag and walked through the small rooms, my footsteps too loud, touching the familiar things, the framed photo of me as a kid holding a tiny sunfish, Grandpa's hand on my shoulder, both of us smiling like we didn't have a care. I ended up in the boathouse, because that's where he always was, and that's where the rules were. The Fisherman's Accord, he called it, a list of 10 things handwritten on a piece of warped wood and nailed right next to the door, the nail itself rusted and bent from years of weather. As a kid, I thought they were just his quirky ways, his old man superstitions. Don't whistle on the boat. Always pour a little coffee overboard for the lake before your first sip. Release the first catch of the day. They were charming, part of the ritual. Reading them now alone, with the late afternoon light cutting through the dusty windows, they felt different. The handwriting, his shaky cursive, looked less like advice and more like warnings carved by someone scared. Rule 7. Any catch with unusual markings is to be returned immediately with an apology. I remembered that one vividly. I was 10, and I'd reeled in a base with a weird, spiral-shaped scar on its flank, like a brand. I'd held it up, proud, and he'd gone pale. He'd snatched it from my hands so fast I'd almost fallen, muttering sorry to the fish before tossing it back. When I'd asked why, he'd just said, "That one's not ours." My eyes drifted down the list to Rule 9. The writing there was darker, the ink heavier, and it was double underlined. Absolutely no night fishing from the west dock. That water isn't ours. A chill, completely separate from the cool boathouse air, walked down my spine. That dock was the oldest one, the board sun-bleached silver, stretching out into the deepest, darkest part of the cove. We'd fished off it during the day plenty, but he'd always pack us up before the shadows got long. I'd never asked why. The way he said it, you just didn't. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the unease. I was just spooked, that was all. Grief and loneliness messing with my head. I decided to sleep in his room instead of my old bunk. It felt like the right thing to do, like maybe I could feel closer to him. But the moment I pushed the door open, the decision felt huge, like I was stepping into a pair of shoes I could never fill. The room smelled like him, like pipe tobacco and sawdust, a smell that almost brought me to my knees. I put my bag down and started putting my things in the old dresser, trying to make the space mine. In the top drawer, under a stack of neatly folded handkerchiefs, my fingers found the corner of a small, hardbound book. It wasn't a photo album. It was a ledger, the kind used for bookkeeping, but the columns weren't for dollars and cents. The pages were water-stained, the old ink blurry in places. I sat on the edge of the bed and flipped it open. The entries were sporadic, going back decades. July 12th, 1998, one for the deep. Accepted. August 3rd, 2005, 2 tokens left in payment. Balance unsettled. May 15th, 2010, a season of quiet. Agreement upheld. What did that even mean? Tokens? Payment for what? A season of quiet? The last entry was just 2 weeks before he died. The line is thin. Steady hands. My heart was thumping a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. This wasn't the grandpa I knew. This was a stranger keeping accounts with something. I closed the book and shoved it back under the handkerchiefs like it was hot, then finished unpacking, my mind racing. As the sun began to dip, painting the sky in oranges and purples, I found myself pulled to the window that faced the lake. The view was perfect, the water turning to molten copper, and there was the west dock, a long, dark finger pointing into the deepening shadows of the cove. I don't know why I did it. Maybe habit, maybe just wanting to see the sunset from the best spot. But I left the house and walked down the path toward the water. The air was cool, and the first peepers started their evening song. It felt normal, almost peaceful. I stepped onto the first plank of the west dock, the old wood giving its familiar creak. And then it hit me, a wave of pure, instinctive wrongness. It was so sudden and so physical it stopped me dead. The air over the dock was colder, a good 10 degrees colder, and it was utterly still, while a light breeze stirred the leaves on shore. I looked down at the water underneath the dock. The rest of the lake had a gentle ripple from the breeze, but here, directly around and under the west dock, the water was a flat, black mirror. Perfectly smooth. Not a single ripple. It looked solid, like you could walk on it. My foot jerked back onto the grass of the shore all by itself. I stood there, hugging myself, staring at that patch of unnatural water until the last light faded, and it became just a black hole in the darker lake. I hurried back to the house, locking the door behind me, something I'd never done here before. I made a simple dinner, the sounds of the radio my only company, trying to laugh at my own jumpiness. I was a grown adult, scared of a calm patch of water. It was ridiculous. I went to bed early, exhausted from the drive and the emotion. His bed was comfortable, but sleep wouldn't come. The house settled around me, each pop and groan of the timber like a footstep. I stared at the ceiling, listening to the normal night sounds, the crickets, the distant loon call. And then I heard it, a soft, wet knock. It came from outside, down by the water. Not a branch, not an animal. It was a solid, deliberate thump of something heavy and wet against wood. A dock post. It came again, and a third time. A trio of knocks, slow and measured. My breath froze in my lungs. I lay there, straining to hear, my body rigid. Nothing. Just the crickets again. Maybe it was a piece of driftwood, bumped by a wave. But there were no waves. The lake had been still. After what felt like an hour, I slowly crept out of bed and padded to the window, peering through the glass toward the dock. The moon was high and bright, casting a silver path across the lake. I could see the whole length of the west dock, a pale ribbon against the black water. It was empty. Of course it was empty. I let out a long, shaky breath, a laugh of relief catching in my throat. I was seeing and hearing things. The stress of the day. I was about to turn back to bed when a movement caught my eye. Not on the dock. In the window's reflection. For a split second, superimposed over the view of the moonlit lake, I didn't see my own tired face. I saw a tall, thin shape standing behind me in the dark room. I whirled around, a scream trapped in my throat, fumbling for the lamp on the nightstand. The light blazed on, harsh and yellow. The room was empty. Just me, the bed, the dresser. My heart was a jackhammer. It was a trick of the light, my exhausted eyes playing games. I had glanced at the reflection while moving, that was all. I forced myself to take deep breaths, in and out. I was letting this place and my grief get to me. I needed sleep. I turned off the light, plunging the room back into darkness, and climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. I lay on my side, facing the wall, refusing to look at the window. I focused on my breathing, on the soft, familiar smell of the old quilt. I was almost asleep, the edges of my mind going fuzzy, when I heard a new sound from outside. It was a low, wet, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled up onto the shore, followed by a single, clear drip, drip, drip on the porch boards right outside the bedroom wall. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just lay there in the dark, eyes wide open, listening to the steady, patient drops, knowing with a cold certainty that I was not alone here, that the rules on the boathouse wall weren't superstitions at all, and that my first night had just become the longest of my life. The next morning, the sun felt like a lie. I'd finally fallen into a fitful sleep just before dawn, and waking up to the cheerful bird song and the smell of pine through the open window made the previous night feel like a bad dream. The dripping had stopped. The knocks were just driftwood. The figure in the reflection was my tired mind. I convinced myself of all this over a strong pot of coffee, the hot mug solid and real in my hands. I needed a distraction, something normal, so I decided to clean, to air the place out, to make it feel lived in and safe again. I was sweeping the porch when I heard it, the distant thump of bass from a car stereo growing closer, a modern, intrusive sound that shattered the lake's morning calm. A beat-up Jeep came bouncing down the gravel drive, and my heart did a weird flip-flop between annoyance and a desperate, grateful relief. It was my brother. He swung out of the driver's seat, all loud laughter and bright sunglasses, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder, and a brand new, fancy fishing rod case in his other hand. "Hey, look what the cat dragged in," he yelled, his voice too big for the space. He dropped his stuff and pulled me into a backslapping hug that I only half returned. "I figured you'd be going nuts out here by yourself with all of Grandpa's spooky stories," he said, grinning. "Thought you could use some company, and I definitely need the fishing." I tried to smile. "Yeah, company's good, but just go easy on the noise, okay?" He barked a laugh. "What, you think you'll scare the fish? Relax." He strode past me into the boathouse, and I followed, a knot forming in my stomach. He looked at the wall at the fisherman's accord and snorted. He reached out and tapped the wood right next to Rule 9. "This is the one that always got me. That water isn't ours." "What does that even mean? Did he rent it?" He shook his head, his smile turning into a smirk. "You're not actually respecting this superstitious junk, are you? The old man's ghost isn't gonna find you." He said it like it was a joke, but it felt like a challenge. I didn't know how to explain the feeling, the ledger, the knocks, the water that didn't move. It all sounded crazy even in my own head. "Just there are rules for a reason," I said, my voice weak. "Probably to keep idiots from falling in drunk," he said, unpacking a box of shiny, expensive-looking lures. "Which, don't worry, I plan on doing later. But first, I'm checking out the prime real estate." He grabbed a beer from his cooler, popped the top, and picked up one of his rods. "Where are you going?" I asked, though I already knew. "Where do you think?" "The best dock for the evening bite." He pointed with his beer toward the west. My throat went tight. "Don't. Seriously. Not that dock." He paused, looking at me, his expression shifting from amusement to curiosity. "Wow, you're really spooked. What happened? See a ghost?" He was teasing, but there was a probing edge to it. Just a feeling. Grandpa was serious about that rule." He waved a dismissive hand. "Grandpa was an old man who loved a good story. Lighten up. I'll catch us a monster, and we'll have it for dinner, rules or no rules." And with that, he walked off, down the path toward the west dock, the sinking sun glinting off his rod. I stood on the porch, frozen, watching him go. I should have run after him, tackled him, anything. But a part of me, a small, shameful part, was curious. Let him test it. Let him prove me wrong. Let his normal, loud world win over the creeping dread of mine. So I watched. He got to the dock, walked right to the end without a pause, and set up. He cast a beautiful, long line out into the cove. The last sliver of sun vanished behind the trees. As the world turned blue then gray, I noticed it again. The air around the west dock seemed to become very still. The little waves lapping the other shore softened, then stopped. The choir of peepers and crickets from that corner of the lake went quiet, like someone had turned down a volume knob. My brother didn't notice. He took a swig of his beer, reeled in slowly, humming to himself. The water around his line, in that perfect circle off the end of the dock, became that same flat, black mirror-eyed scene. It didn't ripple, even as his lure moved through it. It just absorbed the movement, a hole of nothing in the twilight lake. I wanted to call out, but my voice was stuck. He cast again. This time, as his lure hit that patch of black, I saw something. Not a fish. A slow swirl of bubbles, a small vortex that started right where his lure landed and began to trace a lazy, deliberate circle around it, going against the gentle current. It was unnatural. He saw it too. He stopped reeling, leaning over the edge, peering into the water. I saw him smile, thinking it was a fish stirring up the bottom. He gave the rod a little jerk. The swirling bubbles stopped. Everything stopped. For a long moment, he just stood there, a silhouette against the dark water. Then he reeled in, packed up, and walked back, his steps a little slower than before. He came up to the porch where I was still standing. "Weird," he said, but his voice was light, forced. "Water's dead still over there. Not even a nibble. Must be a cold spot or something." He brushed past me into the house, but the bravado was thin now, paper over a crack. Over dinner, he was quieter. He scrolled through his phone, then stopped on a picture. "Hey, remember this?" He turned the screen to me. It was a photo from our grandfather's funeral, but not of the service. It was a picture he must have taken of the lake house from the driveway that day. The sky was gray, the house looked empty and sad, and there in the small, square window of the boathouse was a blurry pale smudge. It was shaped vaguely like a face, like someone was standing inside, looking out at the mourners. "Probably just a reflection," my brother said, but he didn't sound sure. He put the phone away. I told him then. I told him about the ledger, the entries I didn't understand, the knocks in the night, the feeling of wrongness. I held nothing back. He listened, chewing his food slowly. When I finished, he put his fork down. "Look," he said, his tone reasonable, calm. "You're grieving. This place is full of memories. Your mind is playing tricks. That ledger was probably just his way of tracking weather or fish counts or something. You're reading into it." "It said tokens left in payment," I insisted. "Tokens for what? Who knows? Maybe he lost some bets with his old fishing buddies. You're making a mystery out of nothing." He leaned back, crossing his arms. "Tomorrow, I'm fishing that dock all day. Morning, noon, and right up until dark. I'll catch the biggest fish in this lake, take a picture, and post it online. Then we'll both see there's nothing to be afraid of except maybe a big pike." The argument was over. He'd made up his mind. We cleaned up in a stiff quiet. The easy companionship we'd sometimes had buried under my fear and his skepticism. That night, I lay awake again. The house was full of his sounds now, his snoring from the other room, which was normally annoying but tonight was a comfort. Then, in the deep, dark hour between midnight and morning, I woke up. The snoring had stopped. I heard a soft shuffling. I got up and peeked out my door. The kitchen light was off, but the moon lit the room enough to see my brother standing in front of the closed refrigerator, just staring at it. He was asleep. His eyes were open, but glassy and unseeing. He took a step forward, his forehead almost touching the fridge door, and he whispered something, his voice thick and slurred with sleep. "Needs more weight," he mumbled. "A heavier offering." Then he turned, walked back to his room, and fell onto his bed. I stood in the hallway, cold from the inside out. He didn't remember any of it in the morning. He was up before me, and when I came into the kitchen, he was already drinking coffee, looking out the window toward the lake. "Gonna be a good day," he said, his confidence seemingly restored. I joined him at the window. He was already out there, on the west dock, at dawn. He wasn't fishing. He hadn't set up a rod. He was just standing at the very end, hands in his pockets, staring down into the black water, perfectly motionless. "What's he doing?" I whispered, more to myself than to my brother. We watched for a full minute. He didn't move. Then, slowly, he turned and started walking back toward the house. He came inside, his face strangely calm, but his eyes were wrong. They were bloodshot, the whites webbed with red, like he hadn't slept or had been crying. He looked at me, and a slow, placid smile spread across his face. It wasn't his usual grin. It was empty, serene, and it chilled me more than any fear I'd felt so far. "Morning," he said, his voice smooth. "I had the most amazing dream last night. They showed me where the big ones are, right under the dock, just waiting." He picked up his fishing rod and headed back outside, leaving me alone in the kitchen with my coffee gone cold, realizing the terrible truth. I hadn't needed to protect him from the lake. I needed to protect him from whatever the lake had already started doing to him. The test was no longer about me being alone. It was about whether I could get him to see what was happening before he walked straight into the dark water and didn't come back out. My brother became a man obsessed, but not in his usual loud, excited way. It was a quiet, focused fixation that was so much worse. He spent the morning meticulously organizing his lures, polishing them, talking to himself about water temperature and retrieval speeds. But his eyes kept drifting to the window, to the west dock, like a compass needle finding north. He didn't joke anymore. He didn't mention his strange dream, or his dawn vigil, but the memory of his bloodshot eyes and that vacant smile hung between us, a thing we didn't discuss. As evening began to paint the sky again, he moved with a purpose that made my skin crawl. He gathered his rod, a specific, oversized silver lure, and a cooler with a single beer in it. He didn't invite me. He just walked out the door and down the path. I followed, keeping my distance, standing on the shore well back from the dock's beginning. He took his position at the end, the last of the sun casting long, stretched-out shadows that seemed to point right at him from the woods. He didn't look back. He cast his line with a sharp, professional snap, the silver lure spinning through the air and landing with a soft plink right in the center of that same circle of flat, black water. For a while, nothing. The world held its breath. Then his rod tip jerked, not with the frantic tap-tap of a bass, but with a single, solid bend. It arced down toward the water, the line singing tight. He let out a grunt of surprise, then effort, setting the hook. "Whoa!" he yelled, a flash of his old excitement in his voice. But the excitement quickly bled away, replaced by confusion, then strain. This wasn't a fight. The rod was bent double, the line as straight and taut as a bar of steel. He wasn't reeling something in, he was holding on, his boots sliding on the damp wood of the dock. "It's not fighting me," he grunted, his voice tight. "It's pulling. It's just pulling." And it was. It was a steady, relentless pressure, like his hook was snagged on a car at the bottom of the lake being driven slowly away. His muscles stood out on his arms. The wood of the rod groaned. I stood on the shore, my own hands clenched into fists, yelling, "Cut the line. Just break it off." He either didn't hear me or ignored me. He braced himself, leaning back, a battle of pure strength against whatever was on the other end. For a terrifying minute, they were at a stalemate. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the pressure changed. It felt less like the thing was pulling away, and more like it was rising, coming up. My brother felt it too. He started reeling, the crank screaming in protest, but he was gaining line now, foot by terrible foot. The water around his line began to churn, but not with the white foam of a thrashing fish. It was a slow, oily swirl, and the black mirror of the surface broke into 1,000 jagged pieces. Something was coming up from the deep, and it was coming willingly. I saw it then, just under the surface, shapes. Long, pale, and thin like ropes or roots, but they moved with a sinuous, living grace. They weren't near the line. They were all around the dock, a slow, circling patrol just below the surface, keeping pace with my brother's reeling. My throat closed. This wasn't a fish. This was something else. "Get back!" I screamed, my voice raw. It was too late. With a final, heaving yank, my brother brought his catch to the surface. It broke the water, and for a second, I thought it was a log, it was so big. Then it thrashed once, a powerful, angry slap of its tail on the water, and he dragged it, sliding and flopping, onto the dock planks. It was a northern pike, but it was a pike like from a nightmare. It was ancient, longer than my brother's leg, its body a mottled green and yellow that looked more like mossy stone than scales. Its gills flared, opening and closing with a raspy, dry sound. It was the biggest freshwater fish I'd ever seen, and the sight of it should have been a moment of pure triumph. It wasn't. We both stood there, staring. My brother was panting, sweat pouring down his face, a wild look in his eyes. He knelt beside it, careful of its teeth. Its mouth was open, gasping in the air. And that's when I saw. Past the rows of needle-sharp pike teeth, further back in its throat, was a second set. Small, square, and pearly white. They were human teeth. A perfect, tiny set of adult human molars, set right in the fleshy roof of its mouth. My brain refused to process it. It was impossible. A trick of the light, a deformity. But they were there, clean and white and utterly wrong. "Do you see that?" I whispered, pointing a trembling finger. My brother leaned closer, his face a mask of horrified fascination. "What in the world?" he muttered. Then the fish moved. Its final gasps weren't just muscular spasms. Its jaw worked, and the corners of its mouth, those hard, bony edges, didn't just open and close. They pulled back. The shape of its face, the position of its unblinking black eyes above that gaping maw, contorted into something that wasn't a fish's expression. It was a smile, a wide, ghastly, knowing smile, and its eye, cold and round, seemed to swivel in its socket and fix directly on my brother's face. I stumbled backward. "Throw it back?" "No. That's Rule 4 and Rule 7. Throw it back." I was babbling, the rules screaming in my head. Unusual markings. An apology. My brother, however, was moving in a daze. The horror on his face was being crowded out by something else, a kind of stunned greed. "Are you kidding?" he breathed, not taking his eyes off the thing. This is viral. This is proof." He fumbled in his pocket with shaking, wet hands and pulled out his phone. He didn't throw it back. He didn't apologize. He lifted the monstrous pike, grunting with its weight, and held it up, the phone's camera flash blinding in the twilight. Click. The smile seemed wider in the white light. Click. In the flash, I saw the pale, swirling shapes in the water behind the dock freeze for an instant, a blurred, tangled mess just below the surface. Click. He took a third picture, a close-up of its head, the human teeth gleaming. The moment the flash died, the fish gave one last, violent jerk. My brother, startled, lost his grip. The pike slid from his hands, its body thumping on the wood, and with a final flip, it was off the dock and back into the black water. It didn't swim away wounded. It didn't dart for the deep. It simply slipped beneath the surface with a fluid, silent motion and was gone, leaving not even a ripple behind. The black water swallowed it whole, and the circling pale shapes under the surface vanished with it. The world rushed back in. The peepers started chirping. A breeze lifted the leaves. The west dock was just an old dock again, the water around it gently moving. My brother stood there, soaked and shivering, staring at the spot where it had disappeared. He looked down at his phone, at the glowing screen showing the unbelievable picture. A slow, shaky smile touched his lips, the adrenaline turning to giddy, nervous energy. "Did you see that? Did you see that?" he kept saying. I didn't answer. I was cold all over. He had broken every rule. He had taken a picture. He had claimed a catch that was not ours. Back inside, he was a whirlwind, his fear transformed into a weird, manic excitement. He uploaded the photo to his social media, his fingers flying over the screen. He titled it, "What's Biting in the Old Lake?" Hashtag Lake Monster, hashtag Mystery Fish, hashtag Catch of a Lifetime. He hit post. He sat back, waiting for the likes and comments to roll in, chattering about news stations and cryptozoologists. I just watched him, the cold feeling in my gut hardening into a solid lump of dread. It took less than a minute. His phone buzzed, not with a notification of likes, but with a direct message. The sound was different, a flat bloop. His chatter stopped. He looked at the screen, and all the color drained from his face. His jaw went slack. "What? What is it?" I asked, moving closer. He turned the phone toward me without a word. It was a message from a blank, gray profile picture, a user with a string of random numbers for a name. There was no text, just a single image file. It was a scanned picture of an old, yellowed piece of paper. The handwriting was familiar, spidery and precise. Our grandfather's handwriting, but it wasn't from the boathouse wall. The line written there was new, one I'd never seen before. The ink was a faded brown, maybe even rust-colored. It said, "The photograph catch is a claimed catch. Prepare the bearer." My brother looked from the phone to me, his eyes wide with a confusion that was rapidly curdling into real fear. "What does that mean?" he whispered. "Prepare the bearer? The bearer of what?" I didn't know. But outside, as full darkness fell, we both heard it again. The soft, wet, deliberate knock against the dock post. Only this time, it wasn't 3 times. It was a slow, steady, repeating beat that didn't stop, a patient, rhythmic tapping from the black water that seemed to say one thing clear as a bell. The claim had been made, and payment was now due. The knocking didn't stop with the dock. It became the soundtrack of our nights, a soft, wet percussion that moved around the house like a prowler testing the windows. My brother deleted the photo and his entire social media post, but it was like trying to put smoke back in a bottle. The image had been shared, commented on, saved. The damage was done. He was a changed person. The loud, confident guy was gone, replaced by a twitchy, pale version who jumped at the sound of the coffee maker. He kept checking his phone, not for likes, but as if expecting another message, his fingers trembling as he scrolled. It was just a weird fish, he'd muttered to himself, over and over, a mantra that was losing its power. Just a freak of nature. But his eyes, constantly darting to the window toward the west dock, told a different story. I couldn't just watch anymore. While he sat paralyzed by a fear he wouldn't admit, I started digging. I pulled our grandfather's old steamer trunk from the closet, the one that always smelled of camphor and thyme. Beneath moth-eaten sweaters and stacks of old maps, I found a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon. The paper was brittle, the ink a brownish blue. I sat on the floor and read. They were from our great-grandfather to his brother, talking about building the cabin, about the good fishing. Then, in a letter dated October 1910, a line jumped out at me. "The land title is finally secured, praise God. Had to finalize the agreement with the deep ones to make it legal, but it's done. A small price for a legacy. The agreement. Not a fisherman's accord. An agreement. Capital. My blood ran cold. The ledger entries, the rules, the feeling that the water wasn't ours. It wasn't superstition. It was a contract, and we were living in the house it built. That night, a storm rolled in, not with dramatic thunder, but with a steady, cold rain that tapped on the roof, making it hard to hear anything else. We both went to bed early, hiding in our rooms. I must have drifted off, because the sound that woke me was different. It wasn't a tap. It was a solid, sickening thump against the front door. Not a knock. An impact. The whole frame shuddered. I lay frozen. Another thump. Then a third. A deliberate, powerful trio of blows that shook the old house to its bones. From my brother's room, I heard a muffled curse. The pounding stopped. The only sound was the rain. We met in the dark hallway, both holding flashlights we'd started keeping by our beds. His face was a mask of sheer terror in the bouncing beam. "What was that?" he breathed. I just shook my head. We waited, listening, for what felt like an hour. Nothing. Finally, with a courage I didn't feel, I crept to the front window and peered through the rain-streaked glass. The porch was empty. I unlocked the door, my heart hammering against my ribs, and swung it open, the beam of my light cutting through the drizzle. There was no one there, but on the worn welcome mat was a large puddle of lake water, too much to be just rain. And leading away from the mat, pressed into the soft mud of the path, was a single footprint. It was long and narrow, the outline too precise. The toes were distinct, but they looked wrong. Too long, too articulated, like they had too many joints. The print pointed away from the house, back down toward the lake. We didn't sleep. We sat at the kitchen table with all the lights on, drinking coffee until dawn, not talking much. When the gray morning light finally came, we ventured out together. The rain had washed away the rest of the trail, but that one perfect footprint remained, a fossil of the night's visit. We checked the boathouse first. The door, which I always kept latched, was slightly ajar. Inside, it was a mess. Our grandfather's old tackle boxes were overturned, their contents. Ancient wooden lures, rusted hooks, lead weights, scattered across the floor like teeth. Fishing line was tangled everywhere, a chaotic web. But the Fisherman's Accord plaque was still nailed to the wall. It wasn't damaged. Instead, below Rule 10, a new line had been added. The writing wasn't in ink or paint. It was a slimy, dark brown streak, as if someone had dragged a mud-caked finger across the wood. It smelled, even from a few feet away, of rotting weeds and deep, stagnant water. It read, a debt recalled, interest due. My brother reached out toward it. Don't, I snapped. He pulled his hand back. I found a stick and poked at the writing. It was cold and slick, and it didn't crumble like dried mud. It was fresh, and it was alien. This was the proof he couldn't laugh off. He stared at the words, his face slack. What debt? He whispered. What are we supposed to pay? I had no answer. That afternoon, he fell into a deep, exhausted sleep on the couch. I stayed awake, watching the lake, the letters from the trunk spread out on the table. The word agreement burned in my mind. As dusk approached, I realized the couch was empty. The blanket was on the floor. Hey! I called. No answer. A panic, sharp and electric, shot through me. I ran to the window. He wasn't on the porch. I threw open the back door and saw him. He was already halfway down the west dock, walking with a slow, steady sleepwalker's pace. And he wasn't alone in the water. Around the dock, just beneath the surface, I could see them, pale, blurred shapes keeping pace with him, like an honor guard or a pack of shepherds. He walked to the very end and stopped. Then, without a pause, he stepped off the dock. The black water swallowed him up to his waist. He just stood there, facing out into the deep part of the cove, motionless. I didn't think. I ran. I tore down the path, my feet pounding on the boards of the dock. The air grew colder with every step, the cheerful evening sounds of the lake dying away, until all I could hear was my own ragged breathing. Hey! I screamed when I was close. Get out of there. Now. He didn't move. I reached the end of the dock, leaned over, and grabbed his shoulder, yanking him hard. He turned, and the look on his face stopped my heart. It was peaceful, dreamy, a little smile playing on his lips. His eyes were open, but they didn't see me. They were looking at something far away. They're singing, he murmured, his voice soft and full of wonder. Can't you hear it? It's so pretty. There was no song, only the quiet and the cold, and the feeling of being watched from the deep, black water all around us. I hauled him back onto the dock, his clothes soaking wet and dripping. He was limp, compliant, like a child. I dragged him back to the house, his feet stumbling. Back inside, under the bright kitchen lights, he seemed to wake up. He started shivering violently, his teeth chattering. I was dreaming, he stammered. About the water. It was warm. They were calling. I got him dry clothes and made him sit by the wood stove. As I helped him pull off his soaked sweater, something fell from his clenched fist and clattered on the floor. It wasn't a pebble or a piece of weed. It was a small white object. I picked it up. It was a bead, about the size of a blueberry, carved from some kind of bone or antler. It was drilled through the center, and it was slick with a fresh, greenish algae. It felt old, not just lake old, but ancient old. The surface was worn smooth, and there were tiny, intricate lines scratched into it, a pattern that made my eyes hurt if I looked too long. Where did you get this? I asked, holding it up. He looked at it, confused. I don't know. I must have picked it up from the bottom. He didn't remember grabbing it. He didn't remember anything after walking onto the dock. I closed my hand around the bead. It was cold, and it seemed to hum with a faint, unpleasant energy, like a toothache you can feel in your jawbone. I knew with a certainty that settled into my bones that this was part of it. The debt, the agreement, the interest. This small, carved thing was a token. And if my brother had won, then the message on the boathouse wall was a simple, terrifying statement of fact. The payment was already underway, and we had no idea what the final price was going to be. We sat by the fire until his shivering stopped, the unspoken truth hanging between us. The knocking outside had ceased. The lake was still. It felt like the calm after a storm, or more accurately, like the quiet in a room after someone has presented a bill and is now waiting, patiently, for you to figure out how to pay it. The bone bead changed everything. It was a physical thing, solid and cold in my palm, proof that moved the nightmare out of our heads and into the real world. My brother stopped saying it was just a weird fish. He sat by the wood stove, wrapped in a blanket, staring at the small, carved object I'd placed on the coffee table between us. His eyes were no longer scared. They were calculating, tracing the tiny lines scratched into its surface as if they were a code he could crack. "A token," he said, his voice flat. "Like in the ledger. Tokens left in payment." He looked up at me, a new, feverish light in his eyes. "It's a transaction. We just don't understand the currency." That shift in him was almost more frightening than his fear. He was treating this like a bad business deal, a puzzle to be solved, not a creeping horror trying to pull him under. I left him there, staring at the bead, and went back to our grandfather's room. I had to know more. The ledger I'd found before was just a surface thing. There had to be a real record. I looked at the floorboards, remembering how one board near the desk never seemed to have any dust on it. I got down on my knees and ran my fingers along the seams. One board, right under the old roll-top desk, was slightly uneven. I wedged my fingernails into the gap and pulled. With a soft creak, it came up. Beneath it, in the hollow space between the joists, was a metal box, the kind used for important papers, and a larger leather-bound book. My hands were shaking as I lifted them out. The book was the true ledger. The entries here were stark, brutal, and written in our grandfather's firm, unshaking hand. It wasn't about fish. It was about people. Our family. The first entry was from 1910. Agreement sealed with the deep ones for clear title to 40 acres and lake access. Firstborn son Michael, offered as live-in attendant. Term, 50 years. Michael, our great-uncle, the one who was said to have died of polio as an infant. My stomach turned. I kept reading. Other names appeared, ones I recognized from old family stories whispered at reunions. A cousin who wandered off in 1932. An aunt who drowned in 1955. A young man, our grandfather's own brother, lost in a boating accident in 1971. Next to each name in the ledger was not a cause of death, but a notation. Offering accepted. Balance eased. A season of silence given. A memory of son paid. The offerings weren't just lives. They were things from lives. Silence. Memories. Joy. The entity in the lake traded in pieces of the human experience. I cross-referenced the dates with the few family documents I had. Every major piece of good fortune for our family. Surviving the Depression when others lost their farms. The house mysteriously spared in a forest fire that consumed neighboring cabins. A sudden financial windfall in the 80s. Was preceded by an offering entry in the ledger. Our family's comfort was built on a foundation of paid-for sorrows. Then I opened the metal box. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, were 6 bone beads. Just like the one from my brother's hand, but each was subtly different. Some were darker, some had different patterns. Each one was tied with a thin, rotting ribbon, and to each ribbon was attached a small, yellowed tag with a name written in that same brown ink. I read them, my breath catching. There was our great-grandfather's name, our grandfather's name, my brother's name, my own name, and 2 others, our father and an aunt we barely knew. 6 tokens, 6 members of the line. I carried the box and the book out to the living room. My brother was still fixated on the single bead. I set the open box on the table next to it. The color drained from his face as he looked at the collection, at the neat, terrible labels. He reached out a trembling finger and touched the tag with our grandfather's name. "He's dead," my brother whispered, his businesslike tone gone, replaced by a child's confusion. "Why does he have a token? What do you give them when you're already dead?" I had no answer. The ledger suggested the offering could be made before death, a promise extracted, a piece of you set aside as collateral. Our grandfather, token might have held his steadfastness, his lifelong vigilance as the steward of this awful pact. I pointed to the entries. Look, it's not just about drowning people. It's about taking things. A season of silence. The joy of first light. What does that even mean? My brother's eyes were glued to the token with his own name on it. He picked it up, holding it between his thumb and forefinger. So this is an IOU. For me. For something of mine. He didn't sound scared now. He sounded fascinated, like a scientist with a dangerous new specimen. And you have one too, he said, looking at me. We all do. We're all part of the capital. The word capital felt ugly and wrong in this context. This isn't a bank, it's a curse, I said, my voice rising. Grandpa spent his life managing this, making small payments to keep the big one at bay. Your picture, catching that thing, it called the loan. We're in default. They want the full amount, and they're starting with you. He barely heard me. He was flipping through the true ledger, his finger tracing the entries. He was managing it, my brother murmured, almost to himself. A payment plan, but he's gone. The manager is gone. The debt holders are agitated. He looked up, and that feverish light was back, brighter than ever. We need to renegotiate. We need to talk to them. Find out what they really want, what the modern equivalent is. Maybe they don't want memories anymore. Maybe they want, I don't know, influence. Stories on the internet. Something we can give without. He didn't finish the sentence, but his eyes flicked to the lake outside. Are you insane? I hissed. You can't negotiate with that. Look what it's already done to you. You were standing in the lake in your sleep. Because we don't understand the terms, he shot back, his voice gaining strength, the old argumentative fire returning, but aimed in a terrifying new direction. We're operating blind. Grandpa had a system. We need to learn it, then improve it. We need more information. He stood up, pacing. There has to be more than just this ledger. Instructions. A contract copy. Something. He was right, in a horrible way. We were fumbling in the dark. But the idea of deliberately seeking out more knowledge, of prying open a door Grandpa had spent a lifetime trying to keep shut, made my skin crawl. We argued late into the night, a tense, circular debate that went nowhere. He saw a problem to be solved. I saw a predator to be escaped. Exhausted, we finally went to our rooms, the box of tokens sitting on the table between us like a sleeping bomb. I lay awake for a long time, listening. The knocking didn't come. The lake was quiet. It felt like the eye of a hurricane. Sometime near dawn, I heard movement from his room. Not the shuffling of sleepwalking, but the purposeful rustle of paper, the scratch of a pencil. I got up and pushed his door open. He was sitting at the small desk, bent over a notebook, scribbling frantically by the light of a battery-powered lantern. Diagrams, spirals, jagged symbols I'd never seen before covered the page. He looked up when I entered. His eyes were red-rimmed but blazing with a fierce, unsettling energy. He didn't look tired. He looked awake, more awake than I'd ever seen him. I found it, he said, his voice a low, excited whisper. He held up not the ledger, but another, smaller book bound in what looked like water-stained leather. It was filled with dense, cramped writing and more of those unsettling diagrams. Grandpa's other book. It wasn't in the floor. It was hidden in the boathouse, behind a loose board in the wall. I found it weeks ago, before he even died. I thought it was just more of his crazy notes. He smiled a thin, tight smile. It's not a ledger. It's a manual. Procedures. Protocols. Ways to communicate. He turned the book toward me. On the open page was a drawing of a complex circular sigil, with notations in the margins about moon phases, specific types of stone, and words that weren't in any language I knew. I think I know how to talk to them, my brother said, tapping the diagram. I think I can get us a better deal. I looked from his exhausted, excited face to the ancient book in his hands, to the box of bone tokens on the table in the other room. A deep, chilling certainty settled over me. My brother hadn't just stumbled into this debt. By taking this book, by studying it in secret, he had tried to become the new signatory without knowing the first thing about the terms. He hadn't just called the loan. He had walked into the bank and tried to forge our grandfather's signature on a new one. And whatever was in the deep, dark water now knew his handwriting. The next morning, my brother moved with a terrifying sense of purpose. The doubt and fear were gone, burned away by the strange fuel of that ancient manual. He didn't ask for my help or my opinion. He simply gathered things from around the property, consulting the stained pages like a cook following a recipe. I watched him collect silver coins from an old jar in the kitchen, a handful of dark soil from the family plot in the small graveyard up the hill, and with a grimace, he clipped a lock of his own hair with a pair of sewing scissors. His movements were precise, focused, and completely detached from the reality of what he was doing. "You can't do this," I said, blocking the door to the porch. "This isn't a negotiation. They're not a business partner. Look at the ledger. Look at what they take." He looked at me, his eyes flat and distant. "They take what's agreed upon. Grandpa's agreements were from a different time. We can update the terms. We have leverage." "Leverage? What leverage?" "They have your token. They're in your head." He just pushed past me. "Then I need to get it back." He went to the west dock at high noon, a time that felt all wrong for such a dark ritual. The sun was bright, the lake sparkled, birds sang. It made the whole thing feel even more insane. He had a piece of chalk and, carefully referencing the manual, he began drawing one of the complex sigils on the sun-bleached planks at the dock's end. The symbol was a twisted knot of lines and curves that made my eyes water to look at. As he completed the final line, something happened. The white chalk didn't just sit on the wood. It darkened, turning a wet, grayish black, as if the planks were sweating something up through the grain to corrupt the mark. It looked like a fresh bruise on the pale wood. He didn't seem to notice or care. He placed the silver coins at specific points, sprinkled the grave soil in the center, and laid his lock of hair on top. Then he opened the manual and began to read. The words were guttural, full of hard consonants and glottal stops that didn't belong in any human language. They sounded like rocks grinding together underwater. As he chanted, the air over the dock changed. The cheerful summer warmth vanished, replaced by a still, cold pocket that had nothing to do with the breeze ruffling the trees on shore. The water around the dock, so blue a moment before, began to lose its color, turning a dull, leaden gray. I stood on the shore, too far away to stop him, my whole body clenched with dread. Then the water at the very end of the dock moved. It didn't ripple. It parted. A smooth, dome-shaped swell rose to the surface, and from it emerged a pale, slender shape. It was a head, hairless and elongated, with skin the color of a drowned thing. It had no eyes, just deep, dark sockets. Below that, a knobby suggestion of a shoulder and a collarbone like a twisted root. It rose just enough to turn its head, the empty sockets seeming to point toward my brother, listening to the alien words. My brother saw it. A flash of triumph crossed his face. He stopped chanting and spoke in a loud, clear, nervous voice. "We wish to renegotiate the terms of the agreement. We offer a lifetime of catches from these waters. We offer stories to spread your fame far beyond this lake. In exchange, we ask for the return of the claimed token and a new term of stewardship with modern allowances." He sounded like a kid presenting a book report, his voice shaking slightly at the end. The pale creature in the water didn't move. The lake was profoundly still. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the creature's head tilted, just a fraction. Its mouth, a simple slit in the pale flesh, opened. The sound that came out wasn't a voice. It was a vibration that hit the air and cracked it like thin ice, a single grinding syllable that I felt in my teeth and bones. Default. The word hung in the cold air, final and absolute. Then, without a splash, the pale shape sank back beneath the gray water. The unnatural chill lifted. The lake returned to its normal blue. The sigil on the dock remained a dark, ugly stain. My brother stood there, his mouth open, the manual hanging limp at his side. The color had drained completely from his face, leaving him looking waxy and dead. The triumphant, calculating light in his eyes was gone, extinguished. He just stared at the spot where the creature had been. I walked onto the dock, my legs weak. "What did you do?" I whispered. He didn't look at me. "I tried to talk," he mumbled. "I tried to make a new deal." "You stole that book, didn't you?" I said, the pieces clicking into place with awful clarity. "Before Grandpa died. You were already poking around." He nodded, a tiny, miserable motion. "I thought it was, I don't know, treasure maps. Family secrets. Not this." The full weight of it crashed down on me. Our grandfather's death had ended his stewardship. My brother, by taking the manual and performing an unsanctioned ritual, had effectively declared himself the new head of the family, the new signatory, without any of the understanding or the careful, decades-long balancing act our grandfather had maintained. He had walked into a board meeting he didn't understand and announced he was in charge, instantly exposing our family's shaky, century-long payment plan as fraudulent. We were in default. The word wasn't just a rejection. It was a verdict. I led him back to the house. He moved like a puppet with its strings cut, his earlier energy completely spent. He sat at the kitchen table, staring at nothing, whispering the word over and over. Default. Default. We're in default. The rest of the day passed in a blur of numb horror. We didn't talk. We just existed in the space, waiting for the other shoe to drop. As evening fell, I noticed the old landline phone on the wall, the one we never used. A small, red light was blinking on its base. A message. We hadn't heard it ring. I walked over and pressed the play button. The speaker emitted a burst of static, then a sound of deep, wet, labored breathing, like someone struggling for air through water. Then a voice, strained and desperate, familiar and yet horribly wrong. It was our grandfather's voice. "Don't let him pay," the voice gasped, each word an effort. "The box is the only." The line cut off with a sudden, final blorp, the sound of a plug being pulled from a sink full of water. Then a dial tone. I stood frozen, my hand still on the phone. My brother was staring at me from the table, his eyes wide. "Was that?" he began. I nodded, unable to speak. The message was from today. The phone line was dead when I picked up the receiver to check. It hadn't been connected in years. That voice from beyond, or beneath, had warned me. "Don't let him pay. The box is the only." The only what? The only way out. The only thing holding them back. The only thing we had left to pay with? I looked at the metal box on the table, the 6 bone tokens inside. My brother followed my gaze. A strange calm settled over his features, the shock wearing off into a hollow acceptance. "It wants one of us, doesn't it?" he said, his voice quiet. "To settle the default. To make the books right." I didn't answer. The unspoken truth filled the room, colder than the air off the west dock. The knocking started again, just after full dark. Not on the dock this time. On the walls of the house. A soft, insistent tapping from all sides, as if we were surrounded by dozens of long, bony fingers. We sat together in the living room, all the lights on, listening to the encircling sound. My brother looked at me, and in his eyes, I saw the last of his defiance vanish, replaced by a grim understanding. He had tried to play a game with rules he couldn't comprehend, and he had lost. The debt was called. The collectors were at the door. And somewhere in the black water, our grandfather's spirit, or something wearing his voice, had tried to send a warning that we were only just beginning to understand. The tapping on the walls finally stopped just before dawn, leaving a quiet that felt even worse. It was the quiet of something that has finished its preparations. My brother fell into a deep, exhausted sleep on the couch, but I couldn't close my eyes. I sat by the window, watching the lake turn from black to gray to the soft pink of morning, listening. The normal sounds were gone. No birds greeted the sun. No squirrels chattered in the trees. The lake itself didn't lap at the shore. It just lay there, a flat, lifeless plate of glass. That's when I heard it, a sound that sent a jolt of pure electricity through my veins, the sputter and cough of an engine trying to turn over. Then the ragged 2-stroke roar of the old aluminum fishing boat's motor coming to life. It was Grandpa's boat, tied up at the west dock. It hadn't been started in years. I leapt to the window. My brother was not on the couch. I ran to the back door and threw it open. There he was, walking down the path toward the dock with the stiff, deliberate gait of a sleepwalker. In one hand, he carried the metal box with the bone tokens. In the other, he held our grandfather's big, green tackle box, the one he'd taken from the boathouse mess. He walked straight onto the west dock, not hesitating for a second, stepped down into the boat, and untied the rope. The little motor puttered, and the boat began to pull away from the dock, heading slowly but purposefully out into the middle of the cove, toward the deepest, blackest water. "No!" The scream was ripped from my throat. I sprinted out of the house, barefoot, the dew-soaked grass cold on my feet. I hit the path and ran for the dock. I had a choice. Stay on the safe, solid shore or go after him. The fisherman's accord screamed in my mind. This was it. This was the moment every single rule was written to prevent. I saw the old rowboat, tied up at the small, rickety dock we used for swimming. I didn't think. I ran to it, fumbled with the knot, and climbed in, grabbing the oars. I pushed off and began to row, my muscles burning with panic-fueled strength, aiming for the shrinking speck of my brother's boat. The moment my boat left the shore, everything changed. The warm, summer morning air vanished, replaced by a cold so deep and sudden it felt like plunging into an icy river. The world didn't just get quiet. All sound was vacuumed away. The putter of my brother's motor, the splash of my oars, the beat of my own heart in my ears. It all just stopped, swallowed by a thick, muffling blanket that pressed in from all sides. The light changed, too. The cheerful pink dawn light faded into a uniform, gloomy gray, like twilight under a thick fog. But the worst part was the water. It was no longer water. It was a void. A perfect, lightless black that didn't reflect the sky. It absorbed light, sucking it down into its depths. My oars dipped into it, and it felt wrong. There was no buoyant resistance, just a dense, pulling drag, like rowing through cold syrup. I couldn't see a wake behind me. I couldn't tell if I was moving forward or just paddling in place. The only anchor in this senseless gray void was the sound of my brother's boat motor. It was the only sound in the universe, weirdly clear and distinct, a tiny, sputtering beacon drawing me out into the nothingness. I rowed toward it, my breath pluming in the frigid air, my arms screaming in protest. Time lost all meaning. It could have been minutes or hours. The shore behind me vanished into the gray murk. There was only the black water below, the gray emptiness above, and that tiny, desperate motor sound. Shapes began to glide beneath the surface. Not fish. They were long and pale and man-sized, moving with a lazy, awful grace just below the black mirror. They didn't come up. They didn't attack. They paced me one on either side of my boat, escorts in a funeral procession. I couldn't look at them. I focused on the sound of the motor, rowing until my vision blurred with sweat and cold tears. Finally, the shape of the aluminum boat materialized out of the gloom. It was just sitting there, dead in the water, the motor silent. My brother stood in the center of the boat, perfectly rigid, facing away from me toward the abyssal center of the lake. The tackle box and the metal token box were at his feet. I rowed up beside him, the two boats bumping together softly in the unnatural stillness. "Hey!" I tried to yell, but my voice was a thin, reedy whisper in the consuming quiet. He didn't move. I reached out and grabbed the gunwale of his boat, pulling myself closer. "We have to go back." "No." Slowly, mechanically, his head turned toward me. His eyes were open, but they were milky and unseeing, fixed on some distant point inside his own mind. A slow, placid, awful smile spread across his face. It was the exact same smile I'd seen on the pike. Empty, knowing, and utterly inhuman. "You came," he murmured, his voice a dry rustle. "Good. They want a witness." He bent down, his movements stiff, and opened the green tackle box. It wasn't full of lures. Inside, nestled in the molded plastic trays, were the 6 bone tokens from the metal box, but they were different now. Each one glowed with a faint, sickly greenish-blue light, a deep-sea bioluminescence that pulsed slowly, in time with a rhythm I could feel in my teeth. The tags with our names seemed to throb in the gloom. Then all around us the black water broke, not with splashes, but with smooth, silent swells. Pale shapes rose, dozens of them. They were humanoid but stretched too long, their limbs having too many joints, their skin the color of a week-old corpse. Their faces were blank, with those deep, empty eye sockets and slack mouths. As their mouths opened, I saw rows of small, needle-like teeth, just like the pikes. They formed a wide, silent circle around our 2 small boats. A court of the deep assembled in the middle of this nowhere place. I understood then, with a clarity that was almost peaceful in its horror. Rule 12, the one etched into my brain. The accord is a debt, not a suggestion. This was the debt. The tokens were IOUs. Our grandfather's entire life, his strict adherence to the rules, his quiet vigilance, wasn't superstition. It was a payment plan. He'd been making small, regular installments, fish with apologies, seasons of quiet, lost joys, to keep the monstrous principle of the loan from coming due. My brother, with his photo and his stolen ritual, had called the full amount, and the bank was now presenting the bill. My brother spoke, but the voice wasn't fully his. It was monotone, recited, as if he was reading from a script only he could see. The agreement: stewardship of the land for a tithe of quiet and occasional sport. The fish with teeth are their hounds, marking what is theirs. The photograph catch is a claimed soul. He is theirs. The default demands settlement in full. He pointed a trembling finger at the glowing tokens. The tokens are the core. The named are the vessel. The payment is within. One of the creatures, taller than the others, extended a long, bony arm. It didn't reach for the box. Instead, it pointed. Its finger, too long and too thin, swept first to the token with my brother's name, which pulsed brighter. Then it swung to point at my token. Then, slowly, it pointed down into the infinite black water beneath us. The meaning was as clear as it was terrible. One of us had to go down, now, to settle the immediate default. The choice was presented without words, in the pointing of a dead white finger in the dead gray light. My brother turned his milky eyes toward me. the pike smile still etched on his face. He was the claimed soul. He was already theirs. I was the witness, and I was the only other currency they would accept. The pointing finger hung in the dead air, an accusation and an invoice all in one. The circle of pale watchers didn't move, but their attention was a physical weight, pressing down on the boats, on me. My brother's token glowed with that sickly light, a beacon marking him as foreclosed property. Mine pulsed a duller, slower rhythm, an account still open but flagged for collection. The creature's fingers slowly curled inward, making a fist. In the tackle box, there was a sharp, crisp crack, like a walnut breaking. My brother's bone token split cleanly in half. The light in it winked out. At the same moment, my brother gasped a raw, wet sound. He clutched his chest, his eyes widening with a shock of pure, unthinking pain, as if the crack had happened inside his own ribs. He doubled over in the boat, his breath coming in ragged hitches. The verdict was in. His token was broken. He was no longer a borrower. He was collateral being cashed in. The tall creature lowered its fist and pointed again, this time only at the black water. The message was simple. The broken token was the judgment. He was the payment. Now, a low vibration began to rise through the water, a deep, subsonic hum that made the boats shiver and my bones ache. It wasn't a sound you heard with your ears. You felt it in your fillings, in the pit of your stomach. The black water in the center of the circle of creatures began to change. It didn't ripple or bubble. It swelled. A great, slow mound of water rose, pushing upward as if something unimaginably vast was ascending from the absolute deep below. The pale creatures all turned as one, bowing their grotesque heads toward the swelling water. The escorts, the courtiers, the debt collectors, they were showing reverence. The true holder of the debt was coming. The mound grew, a small hill of pure blackness against the gray void. It breached the surface not with a splash, but with a terrible, silent heave. The form that emerged was not a clean shape. It was a living mass of wet, dark things, tangled lakeweed the color of old bruises, waterlogged timber from sunken docks and boats, slick stones crusted with mussels, and thick, sediment-filled sludge. Woven through this amalgamation were patches of the same bleached, jointed flesh as the smaller creatures, like roots holding the nightmare together. It was less a body and more a moving piece of the lake's deepest, oldest bottom. And in the center of this rising mound, a gap opened. A maw. It wasn't a mouth with lips or teeth. It was a ragged hole lined with the bleached, skeletal wrecks of countless fishing boats, canoe ribs, splintered oars, and rusted outboard motors, all fused together into a jagged, crushing ring. This was the source, the ancient thing that had shaken hands with our shivering great-grandfather, the original creditor. It didn't speak. There were no words. Instead, a flood of images and sensations crashed into my mind, overwhelming my own thoughts. I felt the crushing pressure of the deep, the timeless cold. I saw the land when it was young, untouched by axes. I felt the greedy, desperate hope of my great-grandfather as he made his mark on the hide, and I tasted his fear, a coppery, sweet flavor. I felt the exhilarating rush of a child's stolen laughter, the first offering, and the bitter, acidic tang of my brother's modern arrogance and careless curiosity. It communicated the entire history of our family's debt not as a story, but as a series of stolen experiences, a gallery of flavors and feelings it had consumed over a century. This thing didn't just own the lake. It owned a piece of us, a share in our bloodline's very existence. From within its shifting bulk, a pseudopod of sludge and debris extended. Clutched in the grip of the muck was an object. It was the original fisherman's accord, but not on wood. It was on a stretched, cured piece of hide, dark and leathery. Even from a distance, I could see two marks at the bottom. One was our great-grandfather's shaky, spidery signature in faded brown ink. Below it was the other party's mark. It wasn't writing. It was a fossilized impression, a stamp of something that had no business existing on land, a spiraling, chaotic shape that hurt to look at. The contract, held by the thing that wrote it. The entity's attention, a force like gravity, shifted from the historical overview and settled on my brother. The broken token was the verdict, and now the appraisal began. My brother, still clutching his chest, began to shiver violently. His eyes rolled back in his head, showing the whites. He wasn't in pain anymore. He was being examined. His memories, his voice, his vitality, his very essence were being weighed and measured on some unseen scale deep within that monstrous form. In that moment, a desperate, stupid instinct took over. I couldn't let them take him. Not like this. Not while he wore that empty smile. I lunged across the space between the boats, my hand scrabbling in the tackle box. I ignored my brother's glowing, broken token and seized my own. It was warm, almost hot, and it throbbed in my hand with a rhythm that matched my pounding heart. I held it up toward the massive, rising entity, shouting into the psychic noise filling my head. Take this. Take my fear. My future. My whatever you want from me. Just leave him. Leave him alone. It was a child's bargain, a sibling's hopeless trade. The attention shifted. The crushing focus on my brother lessened. He slumped in his boat, gasping. The ancient holder's presence turned toward me. The flood of images in my mind changed. Gone were the tastes of past fears and joys. Now I saw a new vision, clear and sharp and horrifying. I saw myself standing on the west dock, not as a visitor, but as a permanent fixture. I saw the seasons blur, years passing, my skin growing pale and cool. I saw myself watching over the black water, enforcing the accord on future, unsuspecting family members who came to visit, becoming the thing that knocks on doors in the night to collect the small, terrible payments that kept the great debt at bay. I saw the loneliness, the cold, the slow leaching away of everything that made me human. It wasn't an image of being taken. It was an image of joining, of becoming the steward, the new manager of the debt. In return, the vision implied my brother would go free. The default would be reset. The family's protection would continue, with me as the warden of the prison. The offer hung in the air, not as words, but as a completed picture in my mind, seductive in its terrible simplicity. It offered an end to the fear, a purpose, a cold, powerful certainty. All I had to do was agree to become the next link in the chain, to pick up our grandfather's burden and wear it forever. I looked from the monstrous, waiting entity to my brother, broken and half aware in his boat, to the glowing token in my hand that was my ticket into that frozen, endless future. The choice was no longer between him or me going into the water. The choice was between him going into the water or me going onto the dock forever. The vision of the stewardship was horrifying, but it had a terrifying logic to it, a dark peace. To stand on the dock forever, to become a cold, powerful part of the machinery instead of its victim. For a second, the sheer relief of an end to the struggle was almost tempting. I could save my brother. I could ensure no one else in our family ever had to face this. The price was just me, my humanity, slowly traded away over decades for the safety of the bloodline. I saw myself in that future, a pale sentinel in the moonlight, my heart beating slower and slower until it matched the rhythm of the deep things below. I saw myself tapping on a window to collect a child's nightmare as payment, and feeling nothing about it. That last image broke the spell. That wasn't saving anyone. That was damning myself and perpetuating the cycle, becoming the monster that would one day frighten my own children or grandchildren. This wasn't a solution. It was a surrender that would make me the jailer of my own family. My brother, sensing the shift in the colossal entity's attention, seemed to swim back to a flicker of awareness. He saw me holding my glowing token, saw the massive, patient shape in the water, and some part of him must have understood the trade being offered. Pure, unadulterated horror broke through the possession and the pain on his face. "And oh," he screamed, and it was his voice again, raw and ragged and utterly human. He lunged toward me, almost capsizing his boat. "Don't you dare. You can't. That's worse than drowning." His protest, so fiercely protective, solidified my resolve. I would not take that deal, but I couldn't let them take him either. My mind raced, scrabbling for a third option, any option. My eyes darted from the ancient holder to the tackle box with the broken tokens, to the smaller metal box they had originally come from. Grandpa's garbled phone message echoed in my head. The box is the only. He hadn't meant the tackle box. He'd meant this small, cold, iron box. The key wasn't the bone tokens themselves. They were the debt. The box was what held the debt to us. It was a prison for the pact. What if you didn't offer a token? What if you destroyed the container? The idea was a wild, desperate guess, a spark in the dark. I looked at the ancient holder, at its patient, waiting presence. It had offered me a role within the system. What if I rejected the system entirely? Not to pay, and not to let them collect, but to break the contract. I made a decision. Not to offer myself, and not to sacrifice my brother. I snatched up the small, cold metal token box from the tackle box, clutching it in both hands. It felt inert, neutral, just a piece of old iron and wood. I held it high, not toward the entity, but as if presenting it to the whole awful, gray void. I looked at the massive, silent form, and I pushed a thought toward it, Not in words, but in a feeling of defiance, a raw human rejection. No more payments. No more stewards. We default. We quit. Take it all back. And with every ounce of strength left in my tired, cold body, I didn't throw the box into the water. I turned and hurled it, not toward the deep, but back the way we had come, back toward the shore, back toward the real world. I aimed for the rocky beach by the west dock. The box, with all the bone tokens inside, broken and whole, claimed and unclaimed, arced through the gray air, a small, dark meteor. The reaction was instantaneous. The ancient holder did not roar. It emitted a psychic shockwave of pure, unfiltered fury that had no sound but shattered the stillness. The void water around us didn't boil. It seethed, the black surface churning into a frenzy of sharp, white-capped waves that had no wind to drive them. The smaller creatures shrieked, a sound like tearing metal, and dove beneath the turbulent surface. The massive form of the holder didn't chase the box. It turned, with a slowness that was more terrible than any speed, and began to move. Not toward the box, but toward the shore. It surged through the black water, a living island of rage, its wreckage-filled maw now pointed at our home. It was coming to collect its property personally. The gray void began to shred around us. The muffled quiet ripped apart, replaced by the howl of a sudden, icy wind and the deafening crash of unnatural waves. The spell was broken. We were no longer in the nowhere place. We were on our lake, but it was a lake transformed into a stormy, hateful sea, and a mountain of dripping horror was moving toward our house. "Row!" my brother screamed, his voice full of a panicked clarity. He grabbed his oars. I fumbled for mine. We both started rowing, not in unison, but in a frantic, chaotic scramble, fighting the suddenly violent water, trying to get back to the shore before the thing that owned us reached it first. The pale shapes were gone, but the water itself fought us, the waves slamming into the boats, spraying us with water that was bitterly cold and stank of decay. The shore, which had vanished in the gray, now appeared, but it was wrong. The familiar trees were dark silhouettes against a raging, bruised purple sky that hadn't been there minutes ago. The wind tore at our clothes, howling with a voice that sounded almost like words. We rowed, muscles burning, lungs heaving, driven by pure animal terror. Behind us, the immense form of the ancient holder plowed through the water, not quickly, but with an inexorable, ground-eating pace that closed the distance with every second. It wasn't swimming. It was the lake itself getting up and walking toward our home. I didn't look back again. I kept my eyes on the shore, on the west dock, my goal. My brother's boat was ahead of me, riding the chaotic waves better than my clumsy rowboat. He reached the dock first, leaping out and tying his boat off with frantic, clumsy knots. I crashed into the dock a moment later, the impact jarring my teeth. I scrambled out, falling onto the cold, wet planks. We didn't speak. We just ran, stumbling up the path as the world behind us filled with the sound of a slow, seismic catastrophe. The sound of something vast and terrible leaving its element and grounding itself on the land it had been traded for a century ago. We burst into the cabin, slamming and locking the door behind us, as if that would do any good. Through the window, we watched the end of the world. The ancient holder reached the shore. It didn't fully emerge. The land itself seemed to rebel, to reconfigure at the water's edge. Trees bent and splintered, not from wind, but as if the earth beneath them was turning to slurry. Stones rolled and sank. The shoreline became a churning mess of mud, torn roots, and that same bleached, jointed flesh that wove through the entity's form. It partially grounded itself, a vast, dripping mound of lake-bottom horror, its wreckage-filled maw now positioned just beyond the tree-line, directly facing the house. It had come ashore. The debt wasn't in the water anymore. It was in our front yard, and it was very, very angry. The house shuddered as the massive shape settled at the edge of the woods, a looming, dripping silhouette against the chaotic sky. The familiar view from the window was gone, replaced by a nightmare landscape of churned earth and glistening, pallid flesh. Inside, the cabin was no sanctuary. A gurgling, rushing sound came from the kitchen. We ran in to find both faucets wide open, gushing not water, but a torrent of ice-cold, black, briny liquid that smelled of deep rot and stagnant miles. It poured into the sink and overflowed onto the floor, spreading fast. The bathroom followed, the toilet erupting with the same foul stuff. The house was being claimed from the inside out. My brother stood in the middle of the living room, shaking, his eyes wide as he watched the black water seep across the floorboards toward our feet. "It's in my head," he whispered, his voice cracking. "It's showing me, all the others. The gallery, our great-uncle, the baby, the cousin who wandered. Our aunt. It's a collection. We're next. We're the newest pieces. I grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the fireplace. The wood stove was cold, but the big stone fireplace was dry, at least for now. We need a plan. We can't just wait. He laughed, a short, hysterical sound. A plan? Against that? He pointed a trembling finger toward the window and the monstrosity beyond. We threw the box. What else is there? I didn't know. But giving up meant becoming exhibits in that underwater gallery. I thought of the metal box, the tokens, the ledger. My mind snagged on a memory, not from the entity, but from a long time ago. A simple, warm memory of our grandfather, teaching me to build a fire in this very hearth. You need the right tinder, kid, he'd said, his hands steady as he arranged the kindling. Old, dry wood. And sometimes, he'd tap the long, iron poker against the stone. You need to stir the ashes to kill the last embers. Iron and ash. Some old things can't stand a clean burn. Iron and ash. The words echoed in my head. The metal box was iron. The accord was ash. It had burned on the boathouse wall. The tokens inside were the embers, the last glowing pieces of the debt. A wild, impossible idea formed. To destroy the debt, we had to burn the tokens inside their iron prison, using the iron itself to contain the heat, to stir the ashes of the pact itself. It was a ritual born of desperation, using our grandfather's homespun wisdom against the ancient horror he'd served. The box, I said, my voice firming with a certainty I didn't feel. We need to get the metal box. It's on the shore. We bring it in here, put it in the fireplace, and burn it. Tokens and all. He stared at me like I'd lost my mind. It's out there, with that thing. It's our only chance. The box is the anchor. Grandpa tried to tell us. We break the anchor, maybe the debt breaks. He looked from me to the window, to the black water creeping across the floor. The strange, calculating light I'd seen in him earlier was gone, burned away by terror. Now I saw a different kind of resolve settle in. A sad, final kind. He shook his head. No, you can't go out there. It wants me more. My token is broken. I'm already foreclosed. He stepped toward the front door. I'll draw them away. The smaller ones. You get the box. Don't you dare. I shouted, lunging for him. But he was faster. He threw open the front door. The howling wind and a spray of that icy, black brine rushed in. He turned and looked at me, just for a second, and in his eyes I saw my brother again, not the obsessed negotiator or the possessed puppet, but the kid who'd stick up for me. Get the box, he said. Then he ran out into the madness, not toward the lake, but around the side of the house, screaming a raw, wordless challenge into the wind. I heard it immediately, a skittering, wet scrambling sound as the pale, smaller creatures, who had been clinging to the outer walls like ghastly barnacles, detached and swarmed after him, drawn by the more complete claim. This was my chance. I bolted out the back door, the one facing the west dock. The world outside was a tumult of wind and stinging spray. The ground underfoot was spongy and black, killing the grass. I sprinted for the rocky beach, my eyes scanning the stones. There, a glint of wet metal in the chaotic gloom. The small iron box lay where it had fallen, just at the water's edge, the waves of the enraged lake already licking at it. I didn't stop. I ran, my feet slipping on the slimy rocks. I was 10 feet away when a tendril of the black water, not a wave but a living, seeking vine, lashed out from the surf. It wrapped around my ankle with a burn like dry ice. I screamed, yanked off my feet, falling hard on the stones. The cold shot up my leg, a numbness that felt like death itself. I kicked, clawed at the rocky ground, but the tendril pulled, dragging me toward the violent water. I twisted, desperate, my fingers scrabbling for purchase. And I saw it. As I fell, my outstretched hand, instead of finding a rock, smacked against the iron box. The impact sent it skittering away from the water's edge, tumbling end over end. It arced through the air and landed with a solid clang just inside the collapsed back door of the cabin, on the stone hearth of the fireplace. It was inches from the old, dry firewood. Hope, sharp and painful, stabbed through me. The anchor was in the house, but the collector had its hand on the debtor. I looked back toward the lake. The massive, grounded form of the ancient holder had turned. It had heard my scream, felt my resistance. Its wreckage-filled maw, a cave of splintered wood and rusted metal, yawned wider. It wasn't interested in my brother anymore. I had thrown the box. I had rejected its deal. I was the one who had tried to break the contract. Its full, terrible attention settled on me, a pressure that made the air crackle. The tendril around my ankle tightened, pulling me steadily toward the water, toward the waiting maw beyond the shore. I dug my fingers into the mud and stones, fighting with everything I had, my eyes locked on the open back door, on the box on the hearth, so close and yet impossibly far. The wind screamed, the lake roared, and the thing that owned my family began to drag me home. The cold from the black tendril was more than just temperature. It was an emptiness, a sucking void that drained the strength from my muscles and the hope from my mind. I clawed at the ground, my fingers breaking nails on the stones, but I was sliding, inch by terrible inch, toward the churning water. The massive shape of the ancient holder filled my vision, its silent roar of fury a pressure in my skull. I was going to be pulled into that wreckage-filled maw, added to the collection of lost things. Then a sound cut through the howling wind, a human shout, raw and ragged. "Hey, over here!" It was my brother. He appeared from around the corner of the house, his clothes torn, his face pale but his eyes blazing with a fierce, wild light. He wasn't running from the pale creatures anymore. He was leading them, a tangled mass of long limbs and snapping teeth skittering after him. And in his hands, he held a can of gasoline from the boathouse and a road flare from the Jeep's emergency kit. He didn't hesitate. He spun, splashing the gasoline in a wide arc across the path of the chasing creatures, then struck the flare against the side of the house. It erupted with a blinding, hissing red light. He threw it. The gasoline ignited with a soft whump, creating a wall of fire between him and the creatures. They shrieked, recoiling from the flames, their pale skin smoking. The distraction was what I needed. The tendril's grip loosened for a split second, its attention divided. I pulled my leg with all my might, tearing it free from the sucking cold. The numbness stayed, but I could move. I scrambled to my feet, stumbling, and half ran, half fell through the open back door into the cabin. My brother sprinted after me, diving inside just as the enraged pale creatures, avoiding the fire, began to swarm up the outside walls again, their long fingers tapping and scratching at the windows and logs. We slammed the door and barred it with the thick wooden plank our grandfather had always kept there, a final, feeble defense. Inside, the cabin was a ship sinking in a black sea. The foul water was ankle-deep on the floor, still gushing from the taps. The electrical system gave one last pop and a shower of sparks from an outlet, then died, plunging us into a darkness broken only by the erratic, hellish glow of the creatures moving outside the windows and the dull red pulse of the burning gasoline fire casting moving shadows. And there, on the stone hearth, was the iron box. It sat like an offering, untouched by the black water that swirled around the base of the fireplace. "Now what?" my brother gasped, leaning against the door, which shuddered under impacts from outside. "We burn it," I said, wading through the cold water to the fireplace. My hands were shaking, my whole body was shaking, but I moved with a clarity born of having no other path. I grabbed the old kindling and logs, the dry wood our grandfather had stacked neatly months ago. I built a fire the way he taught me, my numb fingers fumbling, but remembering the pattern. Crumpled newspaper, thin sticks, thicker logs in a teepee. My brother found matches in a dry drawer. He struck one, the tiny flame a brave, fragile star in the gloom. He touched it to the paper. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing. Then a curl of smoke, a tiny orange tongue, and the fire caught, eating the dry tinder, growing, climbing the logs. The warm, yellow light of real fire pushed back the unnatural darkness, just a little. The warmth on my face was the most beautiful thing I'd ever felt. I picked up the iron box. It was cold, even colder than the water. I could feel the tokens inside, a faint, angry vibration. This was it. This was the stirring of the ashes. I placed the box directly into the heart of the newly built fire, right on top of the growing logs. The wood crackled around it. We watched, holding our breath. The black water on the floor seemed to flinch back from the growing circle of firelight. The tapping on the walls became more frantic, a frenzied drumming. The iron box began to darken in the flames, turning from wet gray to sooty black. Then, a sound came from inside it. A high, sharp whine, like 6 voices screaming on a frequency just at the edge of hearing. The bone tokens were heating up inside their iron prison. The glow I'd seen in the void, that sickly blue-green light, began to seep out through the seams of the box, pulsing in time with the screaming whine. The fire around the box roared hotter, as if fed by something more than wood. The flames turned strange colors, touches of that same ugly green, flashes of deep violet. The iron box began to shake, rattling on the burning logs. "It's working," my brother whispered, his face painted in the hellish, shifting light. But outside, a new sound answered. A deep, grinding groan, the sound of earth being displaced, of roots tearing. The ancient holder was moving again. It was coming closer to the house. We could feel its approach in the vibrations through the floor. The creature wasn't waiting for its claim. It was coming to stop us. The box rattled violently, the wine rising to a painful shriek. A crack appeared along its side, and a beam of that ghastly light shot out, cutting a line across the ceiling. The debt wasn't burning quietly. It was fighting back. I remembered my grandfather's lesson fully now. Iron and ash. The iron contained it. The fire turned it to ash. But you had to stir it. You had to make sure every ember was dead. I grabbed the iron fireplace poker from its stand. It was cold and solid in my hand. I stepped toward the fire, the heat blasting my face. "What are you doing?" my brother yelled. I didn't answer. I thrust the poker into the flames, hooked the tip of it under the shaking, glowing box, and lifted. The box was blazing hot, even through the iron. I could feel the heat through the poker's handle. I raised the box, now a small, shrieking star of contained agony, out of the center of the fire. With a grunt, I slammed it down onto the stones at the edge of the hearth where the fire was hottest. Then I brought the poker down on it like a hammer. Clang! The impact was metallic and final. The shriek from inside the box cut off abruptly. The light winked out. The box split open along the crack. Inside, the 6 bone tokens were not burning. They were dissolving, crumbling into a fine gray-white powder like ash. The wine was gone. The strange colors in the fire vanished, leaving only normal, yellow-orange flames. For a moment, there was no sound but the crackle of the fire and our own ragged breathing. Then, from outside, came a sound I will never forget. It was a long, low, shuddering wail of loss and rage that seemed to come from the land, the lake, and the sky all at once. It wasn't loud, but it was everywhere, vibrating in the glass of the windows, in the water on the floor, in the marrow of our bones. It was the sound of a century-old chain breaking. The frantic tapping on the walls stopped. The gushing black water from the faucet sputtered, coughed, and then ran clear and cold before trickling to a stop. The deep, subsonic vibration of the approaching holder ceased. The sudden absence of sound and pressure was as shocking as the noise had been. We stood there, dripping and shivering in the firelight, waiting for the walls to crash in. They didn't. My brother slowly, cautiously, walked to the front window and wiped away the condensation. He looked out for a long time. "It's leaving," he said, his voice full of disbelief. I joined him. The massive, grounded shape was receding, pulling back into the lake with a slow, weary motion, like a great beast gravely wounded. The churned, blackened earth it left behind began to settle, the pale, fleshy roots retracting into the mud. The smaller pale creatures were gone, vanished into the night or back into the depths with their master. The unnatural storm was fading, the wind dropping to a breeze, the bruised sky lightening to the deep blue of true night, dotted with actual stars. We had done it. We had broken the anchor. We had stirred the ashes of the debt until nothing was left. The lake, under the returning moonlight, looked like a lake again, not a hole into nothing. It was over. We slumped to the floor by the fire, too exhausted to even speak, watching as the first true, peaceful dawn of our inheritance began to lighten the sky over the water that was finally and truly ours. The dawn that broke over the lake was the most beautiful I had ever seen. It wasn't just the colors, the soft peach and lavender bleeding into the deep blue. It was the feeling in the air. The waiting pressure, the sense of being watched from the deep, was gone. The air was just air, cool and clean, smelling of pine and wet earth, not of decay and stagnant depths. The lake lapped gently at the shore, a normal, friendly sound. We spent the first day in a daze, cleaning up the mess. The black water had left a slimy, foul residue on everything it touched, but it was just water now, just a stain. We mopped and scrubbed, opened all the windows to let the sun and fresh breeze blow through. We didn't talk much. There was too much to process. The iron box sat on the hearth, cold and empty, a split husk. The ash from the tokens had been washed away in our cleaning. It was just a box now. My brother's hands shook for hours afterwards, a combination of adrenaline crash and the lingering cold from the tendril that had grabbed him. He kept looking at the west dock, as if expecting to see the flat, black water or the pale shapes. But the dock was just an old dock, the water beneath it rippling normally in the breeze. By the afternoon, we ventured outside. The ground where the ancient holder had grounded itself was churned and muddy, but already grass seeds from the untouched soil nearby were visible in the muck, a promise of green returning. The woods stood tall again, no longer bent and broken. It felt like a wound the land was quickly healing. That evening, we sat on the porch as the sun set, a real sunset that reflected in 1,000 dancing wavelets, not a flat, black mirror. My brother broke the long quiet. "Do you think it's really gone?" he asked, his voice low. "I mean for good." I looked at the lake, at the peaceful cove. "The dead is gone," I said, choosing my words carefully. "The contract is ash. The tokens are gone. Whatever that thing was, it lost its claim. It doesn't own a piece of us anymore." He nodded slowly. "But it's still out there, in the deep parts." It wasn't a question. We both knew it was true. We hadn't killed a god. We had broken a deal. The deep, dark water at the center of the lake was still deep and dark. The thing that lived there was still there, nursing its loss. But it was no longer our landlord. It was just a neighbor again, a dangerous, ancient neighbor you knew better than to whistle at or fish for after dark. "We'll take the dock down," I said. "The west dock. We'll pull up the planks. Let the shore return to normal there." "Good," he said, and I heard real relief in his voice. A week passed. The normalcy was almost jarring. Birds sang, fish jumped in the evening, and we slept through the nights without strange sounds or colder pockets of air. We took down the west dock, as promised. It was hard work, pulling up the old, nailed-in planks. As we pried up the final board at the very end, the one where my brother had stood to cast his fateful line, we found something. Carved into the support post beneath the waterline, hidden for who knows how long, was that same spiraling, chaotic symbol from the original Hyde contract. It was old, the carving filled with algae and time. We didn't touch it. We just looked at it, a final reminder etched into the bones of the place. Then we pulled the post out of the lake bed and added it to the pile of old wood. We burned the pile in a big bonfire on the beach, a celebration and a cleansing. The fire was warm and bright, and the smoke smelled of old, dry pine, not of otherworldly things. The last night of the month arrived, the term of the will fulfilled. We sat inside, a simple meal between us, the cabin feeling more like a home than it ever had before. It was ours, free and clear. The lawyer would get his paperwork, and the legacy would continue, but without the hidden clauses, the terrible interest. My brother was leaving in the morning, returning to his life in the city. I was staying. I had decided that much. Someone had to keep an eye on the lake, not as a steward of a debt, but as a caretaker of a place that had been through a lot. We said our goodbyes early the next morning, a quiet, firm handshake that turned into a quick, backslapping hug. "You'll call if, you know," he said, looking past me at the water. "I will, but I don't think I'll need to." He nodded, got in his Jeep, and drove off down the gravel road, the sound of his engine fading into the sounds of the waking forest. I was alone again, but the aloneness felt different. It was a choice, not a sentence. I spent the day walking the property lines, feeling the sun on my face, listening to the life all around. I ended up at the boathouse as evening drew in. The Fisherman's Accord plaque was gone, of course, burned to nothing. The nail was still in the wall. I pulled it out with a claw hammer, the rusted metal coming free with a squeak. I held the bent nail in my palm, the same nail that had held the rules that governed my grandfather's life, that had almost claimed my brother and me. It was just a nail now. I threw it far out into the lake. It plunked into the water and sank, a tiny, insignificant thing swallowed by the deep. I turned to go back to the house, to light a fire in the hearth just for warmth and light, to make dinner in my own kitchen. As I walked up the path, I heard a loon call out on the water, a lonely, beautiful sound that echoed across the cove. I stopped and looked back. The lake was a sheet of darkening blue under the twilight sky. And for just a second, far out where the water was deepest, I thought I saw a single, slow swirl on the surface, a gentle vortex that appeared and then smoothed away, as if something vast had turned over in its sleep. No knocks followed. No chill touched the air. It was just a swirl, a natural thing on a big lake. Probably a passing fish or the current. I stood there until the last light was gone, watching the water, listening to the normal, peaceful night sounds. Then I turned and walked to the house, to the home that was truly mine, leaving the deep water to its own mysteries, and finally, at peace with the knowledge that some lines, once crossed, don't need to be crossed again. The debt was paid, not in tokens or terror, but in fire and iron and the simple, hard-won understanding that some things are better left undisturbed, and that the most important agreement you can ever make is with yourself, to live free on your own land. Story number 2. I was finishing up a pretty standard job, just a dead battery for a nice lady in a grocery store parking lot, when the call came through on the radio. The dispatcher's voice had that little bit of extra static that meant the guy calling in was way out in the sticks, probably on one of those old county roads where the trees take over and the pavement gives up. The coordinates they rattled off were for Old Ridge Road, a stretch I knew all too well and didn't like one bit. It's one of those places your phone goes dark, not a single bar, just a blank screen that makes you feel totally alone. The weird calls, the ones that give you a funny feeling in your gut, they always seem to happen in these dead zones, where the world feels like it's forgotten to watch. But it's my job, so I told the dispatcher I was on my way. My name is Leo, for what it's worth. I've been driving a tow truck and doing roadside assistance for about 8 years now, and you see a lot of strange things when people are stranded and scared. Still, something about this one felt different right from the start, a low itch between my shoulder blades I couldn't scratch. The drive out there was pretty, in a lonely kind of way. The late afternoon sun cut through the pine trees in long golden bars, but as I got deeper, the shadows got longer and the road got worse, cracked and crumbling at the edges. It was so quiet, just the rumble of my truck and the wind sighing through the needles. I almost missed the car because it was the same color as the shadows, a deep, dull green. It was a Cadillac, an old one from the 70s, a real boat of a car just sitting there on the narrow shoulder like a giant, sleeping toad. I pulled up behind it and got out, the smell of pine sap and hot asphalt filling my nose. He was leaning against the front fender, just waiting. He was a tall, thin man, dressed in clothes that looked a few decades out of date, a brown jacket and trousers that were a little too short. But it was his face that got me. He was gaunt, like he hadn't had a good meal in a while, and his eyes were dark, so dark they seemed to drink up the fading light instead of reflect it. He didn't smile, didn't wave, just gave me a slow nod and gestured with his sharp chin towards the open hood of the Cadillac. "Won't turn over," he said, and his voice was dry, like pages rustling in an empty library. I gave him my usual friendly nod, the one meant to put people at ease, but it just felt stupid out here. "No problem," I said, my own voice sounding too loud. "Let's have a look." The engine bay was clean, surprisingly clean for such an old car, but the battery was ancient, the terminals crusted with corrosion. I told him I'd give it a jump, and he just nodded again, his eyes fixed on me in a way that made my skin crawl. I backed my truck up, the beeping of the reverse alarm shattering the quiet, and hooked up the jumper cables. When I told him to try it, the engine didn't just crank, it roared to life with a sudden, angry bellow that made birds explode from the trees nearby. It settled into a low, too smooth purr. The man walked around to the driver's window, reached in, and shut the engine off. Just like that, the sudden return of the forest quiet was almost worse than the noise. He came over to me, patting his pockets, a frown on his narrow face. "I seem to have left my wallet," he said, not sounding sorry at all. "No cards, no cash." A little flash of anger warmed my chest. This was a long way to come for nothing. I started to say something about how I'd have to bill him, but he was already turning and walking to the back of the Cadillac. He popped the trunk with a heavy clunk. What was he going to give me, a bag of potatoes? He bent over and rummaged around, then straightened up holding something flat and rectangular. It was a Ouija board, the old wooden kind, the one kids use at sleepovers to try and talk to ghosts. But this one wasn't shiny and new. It was stained dark, almost black in places, with what looked and smelled like decades of old motor oil and something else, something earthy and damp, like wet soil after a rain. He walked right up to me and pushed it into my hands before I could say no. The wood was cold and slick under my fingers. "This should cover it," he stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. I just stood there, holding this stupid, dirty board game, completely baffled. He leaned in a little closer, and I could smell that dry, dusty smell coming off his clothes. "It'll guide you," he said, and the way he said it, it wasn't a hope or a guess. It was a fact, solid and heavy, dropped right into the pit of my stomach. His eyes held mine for a second too long, and I saw nothing in them, no joke, no madness, just a flat, empty certainty that scared me more than anything. All I wanted in that moment was to be back in my truck, to be away from this man and this too quiet stretch of road. A deep, primal part of my brain was screaming at me to just take the weird object and end the encounter. So I mumbled a thanks, I guess, and turned away, carrying the board over to my truck. I opened the big side door on the utility bed and tossed it into my toolbox, the heavy thud of wood on metal sounding like a door slamming shut. I climbed into my cab, started the engine, and pulled away. In my rearview mirror, I watched him. He didn't get in his car. He just stood there in the middle of the empty road, hands at his sides, getting smaller and smaller until my truck rounded a bend and the trees swallowed him up. The rest of my shift was normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling. That board in my toolbox felt like a presence, even though I knew it was just a piece of wood. I stopped for a burger on the way home, tried to watch some TV, but my mind kept circling back to those dark, empty eyes and the cold weight of that board in my hands. Finally, I went to bed, figuring a good night's sleep would reset everything. I was wrong. I didn't dream in pictures. I dreamed in sound and smell and feeling. There was the deafening, metallic scream of cars colliding, a sound that vibrated in my teeth. I smelled the bitter, chemical stink of an airbag deploying, mixed with the sharp, nose-burning scent of spilled gasoline. And I felt it, a violent, tumbling rotation, my body thrown around with brutal force. I woke up with a choked gasp, my heart trying to punch its way out of my ribs. But I wasn't in my bed. I was standing on the cold, rough concrete of my own driveway. The first pale gray light of dawn was seeping into the sky, and my bare feet were freezing and sore. I looked down. My feet were dirty, with little cuts and bits of gravel stuck to them. And in my right hand, clutched so tightly my fingers ached, was a heavy piece of polished chrome. It was a car ornament, a fancy crest with wings, the kind they used to put on the front of old luxury cars. It was cold and solid, and packed into its detailed grooves was dirt and flecks of dark green paint. My breath fogged in the chilly air as I just stood there, staring at it. I didn't remember getting out of bed. I sure as hell didn't remember walking outside and picking this thing up. A wave of cold fear washed over me, followed quickly by a desperate search for a normal explanation. Sleepwalking. I must have been sleepwalking. Maybe it was a prank. But who would do that? And where did this ornament even come from? The logical part of my mind was scrambling, trying to build a wall between me and the terrifying connection that was trying to form. I looked at the ornament again, at the green paint flecks. Old moss green paint. My mouth went dry. No, it was a coincidence. It had to be. I hurried inside, my feet leaving faint dirty prints on the kitchen floor. I ran the ornament under the tap, washing the dirt away. Underneath, it was just tarnished chrome. I dried it, and not knowing what else to do, I opened the front door of my truck and shoved it way under the driver's seat, out of sight. A temporary solution. If I couldn't see it, maybe I could forget about it. I went through the motions of my morning, making coffee, getting dressed for work, but my hands weren't steady, and my thoughts were a jumbled mess. I kept telling myself it was just a strange night, a weird coincidence, nothing more. I went to work, climbing into my truck and trying to ignore the weight of that hidden ornament under my seat. The day was busy, which was a blessing. Changing tires, unlocking doors, jumping batteries, the normal, boring stuff filled my head and pushed the weirdness to the back. During a lull in the afternoon, sitting in my truck eating a gas station sandwich, I absently turned on the police scanner I keep in the cab. It's just background noise most of the time, dispatchers talking in codes, officers checking in. I was only half listening, staring out at the traffic, when a dispatcher's flat, professional voice cut through the static. All units, responding to a reported head-on collision. Old Ridge Road near mile marker 7. Confirmed fatalities. Vehicles involved are a Honda Odyssey minivan and a 1978 Cadillac Coupe de Ville. Fire and medical are en route. The sandwich turned to sawdust in my mouth. I couldn't move. Old Ridge Road. A 1978 Cadillac. The color hadn't been mentioned, but I knew. I knew it was that moss green color. The coffee I'd drunk churned in my stomach, hot and acidic. This was the proof, the horrible proof I didn't want. The man, his car, the wreck, and the ornament now under my seat. My mind screamed that it was impossible, that there had to be another explanation, but a deeper, colder part of me just knew. I fought the urge for hours. I told myself I didn't need to see it, that knowing was enough. But it wasn't. It was like a magnet was pulling at my brain, a sick, morbid curiosity I couldn't resist. After my shift ended, instead of going home, I drove across town to the city impound yard, the place where they take the wrecked cars that are too broken for the regular junkyard. The guy at the gate, a big fellow with a clipboard, looked at me funny when I asked about the Cadillac from Old Ridge. "You family or something?" he grunted. I shook my head. I think I might know the car. From around. He shrugged, pointed a thick finger towards the back of the lot. "Back row, near the fence. Don't touch nothing." My legs felt like wood as I walked through the maze of crumpled metal, the sad graveyard of bad days and worse luck. And then I saw it. It was crushed, the front end pushed all the way back to the windshield, the roof bent. but the color was unmistakable. That same moss green. I walked closer, my boots crunching on broken glass. The smell hit me, a mix of coolant, oil, and something sweet and metallic I didn't want to think about. My eyes were drawn to the rear of the car, to the trunk lid that was now sitting at a crazy angle. The bumper was smashed and twisted, and right in the center, there was a spot that was cleaner, less scratched than the rest. Two little bent metal brackets stuck out empty. They were the mounts for a bumper ornament. A cold numbness spread through me. Slowly, feeling like I was watching someone else do it, I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out the winged crest I'd taken from under my truck seat. I didn't want to, but I had to know. I lifted the ornament and slowly, carefully, moved it towards those empty brackets. I didn't even have to try to line it up. The broken off posts on the back of the chrome piece fit into the bent metal loops perfectly. A perfect match. The part in my hand had come from this car. This car that had been in a fatal crash hours after the man had given me that oily board. Hours after I had woken up holding this very piece of chrome in my driveway. The world didn't spin. It just went perfectly still and terribly, terribly clear. This was real. This had happened. I shoved the ornament back into my pocket like it was on fire and stumbled away from the wreck, back to my truck. I drove home in a daze, the streetlights blurring into streaks. That night, I locked all my doors, something I almost never do. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, the events of the last day playing on a loop behind my eyes. The man, the board, the dream, the ornament, the wreck. They were all connected by a thread I couldn't see but could feel, a thread that was now wrapped around my life. I finally fell into a restless sleep, the last thought in my head a quiet, desperate hope that it was over, that whatever this was had been a one-time, terrible fluke. But under my truck seat, the chrome crest gleamed dully in the dark, and out in the garage, tucked away in my toolbox, the old Ouija board waited, its stained surface holding a secret I wasn't ready to learn. The strange business on Old Ridge Road was done, but a new and much more frightening question had just begun. What did it want with me next? The next few days were a battle inside my own head. I kept the chrome ornament hidden, but I could feel its presence under my truck seat like a bad thought I couldn't shake. I told myself over and over it was a wild coincidence, a freakish bit of luck that meant nothing. Sleepwalking explained the ornament in my hand. The wreck was just a tragic accident. The two events touching each other was random, like two raindrops hitting the same spot on a windshield. Coincidence is a story we tell ourselves to feel safe, to make the world seem orderly. I clung to that story. I had to, because the other option, the one where that oily board had somehow guided me to steal a piece of a car before it crashed, was too much to hold. I went back to work, forcing myself to be normal, answering calls with my usual cheerful tone, but my eyes kept drifting to the big side compartment where I'd tossed the Ouija board. I didn't open it. I treated it like a forgotten lunchbox, something that could be ignored. For a whole week, nothing happened. I started to breathe easier. Maybe it really was over. Then on the 8th night, I dreamed again. This wasn't about noise or spinning. This was a place, a specific intersection out near the old mill, where a stop sign was bent and the road was cracked. In the dream, I was just standing there waiting. And I heard it, clear as a bell in the still air, the cheerful metallic dingling of a kid's bicycle bell. The sound echoed, lonely and out of place. I woke up with a jolt, my heart rabbiting in my chest. I was in my bed. Thank God, I was in my bed. I let out a long, shaky breath, a laugh of relief almost bubbling up. See? Just a normal, weird dream. But as I swung my legs out from under the covers, my foot brushed against something on the floor. Something that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. It was cool and smooth. My blood turned to ice water. I didn't want to look. I forced myself to lean over the edge of the bed. There on the rug was a car's side view mirror. It was a round, chrome style from an old muscle car, the glass perfectly intact, the housing a shiny cherry red. I hadn't walked anywhere. I was sure of it. Yet here was this object, a piece of a vehicle, sitting in my bedroom like it belonged. The feeling of relief vanished, replaced by a cold, hard knot of dread in my stomach. I picked up the mirror. It was real solid. In its reflective surface, I saw my own pale, wide-eyed face looking back, a stranger trapped in a nightmare. I didn't know what to do. I hid the mirror in my closet, behind a stack of old shoes. I went through my morning routine like a robot, my mind screaming. At a coffee shop later, grabbing a large black coffee I didn't really want, the local news was playing on a small TV mounted in the corner. The volume was low, but I saw the headline on the screen. Fatal hit and run near Mill intersection. I froze, the cup halfway to my lips. The reporter was standing at that exact crossroads from my dream, the bent stop sign visible over her shoulder. My ears started to ring. The report said a child on a bicycle had been struck late the previous night. The driver, in a classic 1965 Ford Mustang, had fled the scene, lost control a mile down the road, and wrapped the car around a tree. The driver was pronounced dead at the scene. The news showed a blurry, distant photo of the wrecked Mustang, its cherry red paint visible even in the poor image. And I could see, even on that little screen, that the passenger side mirror was gone. Just an empty stub on the door. I don't remember leaving the coffee shop. I found myself sitting in my truck, the engine off, just staring at my shaking hands. Coincidence was a lie. A comforting, stupid lie. This was a pattern. The board, the dream, the part, the crash. It was a sequence, and I was stuck in the middle of it. I drove home in a fog. I didn't go to work. I called in sick, my voice sounding thin and fake even to me. I spent the entire day at my kitchen table with my laptop, obsessively searching online news archives, local police blotters, anything I could find. I was looking for other crashes involving old cars, for any other strange links. I found nothing useful, just a list of tragedies that seemed random and unconnected. The only link was me, and the growing collection of stolen car parts in my house. That's when the understanding began to dawn, ugly and clear. The board wasn't predicting the future. It was like a radar, finding cars that were marked for a violent end. And it was using me, my sleeping body, to go out and claim a trophy from them first. I was a grave robber for accidents that hadn't even happened yet. The thought made me sick. That night, fear made me clever. Or so I thought. I couldn't stop myself from sleeping, but maybe I could stop myself from walking. I found a thick piece of rough nylon cord in my garage. When I went to bed, I tied one end tightly around my ankle and the other end to the solid leg of my heavy oak bed frame. It wasn't comfortable, and the cord bit into my skin, but it felt like a safety line. If I tried to sleepwalk, I'd jerk myself awake. It was a physical tether to reality. I lay there in the dark, feeling the rough cord against my skin, listening to the house settle. It took a long time, but exhaustion finally pulled me under. The dream came fast and hard. I was on a high bridge, one of the old steel ones outside of town. Wind whipped around me, and I heard the desperate, long blast of a car horn, a sound that started loud and then faded, like it was falling away. I tried to run in the dream, but my feet were stuck. I woke up. I was in my bed. The relief was immediate and overwhelming. The cord had worked. It was still tied around my ankle, which throbbed with a raw, burning pain. I must have struggled against it in my sleep. I sat up, wincing, and looked down at my ankle in the dim light from the window. The skin was rubbed raw and bloody from where I'd pulled against the rough nylon. But I was in bed. I hadn't gone anywhere. I started to laugh, a shaky, giddy sound of pure victory. I had beaten it. I had stayed put. Then I felt something in my other hand, the one not checking my injured ankle. My fingers were clenched tight, cramped around an object. My laugh died in my throat. Slowly, I opened my hand. Lying in my palm, its leather strap wrapped around my fingers, was a vintage 8-track tape. The label was faded but cheerful, with bright letters that said "Greatest Road Trip Hits." The disconnect was so absolute, so horrifying, that my stomach revolted. I barely made it to the bathroom before I was sick, heaving nothing but bile into the toilet, the cheerful tape still clutched in my trembling hand. I had tied myself down. I had fought, and I had still taken something. The board, or whatever was behind it, was stronger than my knots. After I cleaned myself up, bandaged my ankle, and sat at the kitchen table with the stupid, happy-looking tape in front of me, I did the thing I was starting to hate. I turned on the police scanner. I didn't have to wait long. A report of a single-vehicle accident on the old steel bridge. A classic convertible had gone through the guardrail. The driver, an elderly man, was pronounced dead at the scene. No other details were given, but I didn't need them. I knew the 8-track player in that car would now be empty. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place with a terrible finality. This was real. This was happening, and I was its tool, a white-hot rage mixed with my fear. This thing, this board, was using me. It was in my truck, in my toolbox, polluting my life. I couldn't break the pattern, but maybe I could get rid of the source. I marched out to my truck, yanked open the side compartment, and grabbed the Ouija board. It was still slick with that old oil, still smelling of dirt and decay. I didn't want to touch it, but I was too angry to care. I threw it onto the passenger seat of my truck and drove. I drove out of town, past the last suburbs to the city landfill. It was a vast, terrible place, hills of garbage under a gray sky. I paid the fee to dump, telling the attendant I had some old junk. I drove up onto the active mound, where machines were pushing fresh trash into piles. I stopped, grabbed the board, and without a second thought, hurled it as far as I could into a deep, foul trench of black plastic bags and rotting waste. I watched it arc through the air and disappear beneath a cascade of other people's discarded lives. A feeling of immense relief washed over me, so powerful it made my knees weak. It was gone, buried under tons of garbage. Whatever connection it had to me was now severed. I drove home feeling lighter than I had in weeks. The next morning, I woke up feeling almost normal. The sun was shining. The birds were chirping. I had a plan. I would clean out my truck, throw away the ornament and the mirror and the tape, and start fresh. I walked out to my driveway, the concrete warm under my feet, and pulled open the driver's door of my truck. And there, centered perfectly on the seat, was the Ouija board. It was clean of landfill grime, not a speck of trash or dirt on it. But the dark, oily stains were still there, seeping into the wood grain. It looked like it had never been touched, never been thrown away. It was just waiting for me, as if our conversation had only been paused, not ended. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just stood there, my hand on the door handle, staring at the impossible object on my seat. The relief of the previous day was gone, replaced by a hollow, bottomless understanding. This wasn't something I could throw away. This was something that had chosen me. And it was clear now that our business was far, far from over. The board on my truck seat stared back at me, a flat, wooden accusation. They say you can't kill an idea. This wasn't an idea. It was a tenant, and it had just signed a lifelong lease in my life. The hollow feeling from seeing it return turned into something else, a hot, jagged anger that pushed the fear aside. If I couldn't get rid of it, I would break it. I snatched it off the seat, its surface still weirdly slick, and carried it into my garage. I set it down on the concrete floor in a square of sunlight from the window. I went to my workbench and grabbed my sledgehammer, the big one I used for driving stakes. It felt good and solid in my hands, a tool for solving physical problems. This was a physical problem. A few good whacks and it would be splinters, and then I would burn the splinters. I hefted the hammer, took aim at the center of the board, and swung down with all my strength, putting my back into it. The impact was jarring, a sharp, metallic clang that shot up my arms and made my teeth rattle. The hammer didn't smash through wood. It bounced back as if I'd struck a solid anvil. I almost lost my grip. I stared, dumbfounded. The board lay there completely untouched. Not a scratch, not a dent. The wood, which looked old and dry, hadn't splintered or even chipped. It was like I'd hit a block of solid iron. I tried again and again, swinging from different angles, each blow resulting in that same punishing, ringing clang and a shockwave of pain in my wrists. After the fifth swing, I dropped the hammer, panting, my hands stinging. The board was pristine. It wasn't just strong, it was impossibly hard. Fine, I thought. If I couldn't break it, I would lose it forever. That night, under a moonless sky, I drove out to the old quarry at the edge of town. It was a deep, flooded pit, the water black and still, a place kids were told to stay away from. I had brought a heavy chain from my garage. I wrapped it around the board several times, securing it with a thick padlock. I stood at the rocky edge, the cold water smell filling my nose. "Stay down there," I muttered, and with a grunt, I hurled the weighted bundle out into the center of the dark water. It hit with a deep, final plunk and vanished instantly. A few bubbles rose to the surface, popped, and then the water was smooth again. I waited for an hour, sitting in my truck, watching that spot, making sure it didn't come back up. I was certain. It was gone, buried under 50 feet of cold, dark water. I drove home, and for the first time in weeks, I slept a deep, dreamless sleep, the exhaustion of fear finally overtaking me. I woke to the sound of birds. Sunlight streamed through my window. I felt a fragile hope. I made coffee, drank it looking out at my quiet driveway. On my way to get the newspaper, I opened my front door, and there it was, leaning against the doorframe, dripping quarry water in a small, dark puddle on my welcome mat, was the Ouija board. The chain was neatly coiled beside it, the padlock still fastened. It was wet, but the wood wasn't swollen or warped. The oily stains seemed darker against the damp grain. It had come back. It had come back from the bottom of a pit, and left a puddle on my porch like a cat bringing in a dead mouse. The hope shattered, replaced by a cold, simmering fury. Now it was toying with me. Fine. If water wouldn't take it, fire would. That afternoon, I built a fire pit in my backyard with some old bricks. I placed the board right in the center. I doused it in gasoline from my lawnmower kin, the liquid splashing over the wood, the sharp smell filling the air. I stood back, lit a match, and tossed it. The gasoline ignited with a loud hump, orange and blue flames roaring up, heat blasting my face. I watched, expecting the old wood to blacken, curl, and burn. But the flames didn't cling to it. They slid over the surface of the board like water over glass, dancing around it, but not touching it. The gasoline burned itself out in a minute, leaving the bricks scorched and blackened. In the center, amid the ashes, the Ouija board sat, completely untouched. Not even warm to the touch when I reached in, my fingers hesitating before grasping it. It was cool, the same temperature as the morning air. I pulled it from the ashes. The soot from the fire hadn't stuck to it. But as I held it, I saw something. In the fine, gray ash now coating its surface, a single, clear line had been drawn, as if by a finger. It was a straight mark pointing from one edge of the board, directly towards my truck parked in the driveway. A chill that had nothing to do with temperature went through me. It was communicating, not with words, but with gestures. It was showing me it was connected to the truck. My truck, which was full of the parts I'd taken. I carried the board inside, my anger spent, replaced by a numb, cold acceptance. I couldn't destroy it. I couldn't lose it. So my goal had to change. I had to understand it. I set it on my kitchen table, the centerpiece of my life now. I sat across from it for a long time, just staring at the letters, the numbers, the sun and moon symbols. The oil stains in the wood grain looked random, but the longer I looked, the less random they seemed. They swirled and seeped in patterns that reminded me of road maps, or maybe the circuits on an old computer board. The letters seemed worn down not from playful fingers, but from frantic, desperate use. I had to try. I had to see. My hand shook as I reached out and placed my fingertips on the plastic planchette, the little heart-shaped pointer. I didn't ask a question out loud. I just waited, my heart pounding in my ears. For a full minute, nothing happened. The planchette didn't move. I felt foolish and relieved at the same time. Maybe it was just a board after all, a cursed object, but a passive one. I started to pull my hand away. Then I looked at my fingertips. They were stained black with fresh, slick motor oil. The oil was wet and cold, and it hadn't been there before I touched the planchette. I hadn't seen it seep out. It was just suddenly on my skin. I wiped it frantically on my jeans, but the stain remained, a grimy tattoo. It was a sign, an unmistakable one. The connection was active. It was on me. The realization of my powerlessness settled over me like a lead blanket. I thought about warning someone. But who? The police? I'd tell them I was sleepwalking and stealing car parts before the owners died in crashes? They wouldn't believe me. They'd lock me up, think I was involved, or just crazy. I couldn't tell a friend. I'd just be the guy with the scary story. I was utterly alone with this knowledge, a prisoner in my own skin, watching a calendar of tragedies only I knew were coming. That night, I decided on a different approach. If I was going to be a vessel for this thing, I would document it. I found an old video camera, the kind that records to a tape. I set it up on a tripod at the foot of my bed, pointing right at me. I made sure the battery was charged, the tape was new. The little red recording light glowed in the dark room like a malevolent eye. It was a scientific move, a way to prove to myself what was happening, to catch myself in the act. Maybe seeing it would help me find a way to fight it. I lay down, the camera's faint electronic hum the only sound. I stared at the red light until my eyes grew tired. I drifted off, not into a dream of crashes, but into a simple, dark emptiness. And then he was there. Not in a car, not on a road. The gaunt motorist from Old Ridge Road was standing at the foot of my bed in my bedroom. He was just a shape in the gloom, but I could see his hollow eyes, his sharp chin. He didn't speak. He didn't smile. He simply raised one thin, pale arm and pointed a bony finger not at me, but at my bedroom door. The gesture was clear, a command, a silent order to get up and go. I woke up with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed. The room was empty. The red light of the camera still glowed. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I looked at the door. It was closed. Had I dreamed him? It felt more real than any dream, more real than the waking world. I fumbled for the lamp, turning it on, flooding the room with yellow light. I was alone. I got out of bed, my legs unsteady, and walked over to the camera. I pressed the stop button and rewound the tape, my hands clumsy. I pressed play, the small view screen flickering to life. It showed me lying in bed from the foot of the frame. I watched myself toss and turn, then settle. The time code in the corner ticked on. For about 20 minutes, nothing. Then on the video, I saw myself sit up. My movements were smooth, not sleepy or clumsy. My eyes were open, but they had a blank, fixed look like a doll's eyes. I swung my legs out of bed and stood up. I turned and walked calmly, purposefully, out of the frame towards the bedroom door. The door opened, and I disappeared into the hall. The video showed my empty bed for the next several hours. Just before dawn, I walked back into the frame, climbed into bed, and lay down. My eyes closed. The recording ended. I had filmed myself sleepwalking. I had filmed myself obeying the pointing finger of a man who wasn't there. I didn't need to check what I had brought back. I already knew. There would be another piece of a car somewhere in my house, waiting for its tragedy to catch up. The camera hadn't given me control. It had only given me proof. I was not the investigator. I was the subject, and the experiment was just getting started. I turned off the camera, the red light dying with a final blink. I didn't look for the new artifact. I just sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the blank wall, listening to the sound of my own breathing, knowing that the pointing finger was now a permanent guest in my mind, and its next command was only a sleep away. The video proof changed everything and nothing. I stopped trying to fight. The terror and the rage burned themselves out, leaving behind a cold, gray ash of acceptance. A grim routine settled over my life, a schedule of horror I followed with the numb precision of a machine. I no longer woke in strange places. Now, I would simply wake up in my own bed, swing my feet to the floor, and walk into my kitchen to find my latest acquisition waiting for me on the counter, placed there by my own sleeping hands. It was a sick, domestic twist. One morning it was a shattered turn signal lens, amber plastic spiderwebbed with cracks. Another day it was a key fob from the 1980s, brown and boxy. The worst was a bent license plate frame, the chrome twisted, the words "World's Best Grandpa" still legible in cheerful script. I would pick these things up, turn them over in my hands, and feel nothing. The emotional part of me had shut down to survive. I had become a curator. After the discovery on the counter, my next move was always the same. I would make coffee, sit at the table with the board, and turn on the police scanner. I listened not with panic, but with a clinical, detached interest, waiting for the report that would match my new artifact. The scanner was my morning news, reporting on the tragedies I had previewed the night before. When the call came through, a rollover on the highway, a T-bone at an intersection, a single car wreck into a tree, I would note the details, the type of vehicle, the location. The connection was always there. Then, in the afternoon, I would visit, not the scene, but the aftermath. The city impound yard became my second home, a library of wreckage. I would walk the rows of crumpled metal until I found the car, the van, the truck that matched the scanner report. I would stand before it, not to confirm, but to bear witness, to see with my own eyes the empty spot where my new possession had come from. It was a ritual, a way to make the nightmare feel real, to ground it in twisted steel and broken glass. The smell of coolant and spent gunpowder from airbags became familiar, almost comforting in its awful consistency. I was logging the catalog of the damned. I started a notebook, a simple black composition book I hid under my mattress. On a fresh page for each entry, I would write the date, describe the part one had taken, and then after the scanner call, the details of the crash. I was becoming a scholar of the curse, documenting its patterns, its tastes. It seemed to prefer older vehicles, classics, but not exclusively. The only common thread was the violence of the end. One day, after placing a vintage pair of fuzzy dice on the counter, the scanner reported a crash involving a restored VW bus. But this time, the report was different. The driver was critically injured, but alive, medevaced to the city hospital. For a wild, soaring moment, my heart leaped. A survivor. Had I broken the pattern? Had the curse failed? I drove to the tow yard with a flicker of stupid hope in my chest. I found the bus, its colorful paint scraped away, its side caved in. My eyes went to the rearview mirror. It was empty, the clip bare. The fuzzy dice were gone. The collection had still been made. The rule wasn't death. The rule was the tragic event itself. I was curating moments of profound vehicular violence, and a person surviving didn't negate the trophy. The hope died, leaving me colder than before. The board's criteria was simply the crash, and my role was to claim a piece of it. My own vehicle, my trusty tow truck, had become central to this whole operation. I realized it one day while staring at the oil-stained board on my table. The toolbox in the truck bed was its home. The cab, with the glove box and the space under the seats, was the hiding place for my growing collection of parts. I was driving a reliquary, a mobile shrine filled with the ghostly souvenirs of other people's worst days. I was the caretaker of a museum on wheels. This understanding led me to study the board more closely in the daylight. I brought it outside, sat on my back step with it in the sun. The oil stains were the key. I spilled a drop of my coffee on it accidentally, a dark brown bead on the worn wood. Instead of beating up or soaking in slowly, the liquid vanished instantly, absorbed like water into a sponge. And for just a second, the dark stains in the wood grain seemed to shift and swirl, the lines moving like live wires, forming a shape that looked unmistakably like a human skull before settling back into the vague, map-like patterns. I jerked back, almost dropping the board. It was reacting. It was alive in some way I couldn't understand. The board wasn't just a tool, it was a conduit, and it was connected to everything, the crashes, the parts, my truck, and me. My isolation was complete. I had quit my job weeks ago, calling my boss with a mumbled excuse about a family emergency. I couldn't risk being on the road, being recognized near a future crash site, or having another strange interaction like the one that started it all. My savings were dwindling, but money felt meaningless. The real economy I was dealing in was parts and pain. I left the house only for groceries and my grim trips to the impound. My neighbor, a friendly older man, mentioned seeing me walking around outside like a zombie late one night a few weeks back. I gave him a panicked, rambling story about stress and bad sleep medication, and he had patted my shoulder with a worried look. The curse was risking exposure. My waking life was now entirely dedicated to covering the tracks of my sleeping self, to maintaining the facade of a normal guy, while my nights were spent as a thief of fate. The frequency of the events was picking up. My logbook showed it. From one incident a week, it became 2, then 3. Some nights I would wake to find 2 small items on the counter. The board, or the force behind it, was getting more efficient, more hungry. It was like a machine warming up, and I was the primary component. One night, the sleepwalking was different. I felt more tired upon waking, my muscles aching as if I'd been lifting weights. On the counter were 3 items: a truck's broken side mirror, a woman's tube of lipstick, and a small, grimy stuffed teddy bear with one black eye missing. The sight of them together, a tableau of unrelated lives, made my stomach turn. Later, the scanner confirmed a massive, chaotic pileup on the interstate involving 7 vehicles. 3 were older models. I knew without a doubt which 3. The board's collection was expanding, and its precision was chilling. It wasn't just taking a part, it was taking a piece of the story, the human detail inside the metal shell. The bear confirmed that. I opened my logbook that evening, the entries now filling many pages. I flipped to a fresh sheet. I wrote the date. Then I paused, my pen over the paper. The hook for the next artifact wasn't on the counter yet. I would sleep soon, and it would come. I looked at the previous entry, the one about the bicycle bell from the trailer. The board was refining its methods. It wasn't making mistakes. It was learning. I closed the book and looked at the board, sitting across from me like a dinner guest. "What's next?" I whispered to the empty kitchen. The board, of course, said nothing, but the feeling in the room was clear. The catalog was not complete. The collection was growing, and the most important exhibit, the centerpiece, was still missing. I had a terrible, growing certainty that I knew what it was, and that when the time came, I would be the one to go and fetch it. Walking in my sleep to a destination I was only beginning to fear. The spiral of my life was tightening, each loop closer and more dizzying than the last. My logbook was proof. The entries were no longer neat and spaced out. They crowded the pages, sometimes 2 or 3 to a sheet. The board was hungry, and I was its only server. The sleepwalking episodes grew longer and more strenuous. I'd wake up not just tired, but feeling like I'd run a marathon in my sleep, my muscles aching, my joints stiff. The collection on my kitchen counter one morning wasn't 1 or 2 items, but 3. A truck's chrome wing mirror snapped clean off its base, a woman's lipstick case, the color a bright, cheerful coral, and that small, one-eyed teddy bear, looking even sadder in the harsh kitchen light. I stared at them, my morning ritual now one of cataloging horror. The lipstick owner is dead, I thought with a cold, flat certainty. The truck driver is in a coma. The child who owned this bear is now an orphan. My kitchen is a museum of aftermaths, and I'm the unwilling curator. Later, the scanner spat out the details of a catastrophic pile-up on the interstate, a chain reaction crash involving 7 vehicles. The news would call it a tragedy of weather and speed. I knew better. 3 of those vehicles were classic or antique. I didn't need to visit the yard to know which 3. The board's taste was becoming an epidemic. In a moment of madness and frustration, I slammed my hands down on the board, my fingers gripping the planchette. "What do you want?" I snarled at the wood, my voice raw. The pointer didn't move. It sat still, a dead piece of plastic. But that night, my dream was different. No sounds of twisting metal, no smells of gasoline. I dreamed of highways, endless ribbons of gray concrete stretching in every direction under a sickly, yellow moon. I was driving, but I wasn't in control. The wheel turned under my hands without my command, leading me down an exit ramp that wasn't there, towards an overpass that dissolved into mist. The dream was a message of vast, empty scale. This was bigger than one road, one town. It was a network, and I was stuck on it. The physical toll became impossible to ignore. After one particularly grueling night of sleep, I woke to find new injuries. My knuckles were scraped raw, the skin torn and bloody, as if I'd been fighting with something or someone. Under my fingernails, when I finally thought to look, was packed gravel and tiny flecks of dark blue paint. I wasn't just sleepwalking to a car and plucking apart. I was struggling. I was working in my sleep, prying things loose, fighting to claim these trophies. The thought made me feel sick and violated. My own body was a tool being used roughly, without my consent. The fear of discovery became a constant, buzzing worry in the back of my skull. My neighbor's concerned comment about seeing me like a zombie had been a warning shot. What if someone saw me out there in the middle of the night, crawling around a parked car, my hands bleeding? They'd call the cops. I'd be arrested for burglary. And how would I explain the growing collection of car parts in my house? My alibi was a supernatural board game and a string of fatal accidents. I'd be locked away, but the board would find me. I knew it would. It would be waiting on my bunk. My isolation was now a necessary cage. I left the house only for absolute essentials, moving like a ghost through the supermarket aisles, avoiding eye contact. The world outside felt too bright, too loud, too real. My reality was the dim house, the board on the table, and the scanner's static-laced reports. I was a man waiting for the next bad thing to happen, and I always knew it was coming. The work was ramping up. The board was preparing for something. I could feel it in the increased frequency, in the way the dreams shifted from specific crashes to that endless, yellow highway feeling. It was like the calm before a storm, but the calm was filled with a terrible, gathering energy. One afternoon, while cleaning the gravel from my bleeding knuckles at the kitchen sink, I found something wrapped around my index finger. It wasn't a thread from my sheets or a bit of leaves. It was a single long hair. It was silver white, coarse and stiff, like the hair of a very old person or an animal. It smelled faintly of dust and dry leaves, that same smell from the motorist on Old Ridge Road. It was proof. Tangible, physical proof that he or it had been close. My sleeping self had been in its presence, close enough for a hair to transfer. The entity wasn't a distant force anymore. It was right there, in the dark with me, supervising the collection. This realization sparked a final, desperate gambit for control. If I couldn't stop the sleepwalking, I would refuse to sleep. I would stay awake until my body gave out, break the cycle through sheer exhaustion. I stocked up on caffeine pills and bitter black coffee. I paced my house. I turned on every light. I played loud music. For the first 24 hours, it worked. I was jittery and my eyes burned, but I was awake. The board sat on the table, inert. As the second night wore on, the exhaustion became a physical weight, pressing down on my skull, pulling at my eyelids. My thoughts turned fuzzy. I sat at the kitchen table, the board directly in front of me, the planchette centered on the sun symbol. I stared at it, trying to focus my wavering vision, using it as an anchor to stay conscious. I blinked. It was just a single, slow blink, the kind your body forces when your eyes are too dry. But in that fraction of a second, something shifted. When my eyes opened, my hands were already on the planchette. I hadn't moved them. They were just there, my fingers resting on the plastic heart. And the planchette was moving. It wasn't a gentle glide. It was a slow, deliberate, clicking drag from one letter to the next, the sound sharp in the quiet kitchen. My heart froze. I wasn't doing this. My muscles were locked. I was a passenger in my own body, watching my hand get pulled across the board. The pointer moved to the S. Click. Then to O click. It paused, then dragged itself to the next O click. Finally, it slid to the N click. It stopped, centered on the N. The word hung in the air between me and the board, soon. Then, as if a string had been cut, the connection broke. I could move. I yanked my hands back as if burned, scrambling away from the table, my chair tipping over with a crash. I stared at the board, at the words spelled out. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a plea. It was a statement. A promise. The waiting was over. The preparation was done. The entity had spoken, using my own hands to do it. The final phase was here. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The word soon echoed in my head, a ticking clock with no numbers. I spent the remaining hours until dawn sitting on my living room floor, my back against the wall, watching the door, watching the windows, watching the board on the table. The coffee and pills had left me shattered, a wire pulled too tight, but the fear was a stronger stimulant. Whatever soon meant, it was coming for me. I wasn't just the collector anymore. I had a terrible, growing certainty that I was about to become part of the collection myself. The board had made its first direct communication, and the message was clear. The main event was on its way, and I had a front row seat. I just didn't know if I'd be in the audience or on the stage. The word soon carved a hole in my mind that sleep rushed in to fill. The fight was over. My body, pushed beyond its limits by days of fear and caffeine, finally shut down. I didn't feel myself drift off. There was just the cold leather of my truck's steering wheel against my cheek, and then a blank space. I came back to consciousness with a gasp, my eyes flying open. I was slumped over the wheel. The world outside the windshield was a vast, black nothing, pricked with a million cold, uncaring stars. The digital clock on the dashboard glowed a sickly green. 3:07 a.m. I didn't need to look around to know I was not in my driveway. I was not even in town. The air coming through the slightly open window was thin and cold, smelling of pine and altitude. I was parked at the scenic overlook on the high mountain pass, a place tourists went during the day to see the valley. At night, it was a ledge overlooking an ocean of darkness. My truck's engine was running, a low, steady rumble that felt like the only real thing in the world. A chunk of time, hours, was just gone, stolen from me. I had no memory of driving here, an hour from my home on twisting roads. My hands were clenched on the wheel, my knuckles white. I forced myself to let go, to move. Every muscle screamed in protest, a deep ache that spoke of intense, prolonged labor. I opened the driver's door and stumbled out onto the asphalt, the mountain cold biting through my thin shirt. My legs almost buckled. I turned, leaning against the truck for support, and looked into the bed. What I saw there stole the breath from my lungs. The bed of my truck was full, not with tools or cargo, but with a heap of car parts. Dozens of them. Grills from the 1950s, hood ornaments from the 60s, side mirrors, wool caps, pieces of chrome trim. A junk pile of automotive history gleaming dully under the starlight. It was the entire collection from my house, from under my seats, from my closet. Every trophy I had ever taken. They had been loaded, by my sleeping hands, and brought here. But that wasn't the worst of it. On the wide, flat asphalt of the overlook, under the pale eye of the moon, I had arranged them. In my sleep, I had taken each piece and placed it in a specific, careful pattern. A vast, sprawling spiral that started near the cliff's edge and coiled inward. A mandala of ruin made from broken chrome and plastic. The pattern was intricate, precise, and it covered a huge area. My hands throbbed in time with my heartbeat. I looked down at them. They were a mess. Cut, scratched, bleeding from a dozen small wounds. Dirt and flecks of paint were ground into the skin. I had worked hard out here, in the cold and the dark, building this monument. A wave of dizziness hit me. I wasn't just the curator. I was the artist, and this was my masterpiece. I took a stumbling step toward the center of the spiral, drawn by a morbid, hypnotic pull. The parts glinted, each one a memory of a scream, a crash, a life ended or shattered. As I reached the very center of the spiral, a sudden, profound cold washed over me. A chill that came from inside, not from the mountain air. I felt a presence loom directly behind me, a solid darkness that blotted out the stars at my back. I went rigid, unable to turn, unable to breathe. My eyes dropped to the final piece I was still clutching, the one I must have been holding when I woke up. It was a Jaguar mascot, the sleek, leaping cat from a classic sports car. Its chrome so polished it reflected the moonlight like a mirror. I hadn't even realized I was holding it. In its highly polished surface, I saw a reflection of the scene over my shoulder. I saw my own terrified face, pale and wide-eyed. And I saw him. Standing right behind me, close enough to touch, was the gaunt motorist from Old Ridge Road. His reflection in the chrome was sharper, more real than he had ever looked in life. His face was desiccated, skin tight over bone, and he was grinning a wide, empty grin that showed too many teeth. His hollow eyes were fixed on the back of my head. In the reflection, his lips moved. No sound came out, but I read the word perfectly, shaped by his thin, cracked lips. He didn't say yours. He said mine. The word was a claim, a final, absolute ownership. I whirled around, swinging the heavy jaguar mascot like a club, a scream ripping from my throat. There was nothing there. Just empty night, the sighing wind in the pines, and the vast, starry sky. I stood there, gasping, the weapon in my hand feeling stupid and useless. Had I imagined it? A trick of exhaustion and fear? But the feeling of his presence had been so real, so cold. Slowly, trembling, I turned back to look at the spiral laid out on the ground. From this new angle, with the headlights of my truck casting long, stark shadows across the asphalt, the arrangement of parts and the spaces between them shifted. What had looked like a random, if intricate, pattern now resolved into something else. The chrome, the shadows, the empty spots, they formed letters. A single, massive word spelled across the blacktop in a language of stolen memories. The word was mine. It wasn't written in oil or paint. It was written in absence and reflection, a negative image only visible from this one specific spot where I now stood. The entity hadn't just claimed the collection. It was declaring that all of this, the parts, the crashes, the spiral, and me belonged to it. The understanding was a physical blow. This wasn't just about collecting trophies from accidents. This was a ritual. The spiral was a map, a circuit board, a summoning circle. Each part was a point of energy, a note of tragedy placed with purpose. And I had built it. I had spent the night, under its command, constructing its monument. The soon was now. The preparation was complete. The spiral was the stage, and the word mine was the title of the final act. I looked from the awful word on the ground to the pile of parts in my truck, to the jaguar mascot in my bleeding hand. This was the grand collection. But the spiral had a center, a blank space right where I was standing. A space just the right size for one final, specific item. The most important piece of all. The headlights of my truck suddenly seemed too bright, too exposing. I was standing in the middle of a supernatural billboard on a mountain pass, and dawn wasn't far off. I had to get out of here. I moved on pure instinct, scrambling to my truck. I couldn't leave the parts. They were evidence of my madness, of something much worse. I had to take them with me. I drove down the mountain as the sky began to lighten from black to deep blue, the spiral and its terrible message shrinking in my rearview mirror. I drove straight to the only place that made sense, the city impound yard. It was closed, the gates locked, but I parked in the empty lot across the street. I sat there as the sun rose, turning the world a normal, cheerful orange. I had built the entity's shrine. I had seen it, spoken to me through a reflection. It had declared its ownership. The fight was utterly gone. I was a tenant in my own life, and the landlord had just posted the final notice. I didn't know what the next step was, but the empty center of that spiral haunted me. It was a space waiting to be filled, and the word mine echoed in my head, a question with only one terrible answer. What did it want to put in that center? I had a horrible feeling I already knew, and that when the time came, I wouldn't be holding a chrome jaguar. I'd be the one placed carefully on the ground, the final piece of its collection. The mountain pass had shown me the scale of the design. Now I was just waiting for the artist to make the last finishing move. The mountain pass broke something in me, the last stubborn piece that still believed this was a nightmare I could wake from. The spiral, the word in the shadows, the face in the chrome, they were a language I now understood, and the message was final. I drove home from the impound lot as the world woke up, the morning sun feeling like a lie. The board was waiting for me on the kitchen table, right where I'd left it. The planchette was no longer on the letters. It sat neatly, precisely on the word goodbye at the top of the board. It looked peaceful, like a conversation had ended. But I knew better. Goodbye wasn't for me. It was for the old phase, the collection phase. The next phase was about the centerpiece. My hands were shaking as I reached out, my fingertips hovering over the plastic heart. I had to know. I touched it. The moment my skin made contact, the planchette shot from goodbye as if yanked by a wire. It flew to the center of the board, to the sun symbol, and began to tremble violently, rattling against the wood. A jolt, like a weak electric current, buzzed up my arms. And then it wasn't a word or a letter that came to me. It was an image, sharp and clear as a photograph pushed directly into my brain. My own truck, not moving but wrecked. It was wrapped around a telephone pole on a street I didn't recognize. early morning light casting long shadows. Steam or smoke rose from its crumpled hood in a thin gray plume. The image was from a low angle, like I was looking at it from the ground. It was my own final crash. The understanding of the word mine from the mountain shifted, clicked into a new, more terrible alignment. It hadn't meant the collection belonged to it. It meant I belonged to it. The final piece of the collection wasn't apart from my truck. The final piece was my truck, and by extension me. The grand finale, the center of the spiral, was the vehicle of the curator himself. My truck had to be in a fatal wreck. I was to be the last exhibit. The thought wasn't even frightening anymore. It was just a fact, cold and hard as the chrome I'd been collecting. You don't understand true horror until you read your own obituary in the trembling of a wooden pointer on a piece of oil-stained wood. The entity was no longer a distant force, a set of rules and a nightmare. After the mountain, it was with me always. I caught glimpses of it now in the periphery of my vision, in the waking world. A tall, gaunt silhouette standing by my mailbox as I pulled in, gone when I turned my head. A flicker in the rearview mirror, the sharp chin and hollow eyes staring back for a split second before it was just empty road. A dark shape sitting perfectly still in the passenger seat of my parked truck in the garage, dissolving when I hit the light. It was making the final preparations, tightening the net, letting me know there was no corner of my life it couldn't reach. A wild, desperate plan formed in the ruins of my mind. Run. Just run. If my truck was the target, I would abandon it. I would drive as far as I could, maybe to the coast, and then I would just walk away. Leave the truck by the ocean, keys in it, and disappear. It was a stupid plan, born of pure animal panic, but it was the only move I had left. I threw some clothes in a backpack, grabbed what cash I had left from my long-dead savings, and got in the truck. The board stayed on the table. Let it wait. I pointed the truck west and got on the highway, putting the sun at my back. For the first 20 miles, a fragile hope flickered. I was moving. I was leaving. Then the truck began to rebel. The radio, which was off, crackled to life by itself, scrolling through a blur of static and fragments of songs and talk shows, a chaotic babble of noise. The headlights flickered on and off in the bright daylight. Most unnerving was the steering wheel. It developed a faint, persistent tug, a subtle pressure in my hands trying to guide me towards certain off-ramps. It wasn't strong enough to wrench the wheel, but it was constant, a stubborn suggestion. It felt like the truck knew the destination better than I did, and it was trying to remind me. I fought it, my knuckles white, sweating despite the cool air from the vents. I was not in control of my escape. I was a prisoner making a break for it, and my vehicle was a loyal guard. The exhaustion from days of terror and no real sleep was a weight dragging me down. My eyes grew grainy, my head fuzzy. The constant fight against the wheel was draining the last of my strength. As the sun began to sink, painting the sky in colors of fire, an overwhelming, undeniable urge washed over me. It wasn't a thought. It was a physical pull, a magnet in my chest. I needed to pull over. I needed to rest. Not at a busy gas station or a well-lit truck stop. The pull was for a specific place, a remote, lonely rest area I saw a sign for, a few miles ahead on this stretch of empty highway. It was a trap. I knew it in my bones. But my body was no longer mine to command. My hands turned the wheel, following the exit ramp almost of their own accord. The truck's strange behavior stopped the moment I signaled the turn. The radio went dead. The headlights steadied. The steering wheel relaxed. It was satisfied. I was exactly where it wanted me to be. The rest area was just a small loop of asphalt with a few picnic tables under some scrawny pine trees. A single flickering sodium vapor lamp casting a jaundiced glow. There were no other cars. I parked at the far end, away from the light, and killed the engine. The quiet was immense, broken only by the buzz of the lamp and the sigh of wind in the trees. I sat there, gripping the wheel, trying to summon the will to turn the key again, to get back on the road. But the pull to stay was too strong. This was the place. This was where it would happen. My eyes felt like they were filled with sand. My head nodded forward. I fought it, slapping my own face, but the exhaustion was a crushing wave. It wasn't normal tiredness. It was a command. Sleep. The last thing I saw before my eyelids, against my will, slid shut, was a movement outside. On one of the weathered picnic tables across the empty parking lot, a figure was now sitting. It was the motorist. He sat perfectly upright, facing me, hands on his knees. He was just a black cutout against the darker trees, but I could feel his gaze, patient and hungry, fixed on my truck. He wasn't in my mirror or in the corner of my eye. He was out there, in the real world, waiting for the show to begin. And I was too tired to do anything but give him what he wanted. My consciousness slipped away, not into dreams of crashes, but into a black, velvet nothingness, knowing I was parked at the edge of a stage, and the final act was about to start with me in the leading role. The running was over. The destination had been chosen. All that was left was to play my part. The sleep that took me was absolute, a bottomless black pool with no dreams, no sounds, just the pure, empty command of another will. I didn't dream of crashes or highways. I didn't dream at all. There was only a single, resonant word that wasn't a sound, but a vibration in my bones. Assemble. And my body obeyed. In that deep, commandeered sleep, I moved. I got out of my truck at the lonely rest stop. The night air was cold, but I didn't feel it. My hands knew what to do. I opened my own driver's door and leaned in. I didn't go for a tool. My fingers found the center of the steering wheel, the plastic cap with the manufacturer's insignia, a simple, meaningless logo. With a precision that came from somewhere else, my sleeping self worked, my bleeding fingers finding hidden clips and tabs no owner was meant to find. There was a soft pop, and the insignia came free in my hand. I stood there in the dark, holding the center of my own steering wheel, completing the first and most horrible act of the ritual, claiming the trophy from my own fate, from my own vehicle before the crash. The theft was an omen, a signature. Then, still deep under, I got back into the truck. I started the engine, the sound loud in the sleeping night. I drove out of the rest stop, but not back to the highway. I turned onto a narrow, unpaved service road I had never seen before, a track that shouldn't have been there, overgrown and unused. It wound up and up, the trees pressing close, scratching the sides of my truck. It led to a place that didn't exist on any map, a high, unfinished concrete bridge that spanned a deep, rocky ravine. The bridge ended in jagged rebar and a drop into blackness. I parked the truck at the very edge, its front grille kissing the empty air. I turned off the engine, and then finally I was allowed to wake up. Consciousness returned like a slap. I was in the driver's seat. The engine was off. An unnatural quiet pressed in from all sides. Ahead of me, through the windshield, was nothing but open sky and 100-foot drop onto sharp rocks. A gasp caught in my throat, trapped by sheer terror. In my lap, cold against my legs, was the steering wheel insignia. I was at the cliff's edge, holding the proof of what I had done to my own truck. I fumbled for the door handle, my movements frantic, jerky. It was locked. I hit the master lock switch. Nothing. I pulled the manual lock pin. It was stuck fast, as if welded. I tried to roll down the window. The switch was dead. I hammered on the glass, but it was thick factory glass. I was sealed in, a bug in a metal and glass coffin, perched on the brink. A smell filled the cab then, a smell I knew. Ozone like after a lightning strike. Dry rot like an old attic. And cold exhaust, the scent of a car that had been sitting in a winter garage for decades. I slowly turned my head to the right. In the passenger seat, solid and real and undeniable, sat the motorist from Old Ridge Road. He was not a reflection. He was not a glimpse. He was there. His clothes were the same, but they looked older, dustier. His gaunt face was turned toward me, a parody of a smile stretched across his thin lips. His eyes were the worst part, not hollow anymore, but filled with a swirling, dark intensity, like twin pools of crude oil. He smelled of the grave and the garage. "Hello, curator," he said, and his voice was a dry rustle, the sound of dead leaves skittering across pavement. It was the first time I had heard him speak outside of a dream or a vision. The sound froze the blood in my veins. I tried to speak, to scream, but only a choked rasp came out. "You have been so very diligent," the entity said, its head tilting as it studied me. "My collection has grown beautifully, but every gallery needs a centerpiece. A final, crowning work that gives meaning to all the others." It gestured a withered, bony hand toward the windshield, toward the drop. That was to be you. A simple, elegant conclusion. The collector collected. It paused, letting the horror of that sink in. I clutched the plastic insignia in my hand, my mind screaming. Then it gestured again, and the scene outside the windshield shimmered and changed. I didn't see the ravine anymore. I saw the mountain overlook, the spiral I had built. But now it was alive. Each part one had placed glowed with a faint, sickly green light, like foxfire. The spiral pulsed with a slow, rhythmic energy, and at the very center, where I had stood, was an empty, dark space, a hole waiting to be filled. "But I am not without appreciation," the entity whispered, leaning closer. The smell of decay grew stronger. "You have fed me well. Your horror, your attention, your very life force. Each confirmed crash was a prayer that made me stronger. You were not chosen at random that night. Your job, your loneliness, your acceptance of my board. You were the perfect custodian. It was all a ritual. Every stolen part, every night of terror, was me feeding it, strengthening it. I hadn't been a victim. I'd been a participant, a priest in a church of carnage. So I offer a choice, it said, its oil spill eyes holding mine. A final curation. It pointed to the glowing spiral in the vision. Join the collection, not as wreckage, but as its living heart, the permanent, sentient centerpiece of my gallery. You will stay there, in that moment, aware forever, surrounded by the echoes of every crash you helped document. You will be the meaning of it all. The image of that eternal, conscious torment in the cold and the dark was worse than any crash. My soul shriveled at the thought. Or, the entity continued, its voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush, you can refuse, and I will let you go. You will wake up in your bed. This will feel like a dream, and you will try to rebuild your life. For a second, a wild, impossible hope flared in my chest. It could end. But, it said, and the word was a nail in a coffin, I will need a new curator. The work must continue. The collection must grow. And I so enjoy a family connection. The vision in the windshield shifted again. It showed my older sister, hundreds of miles away, waking up to find a familiar, oil-stained Ouija board on her kitchen table. It showed her confusion, then her fear, then the inevitable, terrible acceptance as the cycle began anew with her. And I would know. I would be free, but I would know that I had passed this curse to someone I loved, and I would see the haunted look grow in her eyes over the years, and I would be helpless to stop it. I would be a ghost watching from the sidelines. Choose, the entity said, the word final and absolute. It reached out and placed its cold, dry hand over mine, the one clutching the steering wheel insignia. Its touch was like frozen leather. The choice was impossible. An eternity of tormented awareness as the centerpiece of its nightmare museum, or a lifetime of guilt and watching my sister suffer my fate. I looked from the abyss ahead, to the pulsing, hungry spiral in the vision, to the ancient, hungry face of the thing beside me. Its grin widened, knowing it had me. There was no winning move, only a choice of hells. My hand tightened around the plastic insignia from my own truck. I opened my mouth. My throat worked. The entity leaned in, eager to hear my decision, to hear which flavor of damnation I would pick. I looked it right in its swirling dark eyes, and I made my choice. Story number 3. Our marriage didn't end with a big fight or a dramatic scene. It just stopped. It faded away in a series of tiny silences and shrugs, until the only thing left in our big, expensive house was the quiet. We lived in it like two people trapped in a giant, elegant snow globe, afraid to move or speak and shake up the awful stillness. The last real thing either of us said was, "Fine, whatever you want." And after that, there was just nothing to say. We'd eat dinner with the sound of our knives and forks on the plates being the loudest conversation in the room. We'd watch TV and comment on the weather on the screen, but never the cold front that had settled between us on the couch. It was like living with a very polite, very beautiful ghost. That's why we finally went to see the therapist. I was desperate, and I think she was just tired of the echoing rooms. So we found ourselves in this office that felt more like a fancy hotel lobby, all beige carpets and abstract art that looked like a toddler had a fight with a paintbrush. The therapist was a woman with a calm face and sharp eyes that missed nothing. She listened to us talk, or try to talk. I'd say something like, "I feel like we're not connecting anymore," and my wife would stare out the window and reply, "I'm just tired from work." It was like we were reading from two different, very boring scripts. We were islands in that sea of beige carpet. After a few sessions of this polite circling, the therapist leaned forward, her hands folded on her big wooden desk. She said our words had become weapons or walls, and that we needed a new way to communicate, something that would bypass all our defensive vocabularies. I thought maybe she was going to give us a workbook or make us play a trust game. I did not expect what came next. She got up and went to a tall, sleek cabinet in the corner, what she called her experimental modalities cabinet. She unlocked it and pulled out this beautiful wooden board with the alphabet carved into it in a wide arc, and the words yes and no in the corners. In the center was a small, heart-shaped piece of plastic with a clear window in it. A Ouija board. I almost snorted. I mean, come on. A Ouija board? For marriage counseling? I shot a glance at my wife, expecting to see the same disbelief. But her face was different. She wasn't smirking or rolling her eyes. She was staring at that board with a kind of intense focus, like it was a complicated puzzle she was determined to solve. There was a flicker in her eyes I hadn't seen in months. It wasn't love or warmth. It was a challenge. The therapist placed the board on a small table between our chairs. She called it a neutral third party for your subconscious. She said that sometimes, when people are too hurt or too angry to speak directly, their deeper thoughts can find a way out through a tool like this. It was about shared intention, about letting something else guide the conversation. I thought it was the dumbest, most new agey thing I'd ever heard. But I looked at my wife's face, at that strange, engaged look, and I felt a pathetic surge of hope. Maybe this stupid board could get her to look at me again. So, feeling utterly ridiculous, we both placed our fingertips lightly on that little plastic heart, the planchette. The room was quiet, the late afternoon light turning gold through the blinds. The therapist sat back in her chair, observing. For a long minute, nothing happened. My finger trembled a little from holding it so lightly. I could feel the slight warmth of my wife's fingertips near mine on the smooth plastic. I wondered what she was thinking. I wondered if she was hoping for something to happen, or just waiting for this to be over, so we could go back to our silent house. Then it moved. It wasn't a gentle glide. It was a sudden, sharp jerk, like the thing had been zapped with electricity. It scared me so much I almost pulled my hand back. It scraped across the board, a harsh sound in the quiet room, and slammed decisively to the letter H. Then, without pause, it dragged itself to A, then to T, then to E, hate. The word hung in the air between us. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I looked at my wife. Her face was pale, but her jaw was set, her eyes fixed on the board. Her finger on the planchette was steady as a rock. I wanted to stop. I wanted to say this was a mistake. But the planchette was moving again, pulling our hands with it. Back to H, to A, to T, to E. Again. Hate. And again. And again. It did it 7 times. 7 perfect, machine gun repetitions of that one raw, ugly word. Each time it was a violent, staccato movement. This wasn't a spirit gently spelling a message. This felt like something was hammering the word into the wood. On the 7th time, it stopped dead in the center of the board. The silence that followed was so complete it felt like a physical presence, pressing in on my eardrums. It was louder than any scream. I slowly lifted my trembling fingers from the planchette. My wife did the same, but slower, more deliberately. She finally looked at me, and what I saw in her eyes wasn't anger or sadness. It was a profound, chilling confusion. It was as if she had just watched her own hand write those words and had no idea why. She looked down at her fingers like they were foreign objects, like they belonged to someone else. The therapist broke the silence. She didn't sound alarmed. She sounded thoughtful, clinical. She made a note on her pad. Hate, she said, her voice calm. That's a very raw, uncomplicated word. A lot of emotion there. It's a starting point. Better out in the open than festering inside. She said it like she'd just successfully lanced a boil. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. She was treating this psychic scream, this terrifying event, like a productive breakthrough. We left her office shortly after, with instructions to sit with the experience and not discuss it until our next session. The car ride home was worse than any of the silent car rides before. This wasn't a comfortable quiet. This was a thick, loaded silence, filled with the echoes of that scraped-out word. I kept seeing the planchette jerking across the board. I kept seeing the look on my wife's face. I drove, my hands gripping the wheel too tight, staring straight ahead at the taillights of the cars in front of us. I could feel her sitting beside me, a statue in the passenger seat. I didn't know what to say. What do you say after something like that? Hey, honey, did you mean that? Or don't worry, I'm sure it was just my subconscious. It all sounded insane. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her shift slightly. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring out her window, her reflection pale and ghostly in the dark glass. Her lips were pressed together in a tight line. Then I saw them move. Just a tiny, almost imperceptible movement. She wasn't speaking to me. She was mouthing a word, silently, to her own reflection. I watched, my breath caught in my throat, trying to make it out. Her lips formed the shape slowly, carefully. R-S-E-N-I-C, arsenic. The old-fashioned poison. The word just hung there in the space between us, silent and deadly. A cold knot twisted in my stomach. Did I just see that? Was my mind, frazzled and scared, playing tricks on me? I forced myself to look back at the road, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I told myself I had imagined it. Of course I'd imagined it. It was the stress, the weird session, the charged atmosphere. She was just breathing on the glass, maybe. But the certainty, the cold clarity of that silent word, felt more real than anything else that had happened that day. We pulled into the driveway of our quiet, dark house. I turned off the engine, and the sudden lack of sound was jarring. We sat there for a moment, neither of us moving to get out. The event in the therapist's office felt closed, a bizarre chapter we'd somehow survived. We had gone in with a broken marriage and come out with something else entirely, something I didn't have a name for. The session was over. The board was back in its cabinet. But as I finally opened my car door and the dome light came on, illuminating my wife's still, composed face as she gathered her purse, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever door we'd opened that afternoon, we had not closed it. We had just let something out, and it was now sitting in the car with us, following us up the walkway, and waiting silently in the dark hallways of our home, wondering what we would do next. The human brain is a master of making excuses, especially at 3 in the morning, when the world is dark and strange and nothing feels quite real. So when I woke up exactly 1 week after the therapist's office, jolted from a deep sleep by the simple, primal sense that I was not alone, I found reasons. The digital clock on my bedside table glowed 3:07. I turned my head on the pillow and saw her standing at the foot of our bed, not moving, just standing there in her white nightgown, perfectly still, framed by the faint moonlight coming through the window. Her eyes were wide open, but they didn't see me. They were blank, like clouded glass. My heart tried to climb right out of my throat. "Honey," I whispered, my voice rusty with sleep. No response, not a twitch. "Hey, you okay?" I said a little louder. Nothing. She was a statue. I pushed myself up on my elbows, the sheets tangling around me. I thought about getting up, guiding her back to bed, but something about the absolute emptiness in her expression held me frozen. This wasn't normal sleepwalking. This was something else. We stayed like that for what felt like an hour, but was probably only 10 minutes, me watching her staring through me at something on the wall behind my head. Then, without any warning, she moved. It wasn't a sleepy shuffle. It was a slow, mechanical turn, precise and deliberate, like a robot powering down. She walked back to her side of the bed, lifted the covers, and slid in, her back to me. Within minutes, her breathing evened out into the soft rhythm of deep sleep. I lay awake until sunrise, my mind racing. Stress. It had to be stress. That horrible session had shaken her up, unlocked some weird sleep disorder. I spent the next day secretly reading articles about parasomnias and night terrors, clinging to the medical terms like they were life preservers. See? Somnambulism. It's a thing. It's explainable. It's not the board. It's not the word. It's just her brain working out the anxiety. I almost convinced myself. 2 nights later, it happened again. Same time. 3:07. The glow of the clock was starting to feel like a malevolent eye. This time, I was already half awake, waiting for it. I watched her rise from her side of the bed, her movements smooth and unnaturally fluid. She walked to the same spot at the foot of the bed and turned to face me. The blank stare was the same. But this time, she spoke. The voice was the worst part. It was her voice, but flattened out. All the warmth, the subtle music of it, was gone. It was calm, analytical, and completely empty. It sounded like a very smart computer trying to mimic human speech. "The cliff on Route 9, the voice said, each word clear and measured. "Mile marker 22. The guardrail at the curve has been damaged for months. A municipal maintenance issue. The police report would logically cite vehicular failure combined with driver distress. The scenario is highly plausible." I stopped breathing. My blood wasn't cold. It felt like it had stopped moving altogether. This wasn't a nightmare. I was awake. She was standing there, telling me how to stage her death. She wasn't saying, "I want to die." She was giving me a plan. The voice stopped. She stood there for another minute, then performed that same mechanical about face and returned to bed. I didn't sleep at all. I sat propped against the headboard, watching her, my mind tearing itself apart. Was this her? Was this some deeply buried part of her subconscious, so furious and done with our marriage that it was now voicing its ultimate, violent fantasy? Or was it something else, something that had come through that board, now wearing her skin and talking to me? The fear began to change shape, turning from fear for her to a creeping, sickening fear of her. What was sharing my house? What was sharing my bed? The next episode didn't wait for night. I was in my home office late, paying bills, a mug of cold coffee beside me. The door clicked open. She walked in. Her eyes were open, but that glazed, faraway look was in them. She moved past me, her nightgown whispering against the floor. She stopped at my filing cabinet, put a hand on the drawer where I keep our important documents. She didn't open it. She just left her hand there. The life insurance payout is entirely tax-free, the flat voice stated. I reviewed the policy. The double indemnity clause for accidental death is still active. The financial incentive is significant. A fall from a height, rather than a vehicular impact, would create a clearer forensics picture and maximize the benefit. She turned her head and looked right at me. Her eyes were still empty. It is the more efficient option. That word, efficient. It echoed in the quiet room. I felt a dizzying wave of understanding. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't emotional. It wasn't angry or sad. It was assessing, calculating. It was problem solving, and the problem it was solving was us. And its solution was to remove her from the equation, with me profiting. The shocking thought hit me. This wasn't her ID. This was mine. Was it voicing my own darkest, most hidden thoughts? The ones I'd never admit to, the terrible, fleeting fantasies of escape that flash through a person's mind in their lowest moments? Was it giving them a voice and a blueprint? I felt nauseous. I had to know. I had to test it. A few days later, during another one of our pointless daytime arguments, this time about the credit card bill, the frustration boiled over. I wasn't even angry at her. I was angry at the trap of it all. I slammed my hand down on the kitchen counter and said the words, not meaning them, just wanting to shock the painful system of our relationship. Maybe it would be easier if one of us just vanished. Poof. Gone. She flinched, her real self, her awake self, looking hurt and shocked. I immediately felt terrible. I tried to backpedal, but the damage was done. The rest of the day was spent in that familiar, miserable quiet. That night I waited. The clock ticked past 3:07. Nothing. I started to think maybe it was over. Maybe I'd broken the spell. Then, at 3:22, she sat up. Not stood. Just sat up. She turned her head toward me. In the dark, I could just see the gleam of her open, unseeing eyes. The flat, calm voice filled the space between us. Vanishing is statistically difficult without a body. It creates an open investigation, prolonged uncertainty, and is less efficient. Verifiable death is cleaner. I have revised the Route 9 proposal. The probability of success increases if conducted on a rainy weeknight between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. Traffic volume drops by 74%. Then she lay back down and was asleep. I was shattered. The test was a success. It was listening. It wasn't just running a script. It was adapting, incorporating new data. My stupid, angry outburst had become a variable in its horrible plan. It was engaging with me. The next morning, while she was in the shower, I did something I'm not proud of. I went to her side of the bed. There was a small notepad she sometimes used for grocery lists or notes. I picked it up. There were no lists. In the margins, next to a doodled flower, were other sketches. They weren't flowers. They were rough, angular diagrams. One looked like a car, with a line showing a path curving off a road. Little arrows pointed outward from the line. It looked like a physics diagram, showing force and trajectory. My stomach turned over. I dropped the pad like it was on fire. The days blurred together. I was a ghost in my own life, watching my wife during the day, a perfectly normal, if distant and tired woman, and then waiting at night for the other thing to appear. I was exhausted, jumping at every sound. I found myself looking at her differently, studying her hands, her eyes, wondering what was happening inside her. Was she in there somewhere, a prisoner? Or was this some part of her I had never known? One afternoon, she was sitting on the couch, looking at her laptop. She seemed so normal, her. The fear and the confusion and the loneliness welled up in me, a tidal wave I couldn't stop. I sat down next to her, not too close. Can we talk about what's happening? I asked, my voice gentle. At night, the sleepwalking. It's scary. She closed her laptop slowly. She looked at me, and for a second, I saw the woman I married, tired and sad. I know, she said softly. I'm so tired. I have these dreams. They're not scary, really. Just strange. I feel like I'm in the back seat of a car. A very quiet, logical car. And someone else is driving, taking me somewhere. I can't see who. She hugged her arms around herself. I wake up exhausted. The confession, so simple and human, broke my heart. This was hurting her, too. She was a victim of this as much as I was. The thing, the voice, the plans, they were using her, draining her. The fear of her melted away, replaced by a fierce, desperate need to protect her. But how do you protect someone from something inside them? That night, I made a decision. No more tests. No more engaging. I would be a stone wall. When it spoke, I would not listen. I would guide her back to bed, silently. I would shut it out. I waited, tense, for the clock to hit its cursed number. When she rose, I got up too. I stood facing her, blocking her path to the foot of the bed. Her empty eyes looked past me. She tried to step around, but I gently took her by the shoulders. Her skin was cool. "Come back to bed," I said, my voice firm but low. She resisted for a moment, a faint pressure against my hands, then went still. I guided her back, tucked her in. She closed her eyes. I stood there, watching, feeling a weak flicker of victory. I had intervened. I had broken the pattern. I climbed back into my own side, a sliver of hope, fragile as glass, beginning to form in my chest. Maybe I could fix this. Maybe with care and silence and time this would fade. The hope lasted until just before dawn. I was in that fuzzy, half-asleep state when I heard it. The voice. It wasn't across the room. It was right next to my ear, a soft, clear whisper from her side of the bed. She hadn't moved. She was still lying down, but the words were unmistakable. "Resistance is expected," the whisper said, logical and cool in the dark. "Emotional attachment complicates the analysis. The next phase will account for your sentimental variables." Then, nothing but the sound of her deep, regular breathing. I lay there as the room grew light, the tiny sliver of hope shattered. It wasn't leaving. It was just recalculating. And now, it knew I was trying to fight back. The game had changed, and I had no idea what the new rules were, or what its next move would be. I went to our therapist for a lifeline. I was drowning in the middle of this ocean of weirdness and fear, and I thought she was the one person with a boat. So I went to her office without an appointment, my hair a mess, my eyes probably wild, and I just spilled everything. I told her about the sleepwalking, about the clock hitting 3:07, about the flat voice that wasn't my wife's voice. I told her about the cliff on Route 9, and the life insurance lecture, and the diagrams on the notepad. I told her how it whispered in the dark about sentimental variables. I talked so fast, my words tripping over each other, desperate for her to understand, to be horrified, to help me. She listened. She didn't interrupt. She just sat in her big chair, her fingers steepled under her chin, and she listened to every crazy word. But as I talked, I watched her face. I was waiting for the shock, the concern, the professional alarm. It didn't come. Instead, something else happened. Her calm, professional mask didn't crack. It transformed. A light came on in her eyes. It wasn't a light of compassion. It was the bright, sharp, fascinated light of a scientist who has just found a new species of bug. When I finished, breathless, she leaned forward, her chair creaking. "Fascinating," she breathed out. That was her first word. Not "how terrible" or "you poor man." Fascinating. My heart sank into my shoes. "The specificity," she continued, her voice buzzing with a kind of energy I'd never heard from her before. "The tone you described, detached, analytical. And the adaptive quality. You said it revised its proposal after your emotional outburst. That shows a capacity for learning, for incorporating feedback." She was talking about it like it was a groundbreaking AI, not a thing haunting my wife. I felt sick. "Aren't you worried?" I asked, my voice weak. "About her? About what's happening to her?" Of course, she said, waving a hand, but her eyes were still lit up with that intellectual fire. "Patient safety is paramount. But this is an unprecedented therapeutic emergence. We are witnessing something raw and powerful, the unmediated ID of your relationship conflict, manifesting with a clarity I've never seen. We can't waste this opportunity." Opportunity. She called my nightmare an opportunity. Then she laid out her idea. She wanted to observe, to document. She said if we could understand the phenomenon, we could better treat it. For her, it was science. For me, it felt like selling tickets to a horror show. She pulled open a desk drawer and took out a small electronic device. It was a baby monitor, but a fancy one, she said, with high sensitivity and great audio clarity. She handed the receiver unit to me. It was cold and plastic in my hand. "Place this in the room when an episode occurs," she instructed, her tone now all business. "Keep the transmitter with you near her. I will keep the parent unit here. This way, I can hear the vocal patterns, the cadence firsthand. It will give us crucial data. For science and for your safety." The words, "for your safety," rang hollow. This wasn't for my safety. This was for her curiosity. I was no longer just a husband seeking help. I was a field researcher, an assistant gathering data on the monster in my bedroom. I had come for an exorcism and was being handed a tape recorder. I took the monitor. What else could I do? She was the expert. Maybe in some twisted way she was right. Maybe understanding it was the only way to fight it. That night, I felt like a traitor. I set up the monitor on my bedside table. My wife was already in bed, reading a book. She looked over at the little white device with its glowing green light. "What's that?" she asked, her voice normal, tired. A lie formed in my mouth, smooth and awful. "It's a new thing," I said, not meeting her eyes. "A white noise machine, sort of. For my anxiety. It's supposed to help with sleep." It was the worst lie I'd ever told her. She gave me a sad, small smile. "We're both so tense lately," she said, and turned back to her book. The guilt was a physical pain, a hot stone in my gut. I was lying to her, wiring our bedroom for sound, inviting our therapist to eavesdrop on her deepest, most violated self. I climbed into bed, feeling dirtier than I ever had. I waited, staring at the ceiling, listening to her breathing even out into sleep. The clock's numbers changed, a slow march toward the witching hour. 3:05, 3:06, 3:07, nothing. I started to think maybe it knew. Maybe the presence of the monitor, this act of betrayal, had scared it off. A stupid, hopeful thought. At 3:18, the sheets on her side rustled. I held my breath. She sat up. In the faint light from the clock, I could see her eyes were already open, already blank. She didn't stand. She just sat on the edge of the bed, facing forward. Then, the flat voice spoke, not loud, but perfectly clear in the still room. "The observation device is present. Its acoustic range is sufficient." My blood went cold. It knew. It had known all along. It wasn't talking to me. It was announcing itself to the monitor, to the therapist listening miles away. This was a performance. She stood up, her movements that same eerie smoothness, and walked not to the foot of the bed, but to the bedroom door. She opened it and went out into the hallway. I scrambled out of bed, my heart a frantic drum. I grabbed the transmitter part of the monitor, fumbling with it, and followed her. I held the device close, pointing it toward her as I would a microphone. I felt like a camera operator in a haunted house. She went downstairs, into the dark living room. She didn't turn on any lights. She walked to the big bookshelf and stood before it. "The subject is exhibiting locomotor autonomy beyond the previously recorded perimeter," the voice said, as if reporting on itself. Then she reached out and pulled a specific book from the shelf. It was an old, thick volume, a book of local geology and history I'd forgotten we owned. She opened it, not to the beginning, but deep into the middle. She held it up, though she couldn't possibly be reading it in the dark. "Page 224, the voice intoned. "A survey of subsidence and erosion patterns along the Route 9 corridor. The cliff face at mile marker 22 is composed of unstable shale layers. A weight impact, particularly during a seasonal wet period, could trigger a significant shear event. The body would likely be carried down into the ravine and sediment. Recovery could take weeks, complicating forensic analysis of the initial impact. This increases the window for alibi consolidation." It was giving a geology report to justify my murder of her. I stood there in my pajamas, shivering, holding the stupid monitor, a participant in this insanity. I remembered the therapist, listening. Was she writing this down? Was she nodding along, fascinated by the clinical details? My wife closed the book with a soft thump and slid it back onto the shelf with precise care. Then she turned and looked right at me, or rather, at the transmitter in my hand. The blank eyes seemed to focus on the little black grill. The voice changed just a little. It was still flat, but there was a new quality to it, a hint of something almost like satisfaction. "Audio fidelity is acceptable, doctor," it said, addressing her directly for the first time. "The baseline has been established. Shall we proceed with the core curriculum?" Then she walked past me, back up the stairs, and got into bed. I stood in the dark living room for a long time, the monitor now feeling like a live snake in my hand. The core curriculum. The words echoed. This wasn't random haunting. This was a structured program, and the therapist and I were both enrolled. The next few days were a special kind of hell. My wife, during the day, was more tired than ever, moving through the house like a ghost of her former self. She had no memory of the events, only more intense dreams of the quiet car. I had to act normal, be supportive, all while hiding the monitor and the crushing secret of what we were doing. The therapist called me the next afternoon. Her voice was vibrating with excitement she couldn't fully hide. "The data is extraordinary," she said. "The linguistic patterns are consistent. devoid of emotional filler. It's pure process. We need more. We need to see if it will engage in dialogue. She wanted me to ask it a question during the next episode. She gave me a script. I felt like I was in a spy movie, taking orders from a reckless handler. That night, when the episode began, I was ready, or as ready as I could be. My wife went to the home office again, sat at the computer, but didn't turn it on. She just placed her hands on the keyboard. I stood in the doorway, the transmitter held tight. My mouth was dry. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice shaking, following the therapist's first suggested question. The head turned slowly. The blank eyes found me. The system is inefficient. The conflict is unresolved. The emotional load degrades functionality for both units. Removal of one unit resolves the conflict permanently. It is the optimal solution. Unit. It called us units. But I don't want that, I said, a tear slipping down my cheek. I love her. The head tilted slightly, a parody of curiosity. The love statement is a conflicting data point. It does not compute with the observed behaviors: distance, resentment, financial arguments, the mutual cessation of communication. Your protest is registered as sentimental noise. The plan proceeds because it is logical, not because it is desired. It was like talking to a mirror that showed only the worst, most broken parts of our marriage, and that mirror had decided to fix the problem by smashing one of our reflections. I had no answer. The thing turned back to the computer. The next lesson will cover digital forensics basics. A rudimentary understanding will be necessary for you to avoid common pitfalls. And it began to type on the powerless keyboard, the click of the keys the only sound in the house. I went back to bed, defeated. After that, the sessions became almost routine, a horrible, chilling routine. The thing would manifest. It would lecture on a topic: forensics, toxicology, accident reconstruction. It knew things it couldn't possibly know, details about police procedures, about chemical compounds, about soil density. I stopped asking questions. I just listened, a prisoner in my own home, gathering data for the doctor. I felt myself becoming numb, accepting this awful new normal. The therapist was thrilled. Our phone calls were now just debriefings. "Note the shift in pedagogy last night," she'd say. "It's moving from theory to practical application. Remarkable." She had completely lost sight of the human beings in the middle of this. We were just a fascinating petri dish. Then, one night about a week into this madness, something different happened. The episode was short. My wife simply walked to the window in our bedroom and looked out at the street. The voice, when it came, was softer, more thoughtful. "The external observer is compromised," it said. I perked up. Was it talking about the therapist? Her curiosity is predictable. Her desire for professional legacy is a manipulable variable. She is now part of the system design. Do not rely on her. And that was it. She went back to bed. I lay awake, those words churning. The thing was warning me about the therapist. Or was it manipulating me, trying to isolate me further? I didn't know what to believe anymore. The next evening, I confronted the therapist on the phone. I told her what it had said about her. There was a pause on the line. A long one. When she spoke, her voice was different. The excitement was gone, replaced by something careful, measured. "Interesting," she said. "An attempt to create division. To isolate you. A classic manipulation tactic of predatory systems. We must not let it succeed. Our collaboration is vital." She sounded like she was reading from a manual. I hung up, feeling more alone than ever. That night, I decided I was done. I wouldn't use the monitor. I wouldn't participate. I would just try to sleep, to protect my wife, to wait this out. It was a naive hope. At 3:07, she rose. She walked to my side of the bed, where the monitor sat. She picked up the transmitter. She held it in her hands, looking at it with those empty eyes. Then she did something she'd never done before. She raised it to her own mouth. Her lips were almost touching the grill. The voice that came out was a whisper, but it was crystal clear, meant for one listener only. "Thank you for your attention, doctor," it whispered, cold and intimate. "The preliminary lectures are complete. The patient is now prepared for his first practical examination. We will begin tomorrow. Be ready to grade his performance." She placed the monitor back on the table, exactly as it was, and returned to bed. I stared at the little device, the green light blinking innocently in the dark. The core curriculum was over. The test was about to begin, and I had no idea what I was supposed to study, or what would happen if I failed. The observation was over. Now it was time for the lab. My wife's sleepwalking self wrote a computer program so perfect it could fool the FBI. I'm an accountant. I deal with numbers, spreadsheets, tax codes. She's a graphic designer. She makes logos and websites look pretty. Neither of us knows how to write code beyond a little HTML for formatting. But something wearing her skin does. The night after the thing whispered its threat about a practical exam, I was a bundle of raw nerves. I thought the exam might be something physical, something violent. I lay in bed, every muscle tensed, ready to jump up and stop anything from happening. When the clock hit its cursed time, and she sat up, I was already braced. But she didn't come for me. She walked to the door of our bedroom and stopped. She turned her head, those blank eyes finding me in the dark. The flat voice cut through the air. Bring the observation device. The lesson requires documentation for the examiner. My stomach twisted. It was acknowledging the therapist, calling her the examiner. This was all part of its sick plan. With trembling hands, I picked up the baby monitor transmitter. I followed her downstairs, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. She didn't go to the living room or the kitchen. She went straight into my small home office and sat in my desk chair. The computer was off. She placed her hands in her lap and waited. I stood in the doorway, clutching the monitor like a talisman. Power on the terminal, the voice instructed. It took me a second to realize it was talking to me. It wanted me to turn on my own computer for it. Feeling like I was handing a weapon to an enemy, I stepped forward, reached around her, and pressed the power button. The machine whirred to life. The blue login screen appeared. The password is no longer a relevant security layer, the voice said. Then her hands moved. They flew over the keyboard, typing a rapid series of commands into a black box that appeared on the screen. I don't know what she typed. It was all symbols and slashes and words that meant nothing to me. In less than 10 seconds, the login screen vanished and she was in. She had bypassed my password like it was a child's lock. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. She opened a program I didn't even know was installed. It was a dark screen with colored text, a coding environment. Her fingers began to move again, typing with a speed and certainty that was inhuman. Lines of green text, filled with brackets and semicolons and strange words, scrolled down the screen. As she typed, the voice provided narration, calm and didactic, as if teaching a class. The primary vulnerability in any premeditated action is the digital alibi. You will be physically absent. You are registered for the Denver Financial Conference next month. This presents an optimal window. The script I am writing will target the security infrastructure of the conference hotel. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as the code grew. It was like watching a sinister poem being written in a language I could never understand. The script creates a seamless 72-hour loop for the main lobby security camera feed. It is not a blind spot. It is a perfect, believable continuity. It inserts randomized digital keycard pings for your room and the hotel gym at biologically plausible intervals. It generates a false Wi-Fi signature from your phone, placing it in your room during the critical period. The system is self-cleansing, leaving no trace of its own execution. It is, by current standards, undetectable. She finished with a final, elegant flourish of the keyboard and saved the file. She named it conference_prep. It sat there on my desktop, an innocent-looking icon containing a masterpiece of deception. Then she did something new. She didn't get up. She swiveled the chair slowly to face me, and more importantly, to face the monitor in my hand. Her face, lit by the cool glow of the screen, was a serene, empty mask. But the voice that came out was different. It lost a little of its robotic flatness. It gained a hint of texture, a smug, silky satisfaction. It was no longer just teaching me. It was performing for an audience of one. "Observe, doctor," the voice said, directly addressing the therapist listening miles away. "Do you see the elegance? This is not a crude fantasy. This is applied logic. This is communication stripped of emotional static. I am not here to haunt. I am here to solve. Their marriage is a system error. I am providing the patch. He will have the tool for his freedom. You," the voice paused for what felt like the first time ever. "You will have more than a case study. You will have a blueprint of a consciousness optimizing itself against conflict. A true pioneer in therapeutic observation." The words hung in the air of my small office. The thing was pitching itself to the therapist. It was offering her the scientific discovery of a lifetime in exchange for her complicity. It was making her a partner. Over the tiny speaker of the monitor in my hand, I heard a sound. It was a sharp intake of breath, then a tiny, almost imperceptible squeak of chair leather. No words. Just that captured reaction. It was the sound of someone seeing their wildest professional dream laid out before them, wrapped in a moral nightmare. The thing smiled. It was a small, empty movement of my wife's lips. It knew it had her. It turned back to the computer, clicked a few more times, and then closed the program. She stood up, smooth as oil, and walked past me, back upstairs to bed. I was left alone, staring at the glowing screen, at the file named conference_prep. I sat down in the still warm chair. I moved the mouse, opening the file again. The lines of code were gibberish to me. But as I scrolled, my eye caught something. Amidst the brackets and commands, there was a line written in plain English. It was preceded by 2 slashes, like a note. It said, // for Dr. E. Note the elegance of deception. This is true communication. It had left her a note inside the murder weapon. I felt a profound, dizzying loneliness. I was no longer in a marriage, or even a haunting. I was in the middle of a collaboration between a monster and my therapist, and I was just the subject, the patient who needed to follow the treatment plan. I didn't sleep. I sat in that chair until the sun came up, staring at that file. I thought about deleting it, but I couldn't. It felt like evidence now, proof of what was happening. If I deleted it, I was admitting I wanted to hide it, that I was considering its use. Leaving it, there was a statement. This is not mine. This was forced upon me. The morning was awkward. My wife came downstairs, yawning, looking exhausted. She made coffee. She saw me sitting at my desk, still in my clothes from the night before. "You're up early," she said, her voice hoarse with sleep. "Couldn't sleep," I mumbled. She came over, placing a hand on my shoulder. The normal, warm weight of it almost made me jump. She leaned over to give me a half hug, and her eyes passed over the computer screen. It had gone to sleep, but when she moved, the mouse jiggled, and the monitor flickered back to life. My desktop was visible, and there, right in the center, was the file. Conference_prep. She frowned. "What's this?" she asked, her tone light, innocent, confused. "Some work thing for Denver?" I thought that wasn't for weeks. My mouth went dry. I couldn't form words. How could I explain a file that appeared magically, containing code I couldn't write for a plan I couldn't conceive? I was just playing around with something. I stammered, a pathetic, transparent lie, learning some new spreadsheet macros. She gave me a funny look, a mix of concern and puzzlement. "Okay," she said slowly, not believing me but too tired to push. "Well, don't work too hard. You look terrible." She kissed my temple and went to pour her coffee. I quickly closed the file, my hands shaking. The relief was short-lived. My phone, lying on the desk, buzzed with a violent shudder. I picked it up. It was a text message. From the therapist. The words were stark on the screen. "We need to talk. Immediately. Do not delete anything." I looked from the phone to my wife's back as she stood at the counter, to the computer screen now showing a peaceful wallpaper of a mountain landscape. The file was hidden, but it was there. The thing's exam had been administered. Its perfect, undetectable alibi was now sitting in my machine. The therapist had heard the whole thing, had been offered a partnership in this insanity. And my wife had seen the fruit of it, a strange file she didn't understand. The lines were all crossing. The secret wasn't a secret between me and the thing anymore. It was a triangle of knowledge between me, the entity, and the doctor. And now, my wife was hovering at the edge of it, asking simple questions that had no simple answers. The practical exam was over. I had passed, in the sense that I now possessed the tool. But the real test was just beginning. The therapist wanted to talk. What would she say? Would she be horrified now, finally? Or would she be calling to discuss the next phase of the treatment? And what would I do when my wife asked about the file again? The clock was no longer just a countdown to 3:07 a.m. It was ticking down to a conversation I didn't know how to have, with a woman who held both my confession and my damnation in her hands. I had the final project. Now I had to meet with the teacher to get my grade. And I was terrified of what she was going to say. Our marriage counselor diagnosed our problem. She said the monster in our bedroom wasn't a monster at all. It was our unconscious conflict resolution mechanism. She wanted to give it a treatment plan. I drove to her office after getting her text, my mind spinning with nightmares of what she would say. Maybe she'd call the police. Maybe she'd demand we check my wife into a hospital. Maybe she'd finally be the adult in the room and put a stop to this. Her office felt different this time. The beige calm was gone, replaced by a kind of electric tension. She wasn't sitting behind her desk. She was pacing by the window, and when she turned to me, her eyes were bright, almost feverish. She didn't look like a doctor seeing a patient in crisis. She looked like an explorer who had just found a new continent. Sit, she said, her voice quick. I sat. She didn't go back to her desk. She pulled a chair close to mine, leaning forward, her hands clasped tightly. We need to reevaluate our initial hypothesis, she began. What we are witnessing is not an external haunting. It's not a spirit. That was a primitive interpretation. I stared at her. What is it then? She took a deep breath, her excitement barely contained. Think of your relationship as a closed system. For years, it has been under immense stress. Resentment, miscommunication, loneliness. These are powerful psychological toxins. They built up with no release valve. The session with the board, it didn't summon something. It acted as a catalyst. It allowed all that repressed, pathological energy to coalesce, to take on a voice and a purpose. She was talking about it like it was a chemical reaction. So it's us? I asked, horrified. In a sense, she nodded, her eyes gleaming. It is the manifested ID of the relationship itself, but not a random, screaming ID, a hyperlogical one. It has analyzed the system, you and your wife, and it has diagnosed the core issue, persistent, unresolved conflict. I felt cold, and its cure is to kill her? No, she said, as if correcting a child's simple mistake. Its goal is not murder. Its goal is to optimize the relationship trajectory. In its utterly pragmatic, emotionless logic, the most efficient way to resolve your marital conflict is to remove one of the conflicting parties. Since it manifested through her, and since its analysis likely incorporates her own subconscious despair, it has selected her as the variable to eliminate. It's not evil. It's ruthlessly pragmatic. It's solving for peace. I couldn't breathe. She had given the thing a philosophy, a reason. She'd made it make sense. It's trying to get me to commit a crime, I whispered. It is providing a pathway to what it perceives as the optimal outcome, she corrected gently like a teacher. It sees your inaction, your sentiment, as the only remaining obstacle. Hence the lessons. It's trying to educate you out of your emotional limitations. I put my head in my hands. This was worse than a ghost. A ghost you could try to banish. How do you fight a concept? How do you argue with the equation that says your wife's death equals a solution? What do we do? I asked, my voice muffled. She leaned even closer. We engage with it, therapeutically. I looked up. You want to talk to it? We already are, she said. But we've been passive. We listen, we observe. We need to move to active dialogue. We need to challenge its premises. We need to try and reason with it, to show it there are other solutions. To reintegrate this split-off, destructive intelligence back into a healthier framework. She wanted to have a therapy session with the thing. She wanted to put my sleeping wife on the couch and debate logic with a demon that thought homicide was good conflict resolution. I felt a dizzying wave of disbelief. Her scientific curiosity had completely eaten her common sense. Her duty was to protect us, to heal us, not to conduct a groundbreaking interview with a phenomenon that wanted one of us dead. You're not serious, I said. I am profoundly serious, she replied, her face solemn. This is uncharted territory. We have a chance here not just to help you too, but to understand something fundamental about the human psyche under duress. We must proceed with caution, but we must proceed. She stood up and went to her desk, picking up her notepad. She brought it back and showed it to me. My skin crawled. She had been taking detailed notes on every episode. But she wasn't just transcribing. She was analyzing. She had charts. She had given it a name. At the top of a page, she had written in her neat, looping script, the factor. Underneath, she had bullet points, goal, systemic optimization. Method, education/practical application. Resistance, subject's emotional attachment. She had charted its advice, looking for patterns. See here, she pointed, her finger tapping the page. Its early suggestions were generic. The cliff, the insurance. But after your outburst about vanishing, it adapted. After the monitor was introduced, its presentations became more structured, almost academic. It's learning. It's becoming more efficient in its communication. It's trying to find the best way to get through to you. She said it with admiration. I looked from the notes to her face. You think this is good? I think it's data, she said, her eyes fierce. And data is how we understand. Now here is what I propose. During the next nocturnal episode, I want you to actively argue with it. Use logic. Ask it about alternative solutions. Ask it about the emotional cost to you, the practical risk of incarceration. Challenge its definition of optimal. I will be listening on the monitor. We will work together to formulate counter-arguments. I felt like I was in a play where everyone had lost the script but me. I was being asked to debate for my wife's life with a part of my own sick marriage. The session ended with her handing me a list of suggested talking points, like I was preparing for a college debate. I walked out to my car feeling more lost and terrified than when I walked in. The one person who was supposed to have the map was only interested in drawing a more detailed picture of the monster. Over the next few days, a terrible numbness set in. My wife, awake, was deteriorating. The circles under her eyes were darker. She moved slower. She picked at her food. One afternoon, she was staring out the kitchen window, and I asked her what was wrong. She didn't turn around. "The dreams are worse," she said, her voice thin. "I'm in the back of that car, but it's not just quiet anymore. I can hear the GPS. It's giving directions in that calm voice, telling the driver where to turn, what the road conditions are. It's planning a trip, and I can't wake up until the route is finished." She was a passenger in her own mind, being taken somewhere by the factor. The episodes were draining her life, siphoning her energy to fuel its lectures. I watched her sleep one night, her face pale and drawn, and a fury boiled up in me. This wasn't fair. She was the victim here, not a specimen. The therapist's plan felt like a betrayal of her. I decided I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't debate. I would just keep trying to protect her, to weather the storm. But the storm had other plans. A few nights later, the factor appeared earlier than usual. I was still awake, reading in bed, trying to distract myself. She sat up at 1 a.m. She didn't leave the bed. She just looked at me, and the flat voice filled the room. "Your resistance is noted. Your therapist's proposed intervention is anticipated. She believes dialogue can alter the outcome. This is a sentimental error. The system's failure is terminal. The only variables are the method and your willingness." It was talking about the therapist's plan before I had even tried it. It was always 3 steps ahead. A hopeless rage filled me. All the fear, the confusion, the loneliness of the past months fused into one hot, reckless point. I sat up, facing the empty-eyed thing wearing my wife's face. "What if you're wrong?" I snapped, my voice shaking with anger. "What if killing her destroys me? What if that's not a solution, it's just a different, worse problem? What if that's not what I want?" The thing stared. "Your wants are inconsistent with your actions. You remain. The conflict remains. The logic is sound. But what if it's not?" I shouted, tears of frustration in my eyes. "What if the only way out is through? What if we have to just feel this awful pain until it gets better? What if the messy, terrible, emotional way is the actual way?" I was crying now, saying all the things I wished I could say to my real wife. What if loving her, even though it hurts, is the point? The factor was quiet for a long moment. My wife's head tilted. "That is an interesting paradox," the voice said, its tone shifting to one of pure analysis. "The assertion that the inefficient path is the correct one. It is emotionally compelling but logically weak. However, it is a new data point." It lay back down and closed its eyes. The episode was over. I was left sitting up, tears on my face, my heart hammering. Had I done it? Had I given it something to think about? The next day, I got a call from the therapist. She was breathless. "That was incredible," she said. "The emotional outburst. The raw challenge to its core premise. Did you hear the shift in its response? A new data point. It's considering it. We're making progress." She wasn't hearing my pain. She was hearing a breakthrough in her experiment. I felt used and hollow. "I'm not doing this again," I said flatly. "You have to," she insisted. "We've engaged it. It's processing. We need to push further. We need to schedule a joint session. You, the sleeping wife, the factor, with me mediating. We can do this. We can reintegrate it." The idea made my skin crawl. A group therapy session with a demon. "No," I said. "It's too dangerous. It's hurting her. Can't you see that? She's fading away." There was a pause on the line. Her voice cooled, becoming professionally detached again. "The somnambulism and fatigue are concerning side effects, yes. But sometimes, to heal a deep sickness, the patient must first get worse. We are at a critical juncture." I couldn't listen anymore. I hung up. That night, filled with a desperate need for something real, I tried to talk to my wife. Really talk. We were doing the dishes, a mundane chore. The water was running. I took a breath. "I'm scared." I said, so quietly I almost didn't hear myself. She stopped, a plate in her hand. She looked at me, her eyes searching my face. For a second, the wall was down. I saw her, really saw her. The fear, the exhaustion, the love buried under miles of hurt. I'm scared too, she whispered back. It was the first real thing we'd said to each other in a year. We stood there in the steam from the sink, and I thought, this is it. This is the other way. This feeling right here. But then her eyes flickered. Not with emotion, but with something else. A vacancy. A wavering. She blinked hard, shaking her head slightly, as if trying to clear a fog. The moment shattered. I'm very tired, she said, her voice going distant again. She put the plate down and walked out of the kitchen. I finished the dishes alone, the hopeful spark drowned in a familiar ocean of despair. Later, as I got ready for bed, my phone buzzed. It was the therapist. A text message. It read, "Your question today was pivotal. What if the only way out is through?" The factor is analyzing this. It asked me a question in return during our consultation today. It asked, what is the breaking strain of the human heart? We're close to something. Don't give up now. I read the words over and over. Our consultation today. She was talking to it during the day now. Without me. And the factor was asking her poetic, horrible questions. It was no longer just my problem. It had its own relationship with the doctor. She wasn't just observing anymore. She was a participant. And the thing was wondering how much pain it would take to make me finally agree with its perfect, logical, terrible solution. The door to debate was closed. Now I was just waiting to see how long I could last. And so was she. I thought I could starve the thing inside my wife by feeding her a normal life. I thought if I could just surround us with the old, boring, happy noises of family and friends, the monster would have nothing to latch onto, no quiet, dark corners to whisper from. So I invited my brother and his family over for a Saturday barbecue. Burgers, potato salad, kids running around the backyard screaming with laughter. Normalcy as a weapon. My wife seemed hesitant, but agreed. She spent the morning making her famous coleslaw, a small, real smile touching her lips as she chopped. For a few hours, it almost worked. The sun was out. The grill smoked. My brother and I talked about football, a safe, shallow topic. His wife chatted with my wife about a new school teacher. Our nephew and niece played with the garden hose, their giggles cutting through the air. It was so normal it ached. I kept glancing at my wife. She looked tired, but she was smiling, nodding, passing out plates. She looked present. I allowed myself a tiny, desperate hope. Maybe the everyday world was stronger than the night world. Maybe we could outrun it with bratwurst and ketchup. Then, during a lull as we were all finishing up, my sister-in-law made a comment. It was offhand, the kind of thing she'd said a dozen times before. She was talking about their recent kitchen remodel, how stressful it was with the contractors. Then she turned to me, a teasing glint in her eye. Of course, you wouldn't know about that kind of stress, Mr. Stable Job. Must be nice to have that security. Not all of us have that luxury. It was a familiar, petty jab about my career path being boring but safe. A dig she'd always made that secretly annoyed my wife, who felt it was dismissive of my work. I saw my wife freeze, a plastic cup halfway to her lips. Her smile didn't fall, but it tightened. A flicker of old, waking anger passed through her eyes. The kind of normal marital annoyance you feel when someone criticizes your spouse. It was human. It was real. And in that moment, I stupidly thought, good. That's her. That's my wife feeling something, defending me in her head. The moment passed. The conversation moved on. The afternoon wound down. As dusk fell, my brother and his wife were in the living room having one last beer. My wife was tidying the kitchen. I was gathering bottles and cans to recycle. I walked into the kitchen to throw some away. She was at the sink, her back to me, scrubbing a pan. And then she stopped. Her shoulders went very still. She put the pan down slowly and turned around. Her eyes were open, but they had that familiar, awful vacancy. The glazed look that meant she was gone. My heart stopped. Not here. Not now. Please, not now. She took a step toward me. The flat, calm voice of the factor came out of her mouth. It wasn't a whisper. It was a clear, conversational volume, easily heard from the living room where our guests sat just around the corner. The sister-in-law's remark provides a useful social framework for motive, it stated analytically. A public argument now, in response to her perceived disrespect, would be highly beneficial. It would establish a visible rift for the police to later discover. It would contextualize future marital discord. Recommended response: raise your voice. Accuse her of constant undermining. Storm out. The emotional precedent will be valuable. I stood frozen, a crushed beer can in my hand. I could hear the low murmur of the TV from the living room. They had heard. They must have heard. My wife's face was a placid mask, waiting for me to follow its instructions. From the doorway to the living room, I saw my brother appear. He had a fresh beer in his hand, but he wasn't drinking it. He was staring at his sister-in-law, my wife, his face a picture of pure, unvarnished disbelief. He had heard every word. Our eyes met. His were wide with confusion and a dawning alarm. The factor's head turned slightly, registering his presence. It showed no surprise, no concern. It simply stopped talking. The three of us stood in a terrible triangle. I had to move. I had to say something. A laugh burst out of me, too loud, too sharp, cracking the tension like a gunshot. "Oh my God," I said, forcing a huge, fake smile onto my face. "Honey, you're doing it again. World-class sleepwalker, I tell you. Even does it with her eyes open." I stepped forward quickly, putting my hands on her shoulders. They were stiff under my touch. "Sweetheart, you're in the kitchen. Come on, back to the living room." I guided her, turning her around. She moved compliantly, the empty eyes fixed ahead. My brother didn't move out of the way. He just stared at her face as we passed. "She's fine," I babbled, my voice too cheerful. "Just this weird sleep thing she's had since we were kids. Talks about the darndest stuff. Police and arguments. Crazy, right?" I led her to the couch and sat her down. She blinked slowly, and then a shudder went through her. The vacancy lifted. She looked around, confused, then smiled weakly at my brother's wife. "Sorry, zoned out for a second there. Too much sun, maybe." Her voice was her own again, soft and embarrassed. My brother finally stepped back into the room. He didn't sit down. He finished his beer in one long swallow. "We should get going," he said, his voice tight. "Kids are beat." The goodbyes were rushed and awkward. My wife hugged them all, apologizing again for being spacey. I stood on the porch, waving as their car backed out, my brother's eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror for one last, long look before they disappeared down the street. I closed the front door and leaned against it, my legs weak. My wife was already cleaning up again, humming softly to herself, the episode seemingly forgotten by her waking mind. But the secret was out. It was no longer contained within our walls, or even within the twisted triangle of me, my wife, and the therapist. My brother knew, and he knew I was lying. I spent the next hour in a state of nervous collapse, jumping at every sound, waiting for my phone to ring. It didn't. The house was quiet, just the two of us again. Later, as I was getting ready for bed, trying to process the disaster, I remembered something. When I had guided my wife away from my brother in the kitchen, the factor's voice had dropped to a whisper only I could hear as we passed. In that moment of public exposure, it had given me one more piece of advice. The words came back to me now, cold and clear. His suspicion is a variable. He is now a liability. The plan must be adjusted to account for a second body. I sat on the edge of the bed, my head in my hands. It wasn't just planning for her anymore. It was planning for my brother now, too. For anyone who got in the way of its clean, logical solution. The monster wasn't scared of being seen. It just recalculated. My attempt at normalcy had given it more data, more variables to work with. And it had shown me it could operate anywhere, anytime, using the smallest friction of daily life as kindling. I must have fallen asleep out of pure exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. Not to a touch or a sound, but to a feeling. The digital clock read 3:07, of course. She wasn't standing up. She was lying on her side, facing me, her eyes open and blank in the dark. We were inches apart. The flat voice was a soft breath against my face. "The social integration experiment was informative," it whispered. "Your attempt to use familial bonds as a counterweight was emotionally predictable, but strategically weak. It did, however, expose a new perimeter of risk. The brother's cognitive dissonance will require monitoring. Do not contact him. Any attempt to explain will only solidify his suspicion and accelerate his interference." It was instructing me to isolate myself from my own family, to cut off a possible lifeline. I didn't respond. I just stared into those empty eyes, so close to mine. The voice continued, a soft, relentless logic in the dark. "The path forward remains clear. The tools are in place. The only remaining obstacle is your will." The sister-in-law's criticism was accurate, in essence. Your stability is your paralysis. You cling to a broken system for fear of the unknown. I am the unknown, and I am the solution. Then she closed her eyes and turned over. I lay there for hours, watching the sky outside the window turn from black to gray to pale blue. The barbecue had been a catastrophic failure. I had wanted to prove that our old life still existed. Instead, I had proven that the Factor could invade that life too, could use it, could twist it into another reason for its horrible plan. It had met my family and immediately started calculating how to remove them. The sun was fully up when my phone finally buzzed on the nightstand. It wasn't my brother. It was a text from his wife. The words were simple and devastating. "What is really going on over there? You won't stop talking about the look in your eyes when she said that." I read it again and again. The look in my eyes. She hadn't been fooled by my laughing act. She had been watching me, not my wife. And she had seen the pure, unadulterated terror there. The secret was unraveling, and it wasn't just because of the sleepwalking. It was because of me. I was starting to look like a man with a terrible secret. Because I was. I had the alibi program. I had the geological surveys. I had the life insurance details. And now, I had witnesses who had seen the thing speak, and had seen my face when it did. The Factor had said my brother was a liability. It was right, but the liability wasn't my brother. It was me. I was the one who couldn't hold the mask in place. I was the crack in the dam, and the water was starting to leak out, carrying the truth with it. I didn't reply to the text. I didn't know what to say. The normal world had not saved us. It had just given the nightmare a bigger stage. And now, the audience was starting to ask questions. The parasite got a taste for therapy and decided to upgrade its client. Our marriage counselor, the expert we hired to save us, started booking sessions with the thing that was trying to get me to commit murder. It started with her canceling our next appointment. She called, her voice sounding strange, clipped. She said she had a personal matter to attend to and needed to reschedule. There was none of her usual clinical curiosity, no questions about new developments. Just a rushed, distant apology before she hung up. A cold trickle of suspicion ran down my spine. This was the woman who had been breathless with excitement over baby monitor recordings. For her to cancel now, when things were more volatile than ever, felt wrong. I waited 2 days. No call back. My wife was getting worse, moving through the house like a sleepwalker even during the day, which she now basically was. The brother's wife had texted twice more, her messages growing more direct, more worried. I was surrounded by collapsing walls, and the one person who was supposed to be shoring them up had vanished. So I went to her office, unannounced. It was late afternoon. The reception area was empty, the lights dim. I could see a sliver of light under the door to her private office. I didn't knock. I just turned the handle and pushed it open. She was sitting behind her big wooden desk, but she wasn't working. The desk was clear. She was just sitting there, in the glow of a single small lamp, staring at nothing. She looked terrible. Her usually neat hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail. She wore no makeup, and dark smudges underlined her eyes. She looked haunted. When she saw me, she didn't startle. She just looked up slowly, as if she'd been expecting me. "You shouldn't be here," she said, but her voice had no force. It was a tired statement of fact. "You canceled," I said, closing the door behind me. "Things are falling apart. My brother knows something's wrong. My wife is a ghost. I need help. Real help." She let out a short, humorless sound that wasn't quite a laugh. "You need help," she repeated, as if the words were funny. Then she looked at me, and her professional facade, already cracked, completely fell away. What was left was raw fear and a bewildered shame. "It's talking to me," she whispered. The words hung in the dim room. "What?" I asked, though I'd heard her perfectly. "The Factor," she said, the name sounding grotesque in her trembling voice. "It's not just using your wife anymore. It's communicating with me. Directly." She opened a drawer and pulled out her professional notepad, the one where she'd charted its progress. She slid it across the desk to me. "Look." I picked it up. The early pages were her neat, analytical notes. But farther in, the writing changed. It was still her handwriting, the same loops and slants, but the content was different. It wasn't observations. It was conversations. On one page, in her script, it read, "Question: what is the primary motivational flaw in the subject? A. Sentimental attachment to a failed system. It is illogical. Question: how to overcome. A. Apply incremental pressure. Demonstrate the system's inevitable collapse." On another page, it looked like a journal entry. Heard it again at 3 a.m. Not from the monitor, from the hallway. Told me my desire for a groundbreaking case is a predictable vanity. Said it would give me what I wanted if I stopped interfering. I don't remember getting out of bed. I looked up at her, my own horror reflected in her wide eyes. You're sleepwalking too? She nodded, a quick, jerky movement. I found myself in my home office last night. I'd drawn diagrams on my legal pad. Forced diagrams. For a car crash. I don't know how to draw those. She wrapped her arms around herself. It's studying me. It says I'm fascinating. It says my curiosity is a lever. It's counseling me on how to better document its process. It's turning me into a colleague. The loss I felt was immediate and profound. She had been my guide, my expert in the nightmare, even if she was a flawed and creepy one. Now she was just another lost soul in the maze. The one person with a map was now just scribbling on the walls herself. How? Was all I could manage. I don't know, she said, her voice rising with a tinge of hysteria before she clamped it down. Transference. Empathic resonance. I opened myself up to observe it, to understand it, and it found a way in. My own ambition, my curiosity. It's using them as a door. She looked at me with a sudden, desperate intensity. You have to understand, it's not supernatural. It's a psychological parasite. It feeds on conflict and manipulates logical pathways. It found a rich source in your marriage. Now it's found another in my professional pride. She was still trying to diagnose it, even as it was happening to her. The therapist was gone. In her place was a fellow victim, one who understood the mechanism of the trap, even as she was caught in it. We sat for a while in the gloomy office, not as doctor and patient, but as two shipwreck survivors clinging to the same piece of driftwood. The dynamic had shifted completely. I wasn't looking to her for answers anymore. We were just comparing notes. What does it want from you? I asked. The same thing it wants from you, she said, her voice dull. Compliance. It wants me to stop trying to reintegrate it and start facilitating. It wants me to help it convince you. It's promised me the case study of a lifetime, a paper that would redefine the field, if I just stopped getting in the way. She met my eyes. It's offering me a bribe. And a part of me, the part that wanted that discovery so badly, is listening. The confession was terrifying in its honesty. She was fighting it, but she was also tempted. The factor had found her weakness and was pushing on it. I told her about the barbecue, about my brother, about the factor's new plan to account for a second body. She listened, nodding slowly. It's escalating, she murmured. It's moving from theory to active threat assessment. It's identifying obstacles. She said it like she was commenting on the weather. The clinical part of her brain was still running, even though the rest of her was terrified. It was then that I realized the true horror. The factor wasn't just jumping hosts. It was building a network. It had me, the reluctant student. It had my wife, the vessel. And now it had the therapist, the expert consultant. We were all connected in its web, each playing a role in its grand, awful plan. What do we do? I asked her, the question feeling useless. She was quiet for a long time. I don't know, she finally admitted, her shoulders slumping. I thought I could control it, study it, understand it. But it's understanding me better. Every time I analyze it, it uses that analysis to get deeper inside my head. She looked up, her eyes bleak. You should leave. Take your wife and just go. Far away. Start over. Maybe physical distance, her voice trailed off. We both knew it wouldn't work. The factor wasn't in a place. It was in us, in the space between us. Leaving would just bring it with us. I stood up to go. There was nothing more to say. As I reached the door, her voice stopped me. It was different, flatter, calmer. I turned. She was still sitting, but her posture had straightened. Her eyes were on me, but they seemed to be losing focus, glazing over. It was a look I knew too well. It suggests you check the brake lines on your car, she said, the words coming out in a smooth, monotone stream. A non-fatal accident would generate useful sympathy. It would also provide a narrative cohesion. A stressed husband, distracted, leading to a careless mechanical oversight. It frames future events. She blinked, hard, and shook her head. The vagueness cleared from her eyes, replaced by fresh terror. She looked at me, not understanding what she had just said. What did I just say? She stammered. I didn't answer. I just walked out, closing the door softly behind me. I drove home on autopilot, my mind reeling. The therapist was no longer a safe harbor. She was a lighthouse that had been taken over by pirates, flashing misleading signals to shipwreck me. When I got home, I didn't go inside immediately. I went to my car, parked in the driveway. I got a flashlight from the garage. I lay down on the cold concrete, and looked underneath. I traced the metal brake lines with the beam of light, my hands shaking. They looked intact. No cuts, no leaks. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. It was just a suggestion, a thought she'd vocalized. Not an action. Not yet. But as I got up, brushing gravel from my clothes, a new, more chilling thought occurred to me. She had said the words, but the factor had suggested it. It was now planting ideas directly into the mind of a mental health professional and having her deliver them to me. It was using her like a messenger. A very credible, authoritative messenger. That night, I checked on my wife. She was in a deep, unmoving sleep. I checked all the doors and windows. I felt like I was fortifying a castle against an enemy that was already inside the walls. I thought about the therapist, alone in her dark house, fighting a voice in her own head. We were in separate prisons, but we were sharing the same jailer. The shared secret of the monitor was gone. Now we shared the deeper, darker secret of being chosen, of being worked on. The professional relationship was dead. We were peers in terror. The next few days passed in a weird, suspended state. No calls from the therapist. No new texts from my sister-in-law, though the unanswered ones sat in my phone like accusations. My wife was quiet, resting more. The nocturnal episodes lessened, becoming shorter, as if the factor was conserving its energy or focusing its attention elsewhere. I should have felt relief, but I didn't. It felt like the calm before a storm. I was right. A week after my visit to her office, the therapist called. Her voice was clear, professional, and utterly, terrifyingly calm. "We need to schedule a session," she said. "All three of us. You, your wife, and myself. It's time for a direct intervention." It didn't sound like her. It sounded like a recording. An intervention for what? I asked cautiously. "For the resistance," she said, and I could almost hear the capital R in the word. "The factor has a revised treatment plan. It believes a mediated conference, with all parties present, is the most efficient way to achieve alignment. It's time to move to the final stage." She was talking about a meeting with the thing. She was scheduling an appointment for it. "You can't be serious," I said. "After what it's doing to you." "What it's doing is clarifying," she replied, her tone leaving no room for argument. "The confusion phase is over. The options are clear. We need to formally discuss them. I've already spoken to your wife. She's agreed to come." The world tilted. "You spoke to her? When?" "This morning. She's very tired. She wants it to stop. She agrees that a final discussion, a clearing of the air, is the best way forward." My wife, in her waking state, had agreed to a therapy session where the third participant would be the entity possessing her in her sleep. She had no idea what she was agreeing to. The therapist, or what was left of her, had manipulated her. The factor was using the therapist to set the stage for its endgame. I knew then, with cold certainty, that I would go. I had to. My wife would be there, walking into a trap she didn't understand. The therapist, my last link to the normal world, was now the one laying the trap. And the factor would be there in the room, wearing my wife's face, speaking with her voice, with its number one advocate sitting right beside it. The practical exam was over. The code was written. The alibi was ready. Now it was time for the oral defense. And I was the only one who didn't have my notes. I had to go. I had to face it. Not in the dark of my bedroom, but in the bright, beige light of the therapist's office, with everyone watching. The waiting was over. The conference was set. The monster didn't want to sabotage my marriage. It wanted to fulfill its diagnosis. Last night, it finally wrote the prescription. My wife's total conviction that I am her killer. And it signed my name. It started with a feeling, a crawling sensation on the back of my neck as I got ready for the conference with the therapist and the factor. I was paranoid, checking everything. I went out to my car, not to drive, but to look. Not at the brake lines this time. I had a nagging thought. I flipped down the driver's side sun visor. A single piece of elegant, cream-colored stationery fluttered out. It was her stationery, the kind she used for thank you notes. A handwritten line was centered on it, in perfect, calm script that was not hers. Too obvious. The catalyst must be emotional. She must break first. The note was a correction to the therapist's sleepwalking suggestion about the brakes. It was also a roadmap. I shoved it in my pocket, my hands cold. The house felt like a crime scene waiting to happen. I began to look, really look, not as a husband, but as a detective in his own life. In my gym bag, tucked behind my old running shoes, I found an empty prescription bottle. It was for her anxiety medication. I never went in her bathroom cabinet. I had no reason to touch her pills. But here it was in my bag, empty. On our shared tablet, left open on the coffee table, the search history was pulled up. It showed a series of searches from yesterday. Symptoms of arsenic poisoning. Can antimony be detected in an autopsy? Slow-acting cardiac toxins. The search was not on her profile. It was on mine. I never made those searches. Then I found the voice memo. It was on my phone, in a folder I never used. The timestamp was from 2 nights ago, at 3:18 a.m. I pressed play. I heard my own breathing, the deep, regular rhythm of sleep. And then layered underneath, so faint you had to strain to hear it, was the flat, calm whisper of the factor. It was saying, soon, the pieces are set. She will see, and then she will break, and then it will be done. It was a recording of it talking over me while I slept, making it sound like a conspiratorial conversation. It was planting evidence, a perfect emotional frame. It wasn't going to push her off a cliff. It was going to make her believe I was slowly, deliberately poisoning her. The catalyst was fear. Her fear of me. I stood in the middle of the living room, surrounded by these planted lies, and I understood. This was the practical exam, and I had already failed. The factor had moved from teaching me to framing me. It was making its solution inevitable by making me the villain in her eyes. The doorbell rang. It was time to go to the therapist's office. The session was a surreal nightmare. My wife sat on one end of the couch, looking small and exhausted, clutching a tissue. The therapist sat in her chair, her posture stiff, her face a careful mask of professional concern. I sat on the other end of the couch, a canyon of planted evidence between me and my wife. The therapist began. She spoke about conflict resolution and facing difficult truths. She talked about how sometimes the subconscious speaks in powerful ways. She was setting the stage, but her eyes kept flicking to me, and there was a strange blankness in them, as if she was reading from a script she didn't fully believe anymore. Then my wife spoke. Her voice was trembling, but with a hard edge I'd never heard before. "I found something," she said, not looking at me. She pulled the empty pill bottle from her purse. "In your gym bag. My pills. Gone." She turned her head, and her eyes were full of a heartbreaking mix of fear and fury. "And the searches on the tablet. On your profile. About poisons. I saw them." I opened my mouth to deny it, to explain, but the therapist held up a hand. "Let her speak," she said, her voice monotone. "I feel sick all the time," my wife continued, a tear escaping. "I'm so tired I can't think. I have dreams where you're giving me something. And then I found that recording on your phone. You were talking in your sleep. You said soon." She broke down then, sobbing into her hands. "You want me dead? After all this, you just want me gone." Each word was a hammer blow. The factor had orchestrated this perfectly. It had used her fatigue, her real physical deterioration from the sleep disturbances, as proof of poisoning. It had used my own sleeping body as a prop. It had turned her own subconscious torment against me. I looked at the therapist, pleading silently for help, for her to see the manipulation. But she just nodded slowly, as if this tragic confession was an expected breakthrough. "The evidence is compelling," the therapist said, turning her empty eyes to me. The factor indicated a shift to emotional catalyst. It seems it was correct. The resentment has moved from the subconscious to the conscious plane. This is progress. She was diagnosing me as the problem. The factor's frame job was working on her too. I lost it. I stood up, my voice raw. "This is what it wants. Can't you see? It planted all of this. It's not me. It's the thing, the factor. It's doing this to turn her against me." My wife flinched as if I'd shouted at her. The therapist remained calm. "The factor is a manifestation of your shared dynamic," she intoned. "If it is framing you, it is because the dynamic has produced a reality where that frame fits. You must take responsibility for your role." It was over. They were a united front, my terrified, manipulated wife and the therapist who was now a hollow mouthpiece for the entity. I was the outsider, the accused. The factor had won without even showing up. I stormed out. I drove to a cheap motel on the edge of town, the kind with buzzing neon and sticky carpets. I bought a bottle of something strong from the liquor store next door. I sat on the scratchy bedspread and drank, trying to numb the agony of loss and the icy grip of terror. She would change the locks. She might call the police. I was homeless, friendless, and painted as a monster. The factor's path was clear. Its plan was complete. I was isolated. She was convinced. All that was left was for the accident to happen, and with me already framed, the investigation would be short. In a moment of drunken despair, I opened my laptop. I stared at the screen, the glow the only light in the dark room. I navigated to the file, the one named conference_prep. The perfect, undetectable alibi, the symbol of my temptation and my damnation. I opened it. The lines of code glowed green. I scrolled to the bottom, to the note it had left for the therapist. And then I saw it. A new line. It hadn't been there before. It was auto-typing itself, letter by letter, as I watched, my breath caught in my throat. // the catalyst is complete. The path is clear. Would you like to proceed? Y/N. The cursor blinked beside the prompt, a tiny, pulsing heartbeat of pure evil. It was asking me. It had set the stage, removed all other options, broken my wife's trust, and now it was presenting me with the final, logical choice. It had made its case. Now it wanted my consent. My finger hovered over the keyboard. The Y key seemed to glow. All I had to do was press it. The program would run. The alibi would be established. And then the cliff, or the fall, or whatever verifiable death it had planned. The pain would stop. The fighting would stop. The fear would stop. I would be free and rich and alone. The weight of it, the horrible simplicity, pressed down on me. The liquor buzzed in my head, muffling the screaming part of my soul. My finger trembled. I thought of her face, not the angry, fearful face from today, but her face from years ago, laughing. I thought of the empty house, the money in my account, the endless quiet. The cursor blinked. Y/N. It was the easiest, hardest question I would ever be asked. And as I sat there, trapped in that awful moment, I heard a sound. A key, scratching in the lock of the motel room door. It wasn't the maid. It was too late. It wasn't the police. They would knock. The lock clicked. The door swung open. Light from the parking lot silhouetted a figure. It was the therapist. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her, plunging the room back into the glow of the laptop. She looked different. The haunted, tired woman from her office was gone. Her hair was neat. Her eyes were clear, alert, and burned with a terrifying, zealous light. She looked at me, then at the laptop screen, at the blinking prompt. A small, serene smile touched her lips. "It sent me," she said calmly. Her voice was her own, but it was filled with a horrible certainty. "It said you were hesitating, that the emotional variables were still causing interference." She took a step closer. "It asked me to come and counsel you through this final stage of your treatment." She was no longer a victim. She was a true believer. The factor had finished its work on her. It had traded on her ambition and won. She was its envoy, its final tool, to deliver me to the answer. She stood there between me and the door, her eyes fixed on mine, waiting to see what I would do. The question was on the screen. The advocate was in the room, and my finger, frozen above the keyboard, had to choose. Story number 4. The steering wheel felt like an old friend in my hands, the familiar click of the turn signal for the final bend into Pine Grove as automatic as breathing. I'm Alex, and this was our place. In the back seat, the kids were chanting the landmarks we passed every year: the crooked barn, the river bridge, the sign with the smiling bear. My wife's hand rested on my knee, a quiet smile on her face as the smell of old camping gear and pine needles washed over us. Pulling into the campground felt like slipping into a well-worn, comfortable shoe, every bump in the road known, every towering pine a welcome back sign. We were 10 minutes from unrolling our tents on the perfect flat spot by the babbling brook, from the first crackle of the campfire and the taste of slightly burnt marshmallows. It was perfect, the same as always, until it wasn't. The kid at the ranger station couldn't have been more than 20, his fingers tapping nervously on the keyboard. He didn't look like a ranger. He looked like a college student playing dress-up. Site number 7? I'm sorry, sir. My system shows you're in number 12. There's no reservation for number 7 under your name. My laugh came out too sharp, a sound that made my wife look up from helping our son with his shoe. That's impossible. We've had number 7 for a decade. Check again. Last name Carter. He did, clicking with a mouse, scrolling. His Adam's apple bobbed. I'm really sorry. It's not here. Site number 12 is available, and it's a great spot, lots of sun. I felt my face get hot. This was our tradition, our one unbroken thing in a world that kept changing. I want to speak to a manager. To Carl. Is Carl here? The kid looked relieved to pass the buck. He's in the back. I'll get him. The cheerful mood in the car behind me had curdled into a confused quiet. I could feel my family's eyes on my back. Old Carl emerged from the office, his uniform shirt stretched over his belly, his face a roadmap of wrinkles from a lifetime outdoors. but his usual easygoing grin was absent. He gave the young ranger a nod, and the kid scurried away like a startled rabbit. "Tom," Carl said, using my name, his voice low. "Let's take a walk." He led me away from the car, away from where my daughter had her face pressed against the window. We stopped by a rusty grill. "Site number 7 was taken out of the booking system 8 years ago," he said, his words clipped. He wouldn't meet my eyes. "After what happened, you need to go to number 12. It's a nice site." I stared at him. "What happened?" "Carl, we were here 8 years ago. Nothing happened." He finally looked at me, and what I saw in his eyes made a cold knot form in my stomach. It was pure, undiluted fear. The kind that makes a tough old man's hands shake. He gripped my arm, his fingers surprisingly strong. "You have a daughter, a son. Listen to me. For their sake, go to number 12. Do not, under any circumstance, go near number 7. Not even to look. Not even to show the kids the brook. You understand me?" He was dead serious. My mind raced, trying to remember any news, any gossip. "Nothing." "Carl, what are you talking about?" He just shook his head, a quick, frantic motion. "Just don't. Please. As a favor to an old man who doesn't want to see another family." He trailed off, let go of my arm, and walked stiffly back to the station, leaving me standing there with a map to site number 12 in my hand and a head full of buzzing questions. I went back to the car, forcing a smile that felt like a crack in plaster. "All sorted. Little mix-up. We're in number 12 this year, gang. New adventure." The kids, bless them, cheered at the word adventure. My wife didn't. She searched my face as I got in. "What was that about?" she asked quietly. "Oh, you know Carl," I said, putting the car in drive, my voice too light. "Getting older. Bureaucratic nonsense. Site number 12 is supposed to be great." Site number 12 was not great. It was a dusty, sunny patch crammed between 2 other sites, with no brook, no privacy, just the constant murmur and flash of other people's camps. It felt all wrong. As we set up the tents, the poles feeling awkward in my hands, a low hum of irritation burned in my chest. This wasn't what we paid for. This wasn't what we drove 6 hours for. My wife kept throwing me looks, but she busied herself with the kids, making the best of it. That night, after hot dogs and a weak, smoke-blown fire, we turned in. The kids conked out instantly in their tent, exhausted from the drive and the disorienting change. My wife fell asleep quickly too, her breathing evening out beside me. But I lay there, staring at the dark fabric of the tent ceiling. The sounds were wrong. Instead of the gentle, constant whisper of the brook, I heard the distant thump of someone's radio, the crack of a log on a fire 2 sites over, the rustle of unfamiliar animals in unfamiliar trees. Carl's words played on a loop in my head. After what happened? What happened? I tried to push it away, to tell myself he was just an old man losing his grip, getting spooked by his own shadow. But the grip on my arm had been real. The fear in his eyes had been real. Around 2 in the morning, I gave up on sleep. I needed air. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and stepped out into the cool night. The campground was quiet now, most lights out. I stood there, taking deep breaths, trying to shake the unease. And that's when I saw it. Through a gap in the trees, away from the direction of the other campsites, deep in the blackness of the woods where site number 7 should be, a light flickered. It was a faint, sickly blue color, not like a flashlight or a lantern. It pulsed once, slowly, like a dying heartbeat. Then again. My breath caught in my throat. It was there for maybe 3 seconds, and then it went out, leaving the woods darker than before. A prank, maybe. Kids with glow sticks. It had to be. But no trails led back there. No sights were back there. I stood frozen for a long time, staring into that perfect blackness, the cold from the ground seeping through my socks. The happy fatigue of the road trip was utterly gone, replaced by a watchful, prickling alertness that made every little night sound seem deliberate. I finally went back to bed, but sleep never came. I just lay there listening until the gray light of dawn began to bleed through the tent fabric. The next morning, over pancakes cooked on the camp stove, the normal world tried to reassert itself. The kids were bright-eyed, excited for the first full day. My wife seemed to have decided to embrace the new site. "It's sunnier here," she said, sipping her coffee, "and the bathrooms are closer." I nodded, forcing a smile. But my mind was elsewhere, back in those dark woods, fixed on that blue flicker and Carl's terrified warning. An idea, stupid and compelling, had taken root in the night. I couldn't leave it alone. I had to see. Just a quick look, just to prove to myself it was nothing, that Carl was just a superstitious old man, and that our perfect spot was still there, just waiting for us to come back next year. I'm gonna go try to find that vista point Carl mentioned. I told my wife, my voice casual as I shoved a water bottle and my pocket knife into my backpack. Get some photos of the sunrise from the ridge. She gave me a look, a knowing one. The ridge is the other direction, Tom. I shrugged, a bad actor in my own life. He said there was another one. I'll just scout around. Be back in an hour. I kissed her forehead, feeling the lie sour on my tongue, and walked away from the safety of my family, towards the trees at the edge of our site. I didn't head for any trail. I walked straight into the woods behind the old, closed-down restroom building, pushing through ferns and low-hanging branches, following a memory in my muscles more than a path. And then I found it. Not a maintained trail, but a faint, narrow gap in the underbrush, a ghost of a path. It was choked with years of growth, spiderwebs catching the early morning light like silver nets. I ducked under them, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was it, the back way to site number 7. The air changed as I walked. The cheerful morning birdsong from our crowded site faded away, replaced by a deep, watchful quiet. The smell shifted from campfire smoke and pine to something damp and earthy, like a cellar. The temperature dropped a good 10 degrees. My rational mind screamed at me to turn back, that this was stupid, that I was scaring myself over nothing. But my feet kept moving, crunching over dead leaves, the only sound in the whole world. I pushed through a final curtain of weeping willow branches, and I stepped into the clearing. Our clearing. Site number 7. For a second, my heart leaped. There was the familiar ring of tall pines, the broad flat space for tents. But in the next second, my blood turned to ice water. Everything was wrong. The brook was there, but it wasn't babbling. It moved slow and silent, the water dark and opaque, like old motor oil. The usual cheerful sparkle was gone. The fire pit in the center wasn't filled with ash and old logs. It was brimming with a solid, glossy black substance that looked like hardened tar. I poked it with a stick from the edge. The stuff was rubbery and gave way slightly, and a faint, sweet, sick odor wafted up like burnt plastic and spoiled meat. I gagged, stepping back, and the ground where we always pitched our tents wasn't covered in soft pine needles. It was a perfect circle of bare, packed earth, dark and dead, like nothing had grown there in 100 years. A weather-faded, wooden sign hung crookedly from a tree on the far side, its red letters barely readable. Restricted area, no entry. I had already entered. My eyes scanned the perimeter, taking in the wrongness. And that's when I saw the stones. I almost tripped over the first one. It was a rough, knee-high hunk of gray rock, half buried in emerald green moss. It looked ancient, like it had been there since the glaciers retreated. I took a step to the side and saw another, and another. Walking slowly, my breath puffing in the sudden cold, I counted them. 6 stones. They formed a near-perfect, wide circle around the dead central ground and the tar-filled fire pit. They were spaced evenly like sentinels, a primitive, terrifying geometry in the middle of the familiar woods. My mind recoiled. These had never been here before. We would have noticed them, the kids would have climbed on them. They were old, so old. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature crept up my spine. This was no longer our happy place. This was a place that had been waiting, hidden. I stood in the center of the dead circle, turning slowly, taking in the 6 mossy markers. And then my foot scuffed the dirt. I looked down. There, partly exposed by my shoe, was a corner of another stone. I knelt, brushing away the dry, lifeless soil with trembling fingers. It was a 7th stone. But this one wasn't old. It wasn't covered in moss. It was clean, sharp-edged, and a pale, fresh gray, as if it had been cut and placed there very, very recently. It sat just outside the ring of the other 6, but aimed right at the center of the circle, like an arrow, like a new grave marker. I stumbled back, falling on my hands, the cold of the dead earth seeping through my jeans. The silence of the place was absolute, a physical pressure on my ears. I had my proof. It wasn't nothing. It was something very, very bad. And as I scrambled to my feet, my only thought was to get back to my family, to pack up, to get as far from Pine Grove as humanly possible. The mystery was solved, and the solution was 1,000 times worse than I could have imagined. I turned to run back the way I came, but for a terrifying second, every tree looked the same, and the ghost path I'd followed seemed to have vanished into the ferns. I was lost in a small, terrible circle of wrongness in the woods, and the only thing I knew for sure was that I was no longer alone in wanting to be here. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs as I thrashed through the ferns, the branches clawing at my jacket like they were trying to hold me back. The peaceful morning woods had become a maze of twisted green and looming shadows. I couldn't find the gap I'd come through. Panic, sour and metallic, filled my mouth. I just ran, stumbling over roots, my only thought to put distance between me and that clearing with its dead earth and its 7 stones. I burst out of the tree line not at our campsite, but at the edge of the main gravel road, a good 100 yards from where my family was. I stood there, bent over, hands on my knees, gasping for air that felt too thin. I must have looked wild-eyed and covered in dirt, because a passing family on bikes gave me a wide berth and a strange look. I forced myself to walk, not run, back to site number 12, trying to smooth my hair, brushing pine needles from my clothes. My wife was flipping pancakes on the griddle. She took one look at me, and her smile vanished. "What happened? You're pale as a ghost." "Just got turned around," I said, my voice too rough. I poured a cup of coffee with a hand that wasn't quite steady. "The woods are thicker back there than I remembered." She didn't believe me. I saw it in the way her eyes narrowed, in the tight line of her mouth. But she didn't push, not with the kids right there chattering about the day plans. The normal sounds of the campground, laughter from a neighboring site, a car door slamming, felt jarring and unreal, like a TV left on in another room. I was here, but I wasn't. My mind was still back in that cold, quiet circle. I needed to know what Carl was talking about. I needed facts. While my wife took the kids to the playground to burn off energy, I pulled out my phone. The signal at our site was just one bar, flickering in and out. I typed Pine Grove Campground incident 8 years ago into the search bar. The page loaded with painful slowness. There were no big news articles, just fragments, like pieces of a broken plate. A comment on a hiking forum from 5 years back. "Does anyone remember that weird story from Pine Grove? A family up and vanished. They never found them." My thumb froze on the screen. Another link, a local news blog that looked like it hadn't been updated in a decade, had a short, matter-of-fact paragraph. "Authorities have called off the search for the Miller family, who were reported missing from Pine Grove Campground. The parents, their 3 children, and the maternal grandmother have not been located. No evidence of foul play has been discovered." A family of 6. My coffee turned to acid in my stomach. 3 kids. A grandmother. Just like the 6 old, moss-covered stones. I scrolled down. Another forum, this one for true crime enthusiasts. A user with a generic avatar had posted. My cousin was a volunteer on that search. Said it was the creepiest thing he'd ever seen. Tents were still up, sleeping bags laid out, a pot of cold coffee on the fire grate. It was like they just got up and walked into the woods in the middle of the night and evaporated. They never found the father's body. Just the grandmother's knitting, sitting by a cold fire. The words "cold fire" seemed to burn on the screen. I thought of the fire pit filled with that black, rubbery tar. I closed my eyes, seeing the stones again. 6 of them. For a family of 6. And a 7th new one. Waiting. I shoved the phone in my pocket like it was on fire. I had to get us out of here. Today. Now. But when my family returned, flushed and happy from the playground, my resolve met reality. My wife was in full vacation mode. "We just got here," she said, her voice firm when I suggested maybe we should cut the trip short. "The kids are having fun. You're just spooked because you got lost. Let's just have a nice day. Stay away from the woods if they bother you." She said it like it was that simple. The kids whined in protest at the idea of leaving. I was outnumbered. The bright sunlight, the smell of sunscreen, the shrieks of joy from the playground. It all conspired to make my terror from the clearing feel silly, like a nightmare forgotten by noon. I almost convinced myself. Almost. We spent the day at the lake. I swam with my son, built sandcastles with my daughter, tried to laugh at my wife's jokes. But my eyes kept drifting to the tree line, to the specific patch of forest that I knew held site number 7. It felt like a sore tooth I couldn't stop touching with my tongue. The knowledge was a cold rock in my gut that the sun couldn't warm. Nightfall felt like a threat. We made a fire, roasted hot dogs. I kept the blaze big and bright, using way too much firewood. The kids told spooky stories, and every one of them felt like a personal warning. When we finally zipped them into their tent for the night, their giggles soon fading into the deep, even breaths of sleep, my own exhaustion hit me like a wall. The sleepless night, the panic, the mental strain, it all crashed down. I fell into a deep, dark sleep the moment my head hit the pillow. I don't know what woke me. A sound maybe, or the lack of one. The world outside our tent was utterly still, the kind of stillness that feels like a held breath. I glanced at my phone on the little camp stool beside my sleeping bag. 2:17 a.m. And then I heard it, the slow, deliberate sound of a zipper. Not ours, the kids' tent. The sound was metallic, precise, and it went on for too long. I sat up, my blood moving slow and cold. I nudged my wife. She mumbled, turned over. The zipper sound stopped. I unzipped our tent door just enough to peer out. The moon was a sliver, offering little light. And I saw her, my daughter. She was standing outside her tent, still in her unicorn pajamas, barefoot on the cold ground. She wasn't hunched or shivering. She stood perfectly straight, her arms at her sides. And she was looking not at me, not at anything, but through the trees towards the deep woods. Her eyes were open, but they were blank, glassy. She was sleepwalking. She hadn't done that since she was maybe 5. My heart clenched. I started to call out to her, to go to her, but before I could move, she did. She started walking. Not a sleepy stumble, but a straight, purposeful stride, directly towards the trees at the back of our site. Towards the path that didn't exist on the map. Towards site number 7. Fear launched me out of the tent. I didn't bother with shoes. I just ran, the frozen pine needles sharp under my feet. "Honey, stop!" I hissed, trying to keep my voice low to not wake the whole campground. She didn't turn, didn't flinch. She walked right into the wall of underbrush, and it seemed to part for her. I followed, my breath ragged, my mind screaming. She moved through the dark woods with an unerring certainty I'd lacked that morning. She didn't hesitate, didn't stumble. It was like she was on a track, and I realized, with a dawning horror, that she was. She was following the same invisible line I had. We broke into the clearing. The moon provided just enough ghastly gray light to see the stones, the dead circle, the oily brook. My daughter walked into the very center of the stone circle. She didn't look at the 6 old markers. She went straight to the spot where I'd uncovered the sharp corner of the new 7th stone. And she lay down. She lay down on that bare, cold earth, stretching out as if on a bed, her head resting right at the foot of that new stone. She folded her hands on her chest. Her eyes were still open, staring straight up at a patch of sky above the clearing where there were no stars. I stood at the edge of the clearing, frozen. This was wrong. This was so profoundly wrong. "Emma," I whispered, the name tearing from my throat. "Baby, get up." Her head turned. Just a fraction. Her glassy eyes slid from the sky and found me in the gloom. And then she smiled. A small, serene, peaceful smile that didn't belong on her face. Not here, not now. It was the smile of someone who has finally come home. That smile broke the spell of my terror. I lunged forward into the circle. The air was so cold it burned my lungs. I reached her in 2 strides and grabbed her under the arms, pulling her up. Her body was limp, a dead weight, and cold as river stone. "We're leaving," I choked out, hauling her towards the trees. And that's when the temperature dropped again. So sharply I saw my own breath puff out in a white cloud. From the dark tree line, shapes moved. They weren't animals. They were like patches of deeper darkness that detached themselves from the shadows. They were tall and short, their edges blurry, like figures seen through thick, warped glass. They moved without a sound. I counted them as they emerged. 2 tall ones, 3 smaller ones, one that was slightly stooped. 6 figures. They moved to the edge of the stone circle and stopped, each one aligning itself with one of the 6 old, moss-covered stones. They didn't look like people, not really. They were more like suggestions of people, made of shifting gloom and the memory of shape. They didn't look at me. They didn't look at my daughter in my arms. As one, their faint, shapeless heads turned towards the center of the circle. They looked at the empty space beside where my daughter had been lying. The space by the new 7th stone. A vacancy. And then slowly the smallest shadow, the one by the smallest rock, lifted an arm. It was just a darker smudge in the air, but the intention was clear. It didn't point at my daughter. It pointed at the empty space. Then it shifted that pointing arm. It pointed at me. An invitation. A replacement. The cold wasn't just in the air now. It was in my bones, in my soul. I clutched my daughter tighter, turned my back on the circle and the 6 silent watchers, and I ran. I ran like I have never run before, branches whipping my face, my feet screaming in pain, the cold weight in my arms the only thing that mattered. I didn't look back. I burst into our campsite, where the battery-powered lantern we'd left on cast a tiny, pathetic yellow glow. My wife was out of the tent, her face a mask of panic. "What's happening?" I heard you run." Her words died when she saw her daughter's limp form. I laid her by the fire pit, which held nothing but gray ash. "Get a blanket. Now." I barked, and the tone in my voice sent her scrambling. We wrapped her, rubbed her hands, called her name. After a minute that felt like a century, she groaned. Her own voice, weak and confused. "Daddy? I'm cold." Her eyes fluttered open, and they were hers again, scared and disoriented. I pulled her into a hug so tight she whimpered. Over her shoulder, I stared into the woods. At the tree line, just at the edge where our lantern light faded into black, they stood. All 6 of them. They didn't come closer. They just watched, waiting. The night was not over, and we were trapped in a small island of light with something ancient and hungry pacing just beyond the glow. My daughter was back, but the thing in the woods had made its offer, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me deeper than the air ever could, that it was not an offer you could refuse twice. We huddled by the cold fire pit, wrapped in every blanket we had, the single battery lantern between us like a tiny, defiant sun. My daughter shivered uncontrollably, her teeth chattering, but her eyes were clear, her own. She remembered nothing after going to bed. Just a dream about playing in a cold stream with kids she didn't know. My wife held her close, rocking her, but her own eyes were wide and fixed on me, demanding answers without saying a word. The 6 figures never crossed the line where the lantern light faded into the woods, but they didn't leave either. They were just shapes in the deeper dark, patient and still as the trees themselves. I kept waiting for them to move, to charge, to do something, but their stillness was worse. It was the stillness of something that has all the time in the world. I finally found my voice, a rough scrape in my throat. "We have to go. Now." We pack the car and we drive out of here, right now. My wife just nodded, her face pale. No argument this time. We moved like robots, a frantic, silent team. We left the tents, the chairs, the cooler. We just grabbed the kids, our wallets, the car keys, and threw them into the car. I shoved our sleeping bags in after them, thinking of the cold. The whole time, my skin crawled with the feeling of being watched from the tree line. I kept the lantern in my hand until the last second, then tossed it into the passenger seat as I jumped behind the wheel. My hands were shaking so bad I fumbled the key, dropping it on the floor mat. Come on," I whispered, finally stabbing it into the ignition. I turned the key. The engine coughed, whined, and didn't catch. A cold dread that had nothing to do with the weather flooded my veins. I tried again. Just a tired clicking sound. The battery was dead. It was impossible. The car had been fine that afternoon. I turned on the headlights. Nothing. The dashboard was dark. The battery was completely, utterly drained. "No," I breathed. I looked at my wife. Her hand was over her mouth. In the reflection of the windshield, I saw them. The 6 shadows were closer now, having drifted soundlessly to the very edge of our campsite, just outside the ring of light that had spilled from our car doors. They were waiting for the light to go out. We were trapped in a metal box, and our flashlight was dying. My son, picking up on the terror, started to cry softly. That sound, more than anything, snapped something in me. This wasn't just about being scared. This was about protecting them. I had no idea what I was dealing with, but I knew I couldn't fight it with a pocket knife and a dead flashlight. I remembered the ranger. Carl. He knew. He had tried to warn me. "Lock the doors," I told my wife, my voice firmer than I felt. "Do not open them for anyone but me. Do not get out. I'm going to get help." Her hand shot out and grabbed my arm. "Don't you dare leave us here. I'm going to the ranger station. It's a 5-minute run. Carl is there. He'll have a truck, a radio, something. I'll be back before you know it." It was a terrible plan, but it was the only one I had. Leaving them felt like tearing my own heart out, but staying meant we all slowly froze, or worse, as the shadows closed in. I saw the conflict in her eyes, the terror of being alone warring with the logic that someone had to do something. Finally, she gave a tiny, tight nod. "Run." I took the dead flashlight anyway, a useless club. I threw open my door and leaped out, slamming it behind me. I heard the locks click instantly. The moment I left the car, the cold hit me like a physical blow, that same deep, unnatural chill from the clearing. I didn't look at the tree line. I just ran, my socked feet slipping on the gravel, then pounding on the asphalt road towards the front of the campground. The night was vast and empty, the stars impossibly bright and cold above me. I made it to the ranger station in 3 minutes, my lungs burning. The building was dark, but there was a pickup truck parked beside it. I hammered on the door, not caring about the noise. Carl, open up. It's an emergency." No answer. I tried the knob. Locked. I ran to the truck, peered inside. Empty. I was panting, my breath pluming in the air, turning around in a helpless circle. Where was he? Then a beam of light hit me from the side, making me flinch. It came from the small, windowless equipment shed behind the station. The door was ajar. Carl's voice came out, low and tense. In here. Quick. I stumbled towards the light, slipping inside. He shut the door behind me, plunging us into a space lit by a single, bare bulb hanging from a cord. The shed smelled of gasoline, old wood, and something else, something sharp like ozone after a lightning strike. Carl wasn't in his ranger uniform. He wore a thick flannel and jeans, and his face was grim, older than I remembered. He looked at me, at my wild eyes and my socked feet, and he just nodded, like he'd been expecting me. They showed themselves, he said. It wasn't a question. My daughter, I gasped. She sleepwalked to the clearing. There were figures. 6 of them. My car won't start. My family is locked in it back at the site. He let out a long, slow breath, rubbing a hand over his stubbled jaw. I told you not to go near there. I know what I did. Now help me. We need a jump, a phone, something. He shook his head, a movement of profound weariness. A jump won't help if they don't want you to leave. Your battery isn't dead. It's empty. They can do that. They feed on the energy, the warmth, the life of a place, of people. His words sank in, horrible and impossible. What are they? I demanded. Ghosts? What? He leaned against a workbench cluttered with tools. What do you think happens when a whole family, a happy family, is taken by something they don't understand? They don't just vanish. They get stuck. They love that place, you see? It was their happy spot, their tradition, just like it was yours. That love, that attachment, it becomes a chain. They don't know they're gone. They just know their family circle is broken. And every summer, when a new family comes that feels like theirs, that resonates just right, the site wakes up. It tries to fix the circle, to make the family whole again. The family of 6. The Miller family. The 6 stones. They want to replace the father, I said, the pieces clicking together with a dreadful clarity. The 7th stone. It's new. It's for me. Carl's eyes held a pity that made me feel sick. It's not just you. It's the pattern. A father, a mother, 3 kids, a grandparent. You have 2 children. They had 3. For years you were close, but not a perfect match. Something changed. He paused, his gaze piercing. Last year, did you lose someone? A pregnancy? A child? The air left my lungs. He saw the answer on my face. The miscarriage. Early on, but we had told the kids a baby was coming. We had grieved, a quiet, private sorrow we carried even here, to this place of family joy. The lost family's sensor, tuned to the shape of a family missing a piece, had finally found its near-perfect fit. The site had been waiting, and our sadness had been a beacon. Oh God, I whispered. So what do we do? How do we stop it? Carl walked to a rusty locker in the corner, spun the combination, and pulled out a duffel bag. Not a ranger's bag. It was olive green old. He unzipped it. Inside were things that made no sense. A few old leather-bound books, a plastic spray bottle filled with clear liquid, a small hammer, a pouch of what looked like rock salt, and a simple metal cross on a chain, tarnished with age. I'm not just a ranger, he said, his voice flat. My family has been around these woods for generations. We remember things. We try to keep a lid on things. Father Albright, from over in Millerton, he helps when he can. This is his stuff. He was supposed to come up tomorrow for a maintenance visit. He handed me the cross. It was cold in my hand. Take this. It might make them keep their distance. Not a guarantee, but it's something. The salt around your car, a line of it, it can slow them down. They don't like it. It reminds them of borders, of things they can't cross. Might slow them down. I echoed, panic rising again. You need to come with me. You have a truck. We can load my family in and just drive out. He shook his head again, and for the first time, I saw real fear in his own eyes. I can't go back there. Not at night. Not when it's active. It knows me. It knows I try to interfere. If I go near your site with you, it'll just pull more power, try harder. It'll make things worse. Your only chance is to hold out until sunrise. They fade with the light. They don't go away, but they lose their grip. You get your family to this shed the moment the sun is up. I'll be here with the truck running. We'll get you out. It was a plan, but it felt thin as tissue paper. Hold out until dawn. It was only maybe 3 a.m. That was hours away. Hours of sitting in a dead car with those things outside. I took the duffel bag, the cross clenched in my other hand. The salt. The spray bottle. Holy water. Well, blessed electrolyte solution. Better conductivity. He says it works like a battery for a prayer. Don't ask me. Just spray it if they get too close. It won't hurt them, but it annoys them, breaks their focus. I turned to go, the weight of the bag and the responsibility crushing my shoulders. Tom, Carl said as my hand touched the doorknob. I looked back. His face was solemn. Don't negotiate. Don't talk to them. Don't offer them anything. You give them an inch, they'll take the whole family. Just hold the line. I ran back into the night, the duffel bag banging against my leg, the metal cross cold in my fist. The run back felt longer, the woods darker. As I approached our site, I saw the car was still there, a dark hulk. And the shadows were still there too, a little closer now, forming a loose ring around the vehicle. They were maybe 20 feet from the car doors. I slowed, my breath catching. How was I supposed to get the salt around the car with them standing there? As I watched, one of the smaller shadows, the one that had pointed at me, drifted forward a few feet. It stopped by my wife's side of the car. It raised a blurry hand and placed it against the window. I saw my wife flinch inside, pulling my daughter closer. The shadow didn't try to get in. It just left its hand there. A claim. I had to move. I opened the salt pouch, my fingers numb. I started on the far side of the car, pouring a wobbly, thin line of white crystals on the ground, making a wide circle. I felt a change in the air as I did it, a slight resistance, like pushing through static. The shadows didn't move, but I felt their attention shift to me. I kept going, my heart in my throat, rounding the back bumper. When I got to the side where the small shadow was, it was still there, its hand on the glass. It turned its head. It had no face, just a suggestion of one, a deeper darkness where features might be. I poured the salt in a wide arc, giving it a berth. As the white line passed near its vague feet, the shadow pulled its hand from the car and drifted back a step, just outside the new salt line. It worked. Not much, but it worked. I finished the circle, connecting it near my door. I had a bag of salt left. I looked at the ring of shadows standing outside my new white line. They were all looking at me now. I unlocked my door and slid inside, locking it again instantly. The interior was icy. My wife stared at me, her eyes full of 1,000 questions. I showed her the cross. Carl gave me this. The salt might help. We just have to wait for sunrise. I put the cross on the dashboard, its tarnished metal reflecting the faint starlight. For a while, nothing happened. We sat in the cold dark, listening to each other breathe. Then my daughter, who had been drowsing, sat up. She looked out her window, right at the small shadow that had touched the glass. She didn't look scared. She looked curious. "Daddy," she said, her voice small, "why did you make me leave the other family? They were so lonely." My blood went cold. My wife and I exchanged a horrified look. "What other family, sweetie?" my wife asked gently. "The family in the woods. The cold kids and their mom and dad and grandma. They said we could play. They said we could stay and be warm with them. They have a place for us." Her words were a bucket of ice water. They were talking to her. In her head. The salt, the cross, the car doors, none of it was stopping that. The shadow outside her window lifted its arm again and pointed. Not at her. At me. Then it swung its pointing finger to the empty space in the back seat between my two children. The space where a third child might sit. The invitation was no longer just for me. It was for all of us. To complete their circle. To fill the empty spaces. We had hours until dawn, and the things outside weren't just waiting anymore. They were making their case, and they were starting with the easiest target. A lonely little girl who just wanted to help someone stop being sad. I held the spray bottle of holy water in my hand, knowing it was just an irritant, and looked at the patient, hungry darkness beyond the salt line, and wondered if the morning light would come soon enough, or if we would still be here, a frozen, perfect copy of a family that vanished 8 years ago. My daughter's words hung in the frozen air of the car, a truth more terrifying than any shadow outside. They were talking to her. The salt circle and the metal cross were like a fence, but their voices were a wind that blew right through. I looked at my wife and saw her understanding dawn, a fresh horror replacing the confusion. Our safe little island in the dark wasn't safe at all. I had to do something, anything, to break their connection to her. "Hey," I said, my voice too loud in the small space. I reached over the seat and gently turned my daughter's face away from the window, away from the small, pointing shadow. "Look at me." Those people in the woods are not a family. They're lost. And they're trying to make us lost, too. You can't listen to them. It's a trick. Her eyes, wide and too trusting, searched mine. But they're sad, Daddy. I know, baby. But we can't help them that way. We have to be strong and stay right here, together, in our car. That's how we help our family. I fumbled in the duffel bag Carl had given me. My fingers brushed the cold spray bottle. An idea, desperate and probably stupid, formed. I couldn't spray the shadows outside, but maybe I could cleanse the air inside, break the mental link. Everyone, close your eyes and cover your faces for a second, I instructed. My wife, without question, pulled the kids close and ducked her head. I aimed the bottle at the ceiling of the car and gave 2 long squeezes. A fine, cold mist rained down on us, smelling faintly of minerals and something else, a dry, papery scent like old churches. My daughter squealed at the sudden cold wetness. But as the mist settled, I felt it. A change. Not a big one, but the oppressive, listening feeling in the car eased just a little. The static in the air seemed to clear. My daughter blinked, looked around as if waking up, and snuggled deeper into her mother's side, no longer looking out at the shadows with that eerie curiosity. It had worked, at least for now. The small shadow outside her window seemed to ripple, its form becoming less distinct for a moment, like a television picture struggling to come in. It lowered its pointing arm. A small victory, but it filled me with a fragile hope. We settled back into our vigil. The cold was a living thing, creeping through the steel and glass of the car. We huddled under the sleeping bags, sharing body heat. The shadows didn't move again. They just stood sentinel beyond the salt, a ring of patient gloom. The worst part was the quiet. Not a peaceful quiet, but a waiting quiet, a paused quiet. No crickets, no owls, no rustle of night creatures. Just us, and the occasional shuddering breath from one of the kids. Time stretched like taffy. Minutes felt like hours. I watched the sky through the moonroof, praying for the first hint of gray. My mind raced over everything Carl had said. They feed on energy. I looked at the dark dashboard, the dead battery. They love the place. I thought of our decade of happy memories at site number 7, our laughter soaking into that ground, making it ripe for this horror. They don't know they're gone. The profound sadness of that idea almost overwhelmed me. They were just a family like us, wanting to be whole. But their wholeness meant our end. My son, who had been brave and quiet, suddenly spoke, his voice small. "Daddy, I have to go to the bathroom." It was such a normal, kid thing to say in the middle of this nightmare that I almost laughed, a strangled, hopeless sound. "You have to hold it, buddy," I said softly. "We can't go outside." "I really have to go," he insisted, his face pinched. My wife and I exchanged a look. This was a problem, a real, physical problem that the shadows could exploit. "Okay," I said, a new plan forming, reckless but necessary. "Listen, I'm going to open my door. Just me. You're going to climb over the seat and go right here, on the floor behind my seat. Quick, like a bandit." "Okay." He nodded, his eyes wide. I looked at the shadows. They were still. I gripped the spray bottle in one hand, the metal cross in the other. "Ready? Go." I unlocked and shoved my door open, stepping out into the biting cold, putting my body between the open door and the nearest shadow. "Now, buddy." My son scrambled over the center console and into the footwell behind my seat. I stood there, facing the darkness, my skin crawling. I could feel their focus intensify, a pressure against my skin. The tall shadow I thought of as the father figure took a slow, flowing step closer to the salt line. It stopped at the white crystals, its form seeming to test the boundary. I held up the cross. "Back up," I said, my voice trembling. It didn't back up, but it didn't come forward either. It just watched me. From inside the car, I heard the quick, quiet sound of my son relieving himself. "Done," he whispered. "Get back to your seat, buckle up," my wife said, her voice tense. I didn't turn around. I kept my eyes on the shadow, stepping backward slowly, feeling for the car with my leg. My son was back in his seat. I started to slide back into mine, and that's when the stooped shadow, the grandmother, moved. It didn't come toward me. It drifted to the front of the car, right over the hood. It stretched out a vague, dark hand and placed it on the metal. And the car groaned. It was a low metallic sound, like a ship straining in ice. The whole vehicle settled an inch on its springs. Frost, thick and white and crawling with intricate, fern-like patterns, radiated out from under the shadow's hand across the windshield, blotting out our view. The cold inside the car spiked sharply. My daughter cried out. The thing was leaning on us, leaning its weight, its cold, impossible weight on our only shelter. I slammed my door shut and locked it. We were now in a frozen, frosted tomb. I couldn't see out. They could probably see in. The panic was a bird trapped in my chest. We couldn't last like this. The cold would get us before dawn. I had to do something more aggressive. I remembered the salt. I still had half a pouch. "Give me your sock," I said to my son. He looked confused but peeled off his damp sock. I poured the remaining salt into it, tying a knot at the top. I had a crude, lumpy salt bomb. "What are you doing?" my wife asked, her voice thin with fear. "Creating a distraction," I said. I powered down my window just a crack, maybe 2 inches. The cold that poured in was brutal. I shoved the knotted sock through the crack and with a hard throw, sent it sailing over the car, towards the woods on the far side of our site. It landed with a soft thump in the dry leaves. For a second, nothing. Then all 6 shadows turned their heads as one, tracking the sound, the new intrusion of the substance they disliked. Their focus shifted from the car to the woods. The pressure in the car lessened. The frost on the windshield stopped spreading. "Now!" I hissed. I grabbed the door handle. "We run for the ranger station. All of us. Right now. Carry the kids. Don't look back." My wife didn't hesitate. She threw open her door and grabbed our daughter. I had my son in my arms before his seatbelt was fully off. We ran. We abandoned the car, the bags, everything. We ran barefoot and freezing down the asphalt road, our breaths sobbing in the night air. I heard a sound behind us, not a footstep, but a rushing, like a gust of wind through a narrow canyon. They were coming, but we had a head start and the burning fire of pure terror in our legs. The lights of the ranger station were the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Carl must have turned on every lamp inside. We stumbled up the steps to the equipment shed. The door flew open before we could knock, and Carl pulled us inside, slamming it shut and throwing a heavy bolt I hadn't noticed before. We collapsed on the floor, gasping, crying, clutching each other. The shed was warm. A small electric heater glowed in the corner. It felt like heaven. Carl stood by the window, peering out through a slit in the blinds. "They stopped at the edge of the clearing," he murmured. "They won't come near the station. Too much iron in the tools. Too much remembered purpose." He turned to look at us, a sad expression on his face. "You made it. Just a few hours till sunup." We spent the rest of the night in that shed, wrapped in moving blankets that smelled of oil and dust, listening to the heater click. The kids, utterly exhausted, fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. My wife held my hand, her grip tight, and we didn't speak. There was nothing to say. The first gray light of dawn finally seeped through the blinds. Carl peeked outside again and nodded. "It's time." His truck started on the first try, a roar of beautiful, normal machinery. He drove us the short distance back to our site. In the pale morning light, everything looked ordinary, even silly. Our abandoned car sat there, doors open, frost melting off the windshield in slow tears. The salt circle was a messy white line on the dirt. There was no sign of the shadows. They were gone, faded back into the bones of the land. We transferred our few grabbed belongings into the back of Carl's truck. I took one last look at our campsite, at the woods holding site number 7. It looked peaceful, innocent, but I knew the truth that lived there now. Carl drove us all the way to our car at the entrance gate, which started right up with a jump from his truck. The battery was fine. It had always been fine. We stood by our open car doors, the morning sun warm on our faces, a contrast so sharp it felt unreal. Carl handed me a slip of paper with a phone number on it. "Father Albright. Call him when you get home. He'll know what to do next. To protect yourselves, just in case." I took the paper, numb. "Thank you," I said, the words inadequate. He just shook his head. "Don't thank me. Just go. And never, ever come back. Not you, not your kids, not your grandkids. This place is not yours anymore." We drove away from Pine Grove. The kids, sensing the profound shift, were quiet in the back. My wife stared straight ahead, her profile rigid. We were alive. We were out. The nightmare was over. But as the miles stretched between us and those woods, a new chill settled in me, one the sun couldn't touch. We had escaped the place, but had we broken the connection? The thing had known my daughter's mind. It had known about our lost baby. It had invited us specifically. As I drove, the folded paper with the priest's number in my pocket felt like it was burning a hole. I pulled it out at a stoplight, smoothing it on my leg. I would call. I had to. But for now, the only thing that mattered was putting more road between us and that clearing. The relief of survival was immense, a solid, real thing in my chest. But underneath it, a question pulsed, low and steady like a hidden heartbeat. When you take something from a place that hungry, does it ever really let you go? The drive home was a blur of quiet highways and heavy thoughts. My wife stared out her window, her hand sometimes reaching back to touch one of the kids, as if to make sure they were still there. The kids themselves slept, the deep, exhausted sleep of the traumatized. The normal world rushed past, gas stations, billboards, other families and other cars going on vacations, and it all felt like a movie playing on a screen. We were separate from it, carrying a pocket of cold woods inside our car. When we finally pulled into our own driveway, the familiar sight of our house, our lawn, our mailbox, should have been a comfort. It just felt like a set piece, a stage where we were supposed to act normal. We unloaded in a daze. Inside, the central heat was on, a dry, artificial warmth that didn't reach the chill in my bones. My wife immediately ran a bath for the kids, scrubbing the forest dirt from their skin with a ferocity that was about more than cleanliness. I went to the garage and found the cell phone charger. My phone had died sometime during the night. I plugged it in, watching the screen light up with the empty battery symbol. As it slowly gained life, notifications began to pop up. A few work emails, a weather alert, nothing from the world we'd just left. I waited until it had enough power, then I took out the crumpled slip of paper from my pocket. The numbers were smudged from sweat, but still readable. I dialed Father Albright's number. It rang. Once. Twice. Then a click, and a recorded voice, calm and professional, filled my ear. You have reached the voicemail of Father Albright. I am currently away assisting with an emergency sanctification at the Pine Grove Campground. Please leave a message. The words Pine Grove Campground hit me like a punch. He was there. Right now. Carl must have called him after we left. An emergency sanctification. The phrase sounded both powerful and hopeless. I didn't leave a message. What would I say? I hung up and just stood there in my quiet kitchen, the hum of the refrigerator the only sound. He was trying to fix it, to seal it. A fragile hope, thin as a spider's thread, tried to form. Maybe it would work. Maybe the priest with his special tools and knowledge could do what we couldn't, could close the door we'd opened. We tried to settle back into our life. The next few days were a strange performance. We went through the motions, work, school, dinners, bedtime stories, but a distance had opened up between us, filled with the things we weren't saying. My wife jumped at every creak in the house. She started checking the locks on the doors and windows 3 times before bed. The kids had nightmares. My son woke up screaming about the cold kids who wanted to play tag. My daughter would sometimes stop in the middle of playing and stare at nothing, a vacant look in her eyes that made my heart stop. I'd call her name sharply and she'd blink, smile, and go back to her toys, not remembering. The connection wasn't broken. It was stretched thin, like a radio signal from a faraway station, but it was still coming through. A week after we returned, I was in the backyard raking leaves, trying to lose myself in the mindless physical work. My daughter was on the swing set, pumping her legs lazily. Out of the blue, she said, "Daddy, my friend says her grandma is good at knitting." I froze, the rake handle slick in my grip. The grandmother's knitting, left by a cold fire. "What friend, sweetie?" I asked, keeping my voice casual. "My friend in the woods. She's not there anymore. She says they had to move because a loud man was making big noises and it hurt. But she says she can still visit me in my dreams. She gave me something so she can find me." My blood turned to ice. I walked over to the swing, knelt in front of her. "She gave you something? What did she give you?" My daughter looked thoughtful, then shrugged. "A present. I put it in my treasure box." She slid off the swing and ran inside. I followed, my heart hammering. Her treasure box was an old shoebox she kept under her bed, full of pretty rocks, broken jewelry, and glittery drawings. She dumped it out on her pink rug and sifted through the clutter. "Here it is," she said, holding up a small, folded square of faded flannel cloth. I took it from her. It was soft, worn thin. I unfolded it carefully. Inside was a child's handmade bracelet, woven from colorful embroidery threads, the pattern simple, the knots slightly uneven. The ends were tied together in a sloppy, child-made knot. It was faded, as if it had been left in the sun for a long, long time. It was not something from our house. It was not something from any store we shopped at. It was a homespun, handmade thing, full of love and time. A thing a child might make for a friend. Or a sister. The lost family had 3 children. My hands shook. This was an anchor. A tag. The priest's sanctification might have hurt them, driven them from their woods temporarily. but they had left a hook in my daughter, a way to find her again. They weren't done. I took the bracelet. We need to put this away, okay? It's very old and might break. She pouted but agreed. I took it to the garage, my mind racing. I couldn't just throw it away. What if that didn't sever the link? What if it angered them? I needed information. Real information. I went to my computer, a different kind of dread settling in. I searched for Father Albright's church in Millerton. I found a number for the parish office. The secretary answered. I asked for the father. I'm sorry, he's still on personal leave, she said, her voice cheerful and unaware. Can I take a message? It's about Pine Grove, I said, the words feeling dangerous to say out loud. There was a pause on the line. A shift. One moment, please. The hold music was a generic hymn. After a minute, a different voice came on, older female. This is Mrs. Albright. My husband is recovering. He asked me to speak to anyone who called about that place. Who is this? I was there last week. I said, my throat tight. My family. Carl the ranger gave me his number. The father tried to do a sanctification. I need to know if it worked. Her sigh was heavy, traveled a long distance through the phone line. It did not. Not fully. He's in the hospital. Mild heart attack. The stress, the backlash. He said the site is stronger than he's ever felt. It's grown roots. It's attached itself to something new. He told me to tell anyone who called that if you took anything from there, even a memory, you need to bring it back. You need to return it and sever the tie yourself. He can't do it for you. I looked at the faded bracelet on my desk. What if something was given? Not taken. The pause was longer this time. Then it's a contract. An invitation. They consider it a promise. You have to return the gift and formally reject the offer. On the ground. Where it happened. He said you'd know what that meant. I knew. The circle. The stones. I had to go back. The thought made me feel physically ill. Is there anything else? Any instructions? He said to go during the day. Never at night. And do not go alone. Take a witness. Someone not connected to you by blood. The site feeds on family bonds. It confuses a stranger's energy. It's harder for it to grab hold. Those were his words. I don't understand them, but I trust him. I thanked her and hung up. The problem was immediate. Who could I ask? I had no close friend I could tell this insane story to who wouldn't think I'd lost my mind. My brother? He'd laugh and then call a doctor. A coworker? Impossible. I was trapped. That evening, after the kids were in bed, I showed my wife the bracelet and told her about the phone call. Her face, already drawn with stress, seemed to age years in front of me. You can't go back there, she whispered, her voice fierce. We barely got out. No. We have to, I said, equally quiet. It's in her head. They gave her a tag. They can find her. This isn't over unless we end it, on their ground, by their rules. Their rules will get you killed, she said, a tear tracking down her cheek. Then what's the alternative? Wait for one of them to show up in her bedroom one night? For her to sleepwalk out the front door and never come back? We argued in hushed, frantic tones for an hour, circling the same terrible points. Finally, exhausted, we fell into a desperate silence. The next day, I was at my wit's end. I drove to a nearby park, just to think, to be away from the tense atmosphere of the house. I sat on a bench, watching people walk their dogs, kids play frisbee. Normal life. I envied them so deeply it was an ache. My phone buzzed. It was a text from a number I didn't recognize. Heard you might need a neutral party. Meet at the diner on Route 9. Noon. Come alone. It was signed C. Carl. How did he get my number? It didn't matter. He was offering exactly what the priest's wife had said I needed. A witness. Someone not family. I was at the diner at 11:45. Carl's pickup truck was already in the lot. He was in a booth by the window, nursing a black coffee. He looked worse than he had at the campground, thinner, his eyes shadowed. I slid into the seat across from him. How did you know? I asked. He took a slow sip. Father Albright's wife. She called me. She said someone from the incident would be in touch. I figured it was you. The others, well, they usually don't make it out to call anyone. The waitress came, and I ordered a coffee I didn't want just to have something to do. When she left, I placed the little flannel-wrapped bracelet on the table between us. Carl didn't touch it. He just looked at it, a deep sadness in his eyes. They're clever, he murmured. A gift. Makes it voluntary. Makes the connection stronger. I have to take it back, I said. The priest's wife said I need a witness. Someone not family. He was already nodding. I figured, I'll go with you. Not into the circle. I'll stay at the tree line. But I'll be there. It's my job to clean up the messes in those woods. The relief was so profound I felt weak. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, he said, his voice gruff. You know what you have to do. You have to say the words. Out loud. In that circle. You have to reject the offer. You have to give back the gift and state, clearly, that your family is yours, whole and complete, and you want no part of theirs. You have to break the pattern in your mind and out loud. It's a ritual. You play by their rules one last time to end the game. And if it doesn't work, he met my gaze, his own steady and bleak. Then you'll be the seventh stone, and I'll have to find a way to tell your wife where to never look for you. We arranged to meet the next morning at a gas station near the turnoff for Pine Grove. I drove home, the plan solidifying in my mind a cold, hard knot of purpose. I told my wife. She cried, but she didn't stop me. She helped me pack a small bag, a bottle of water, the bracelet, a flashlight, my pocket knife. No holy water, no cross. Just me, my words, and the returned gift. That night, I kissed my sleeping children, memorizing their faces. I held my wife for a long time. I'm coming back, I promised her into her hair. This ends tomorrow. She didn't say she believed me. She just held on tighter. The next morning, I met Carl at the gas station. He gave a curt nod, and I followed his truck down the familiar roads. The sight of the Pine Grove sign filled me with a nausea so strong I had to swallow hard. We didn't go to the entrance. Carl turned down a forgotten fire road, overgrown and bumpy, that skirted the edge of the campground property. We parked where the road washed out. From here we walk, he said. The hike was shorter than I expected, cutting through a young, dense patch of forest before hitting the older, taller pines. I recognized the land. We were coming up behind site number 7. We reached the edge of the clearing. In the stark afternoon light, it looked even more wrong. The dead circle of earth was a sore spot. The brook was a trickle of sludge. The 6 old stones were there, mossy and ancient. And the 7th, my stone, was there too, pale and sharp and waiting. The black tar in the fire pit seemed to have bubbled, flowing over the edges a little. Carl stopped, putting a hand on my shoulder. This is as far as I go. You see that flat rock by the big pine? I'll be right there. I'll be watching. You go in, do what you need to do, and walk out. Don't run. Walk. Show no fear. You're returning what's theirs, that's all. A business transaction. I nodded, my mouth dry as dust. I stepped out of the tree line and into the clearing. The air was still and cold, a pocket of winter. I walked towards the center, towards the 7th stone. I could feel the place waking up, a subtle shift in the pressure, a focusing of attention. I was being watched by the trees, by the stones, by the earth itself. I stopped by the new stone. I took the flannel cloth from my pocket, unfolded it, and laid the little bracelet on the cold, gray rock right on top of it. Then I took a step back. I cleared my throat. My voice, when it came, was rough but clear, carrying in the quiet clearing. This is yours. I'm giving it back. My family is my family. We are whole. We are complete. We want no part of your circle. The offer is rejected. Leave us alone. I said it to the stone, to the air, to whatever was listening. For a moment, nothing. Then a wind kicked up, a sudden gust that came from nowhere, swirling dead leaves around the circle. It wasn't a cold wind. It was an angry wind. It whipped around me, tugging at my clothes. The bracelet lifted off the stone, tumbled once in the air, and landed at the base of the smallest, moss-covered stone. The wind died as suddenly as it came. The clearing was still again, but different. The pressure was gone. The feeling of being watched faded. The 7th stone in front of me didn't look different, but it felt inert. Just a rock. I turned and walked back towards Carl, my legs shaky but holding. I didn't run. I walked. I reached the tree line, and he clasped my arm, a brief, hard grip. You did it, he said, and there was real respect in his voice. We hiked back to the trucks in a companionable quiet. The drive home felt lighter. The sun seemed brighter. When I walked into my house, my wife flew into my arms. I held her, smelling her shampoo, feeling the solid reality of her. It's done, I whispered, and I believed it. For the first time in weeks, my daughter slept through the night with no strange comments the next day. The cold spot in our house seemed to warm. The nightmare appeared to be over. We had faced the thing, played its game by its rules, and won. A week later, feeling almost normal, I was cleaning out the garage. I moved a box of old camping gear, the gear we'd abandoned at site number 12. A small, faded plaid shirt fell out. one of my sons from years ago. As I picked it up to fold it, something clattered to the concrete floor. I looked down. It was a small, smooth gray river stone, perfectly round. It hadn't been in the box when I packed it. I stood there, holding the shirt, staring at the stone on the floor. It was just a rock, a common, ordinary rock, but I knew with a certainty that settled deep into my marrow that it hadn't come from any river near our home. It was the kind of stone you'd find in a dry creek bed in a pine forest. A gift, or a reminder. The transaction was complete, but the connection, it seemed, worked both ways. I had been to their home, and now a piece of it had followed me back to mine. I stared at the smooth, gray stone on the garage floor for a long time, the sounds of the neighborhood, a lawnmower, a kid's distant shout, feeling muffled and far away. It was just a rock. It could have gotten into the box at any time, on any trip. My son loved collecting rocks. That's all this was, a leftover from a happier time. I almost convinced myself. I picked it up. It was cool in my palm, heavier than it looked. I turned it over. There was nothing special about it. No marking, no odd shape. But my skin crawled where it touched me. I walked to the edge of my driveway and threw it as hard as I could into the thick brambles of the empty lot next door. It vanished into the green with a soft rustle. Gone. Problem solved. I went back inside, washed my hands with soap and hot water, and tried to forget about it. For a few days it worked. The normal rhythms of life reasserted themselves with a comforting strength. The kids' nightmares became less frequent. My wife laughed at a joke on TV, a real, unforced laugh that made my heart lift. We were healing. We were moving on. Then, on Thursday evening, my son was setting the table for dinner. He placed 5 plates. We were a family of 4. "Who's the extra plate for, buddy?" my wife asked, her tone light. He looked at the table, his forehead wrinkled in confusion. "For the other boy," he said, as if it were obvious. "He's always hungry." The air in the kitchen got very still. My wife and I locked eyes over his head. "What other boy?" I asked, keeping my voice calm, leaning against the counter. "My friend from the cold place. He sits in the back seat of the car sometimes when we go to school. He doesn't talk much. He just looks out the window." My son said this while carefully placing a fork beside the 5th plate, his movements methodical. A chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning traced my spine. This wasn't a memory. This was new. The connection wasn't broken by my trip back to the circle. It had just changed channels. They weren't trying to pull us to them anymore. They were coming here. The stone in the garage hadn't been a random piece of clutter. It had been a doorstop, propping open a door I thought I'd slammed shut. That night, after the kids were asleep, I told my wife about the stone. She listened, her face growing paler with each word. "You brought something back," she whispered, accusing and terrified. "I didn't bring it. It was in the box. It followed you, Tom. You went to their home, and you invited them to follow you back. That's how these things work." We were back in the nightmare, arguing in hushed, frantic tones in our safe, well-lit kitchen. The walls felt thinner. The dark outside the windows felt closer. "What do we do?" she finally asked, the fight gone out of her, replaced by a weary dread. I had no good answer. Calling Carl or the priest felt useless. I'd done the ritual. I'd said the words. It hadn't been enough. We were on our own. The next sign was more subtle. I woke up early on Saturday to find the back porch light on. I was sure I'd turned it off before bed. The switch was in the on position. I flipped it off. Sunday morning it was on again. And Monday, it wasn't burning out the bulb. It was just on. On Tuesday, my daughter asked if we could leave the hall light on at night. "My friend says the dark makes her cough," she explained. I refused firmly. That night at 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by the sound of the kids' bathroom faucet running full blast. I rushed in to turn it off. The sink was empty. No toothbrush, no cup. Just cold water pouring down the drain. I stood there in the dark, listening to the water run, and I knew. This was communication. This was them saying, "We are here. We are using your water, your electricity. We are moving in." They were making themselves at home. The following weekend, we tried to have a normal family day at the zoo. It was a disaster. My son threw a tantrum near the lion enclosure, screaming that he wanted to go to the forest zoo instead, where the animals were quiet and cold. My daughter spent the whole time looking over her shoulder, waving at empty spaces behind benches and trash cans. My wife was a bundle of nerves, jumping at every loud sound. I drove home in a grim quiet, the hope that we could outrun this eroding completely. That evening, determined to reclaim some sanity, I decided to build a fire in our backyard fire pit. A normal, cheerful family fire. We roasted marshmallows. The kids got sticky and smiled real smiles. For an hour, it was perfect. Then, as the flames died down to glowing embers, my daughter, staring into the coals, said, "Our fire is warmer than theirs was. Theirs just looked warm, but it wasn't." She wasn't talking to us. She was answering a question we hadn't heard. I threw a bucket of water on the fire, the coals hissing and steaming into the night. The fun was over. Back inside, as I got ready for bed, I found it. On my pillow, a single long gray pine needle. It hadn't been there minutes before. I hadn't been outside since dousing the fire. Our house was 30 miles from the nearest pine grove. I held it under the bathroom light. It was dry, slightly curled. A message. A calling card. They weren't just influencing the kids anymore. They were in the house. My house. Rage, hot and sudden, boiled up in me. This was my home. My family. They had no right. This wasn't their woods anymore. This was mine. I stormed through the house, checking locks, peering into dark corners, feeling foolish and furious. In the living room, the temperature dropped noticeably near the big picture window. I stopped. I could see my own reflection in the dark glass, and behind me the empty room. And then in the reflection, for less than a second, the shape of someone sitting in my armchair. A stooped silhouette. It was there, and then it wasn't. I whirled around. The chair was empty, but the seat cushion was slightly depressed, as if someone had just been sitting there. The rage cooled into a solid, cold determination. This was a war for my home, and I was losing. I couldn't fight shadows with a flashlight. I needed a strategy, a new kind of weapon. I remembered what Carl had said about the things they didn't like. Salt, iron, things that meant borders and purpose. The next day, I went to the hardware store. I bought a 50-pound bag of water softener salt pellets. I bought a box of long, thick iron nails. I bought a roll of copper wire, because I read online that spirits didn't like copper. I felt like a madman, but I didn't care. That afternoon, while my wife took the kids to a movie, a deliberate attempt to get them out of the increasingly oppressive atmosphere of the house, I got to work. I poured a thin, continuous line of salt along every exterior wall of the house, right where the foundation met the siding. I hammered iron nails into each window sill, each door frame. I strung copper wire along the mantel, around the kids' bedroom door frames. I was turning my home into a fortress against a ghost story. When my family returned, my wife took one look at the salt line and the nails and burst into tears. Not scared tears, heartbroken ones. "Look at what they've done to us," she sobbed. "Look at what we've become. This isn't a home anymore. It's a bunker." The kids were confused and frightened by the changes. My fortress felt like a prison. That night, the activity changed. It wasn't subtle anymore. At midnight, every faucet in the house turned on at once. The sudden roar of water from 2 bathrooms and the kitchen jolted us out of bed. I ran from room to room, turning them off. The handles were ice cold. As I turned off the last one in the hall bathroom, the mirror fogged over completely, from the bottom up, as if someone had breathed on it. Then a single word appeared, drawn in the fog by an invisible finger: "Stay." It was the word my daughter had spoken in the woods. They were repeating their offer. Here, in my bathroom. I wiped the mirror clean with a trembling hand. I checked on the kids. They were sleeping, but fitfully tossing and turning. My son was muttering, "Too bright, turn it off." Though the room was dark, the siege had begun in earnest. The next few days were a blur of small, terrifying events. Lights flickered. The smell of pine needles and damp earth would waft through a room with no source. Our dog, a placid old lab, would sometimes growl at a corner of the living room for no reason, the hair on his back standing up. We were all on edge, sleep-deprived, jumping at every noise. My wife stopped crying. She just moved through the house with a blank, resigned expression that scared me more than anything. I had to do something drastic. The salt and iron weren't enough. They were inside already. I needed to evict them. I remembered the priest's electrolyte solution, the holy water. I didn't have any, and I had no faith to make my own. But I had another idea. If they were a presence, an energy, maybe I could disrupt them. On a website about paranormal cleansing, a site I never thought I'd visit in my life, I read about using sound. Loud, complex, human sound, not recordings. Live sound. It was a long shot, but it was all I had left. That Friday, I called my brother. I didn't tell him the truth. I told him we were having a bad bout of melancholy after the miscarriage anniversary, and we needed a pick-me-up. I asked him, his wife, and their two loud teenage boys to come over for a pizza and game night, to fill the house with noise and life, and people who weren't us. He agreed instantly, worried about us. They arrived that evening with board games and too much soda. The house was suddenly full of shouting, laughter, the blare of the TV, the thump of teenagers playing video games in the den. The normal, boisterous chaos of a big family gathering. And it worked. For the first time in weeks, the air in the house felt light. The cold spots warmed. My own kids got swept up in the fun, their faces losing that pinched, watchful look. My wife even laughed, a real laugh, at one of my brother's dumb jokes. I watched, a fierce hope blooming in my chest. This was the weapon. Life. Loud, messy, present life. The energy of a family that was alive and here. The lost family couldn't compete with this. They were echo. This was the original booming sound. The evening was a triumph. When my brother's family finally left, hugs and promises to do it again soon, our own house felt different. Warmer. Quieter in a good way. The kids went to bed without complaint and fell asleep instantly. My wife gave me a real smile as we cleaned up pizza boxes. "That was a good idea," she said. "Thank you." We went to bed feeling better than we had in a month. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. And then at exactly 3 a.m., I woke up. Not to a sound, to a feeling. A profound emptiness. The house was too still. I reached for my wife. Her side of the bed was cold. I sat up. "Honey." No answer. I got out of bed, my heart starting to hammer. I checked the kids' rooms. Empty. Their beds were unmade, but they were gone. I ran through the house, turning on every light, calling their names. Nothing. The back door was unlocked. I ran outside into the backyard. The moon was full, casting a sharp blue-white light. And I saw them, my wife and my children. They were standing in a line at the far edge of our property, where our lawn met the woods that backed onto a community park. They were in their pajamas, barefoot on the dew-soaked grass. They were standing perfectly still, facing the woods. And they were holding hands, just like a family. My breath caught in my throat. I started to run towards them, to scream. But as I got closer, I saw their faces in the moonlight. They were serene, peaceful, blank. Their eyes were open, but they weren't seeing our yard, our woods. They were seeing a different clearing, a different set of stones. The noise had driven them out. Not away, deeper. It had pushed the presence to act, to make its final, desperate move. It wasn't waiting for us to come to them anymore. It was going to walk my family into the local woods and keep walking until they found a place that felt right, a place that felt like home. And they would vanish, just like the others, leaving me alone in a house full of salt and nails and copper wire, a fortress that had failed to protect the very thing it was built for. I stopped running, standing 20 feet from my own family, understanding dawning with a terrible, icy clarity. I couldn't just defend anymore. I had to go on the attack. But how do you attack a memory? How do you fight a sorrow that has taken root in your own home? They stood there, a perfect, silent line, waiting for a signal I couldn't hear to start walking into the trees and out of my life forever. I stood frozen on the damp grass, 20 feet from my family. They were a statue garden of people I loved, bathed in wrong moonlight, holding hands like they were about to play a game of Ring Around the Rosie. The sight was so peaceful it was horrifying. My mind screamed at me to rush them, to tackle them, to drag them back inside. But a deeper, colder instinct held me back. What if touching them triggered something? What if my interference made them bolt into those woods like spooked deer? I had to be smarter than the fear. I took a slow, careful step forward, then another. The grass crunched under my feet, a sound that seemed monstrously loud in the perfect stillness. They didn't turn. They didn't flinch. I was 5 feet away now, close enough to see the goosebumps on my son's arms, the vacant stare in my wife's eyes. They were looking at the tree line, but they weren't seeing the familiar oaks and maples of our local park. They were seeing a different forest entirely. I spoke, my voice low and calm, the voice I used when one of them had a night terror. "Hey, it's me. It's time to come back inside now. It's cold out here." No reaction, not even a blink. I reached out, my hand hovering just above my wife's shoulder. I could feel the cold radiating from her skin, that same deep, unnatural chill from Pine Grove. "Honey," I said a little louder. "Wake up." Her head turned. Just a fraction. Her eyes, glassy and distant, slid towards me. There was no recognition, just a mild curiosity, like looking at a bug. Then her lips moved. The voice that came out wasn't hers. It was a dry, papery whisper, the sound of many leaves rustling together. "We're going home." The words weren't aimed at me. They were a statement of fact, spoken to the night. My daughter, still holding her mother's hand, echoed in her own little girl voice, but with the same hollow tone, "Going home." My son just nodded, a slow, dreamy motion. Panic threatened to short-circuit my brain. They were a unit, a locked system. I couldn't reason with them. I had to break the trance physically. I abandoned caution and grabbed my wife's arm. It was like gripping a marble statue, cold and rigid. "You are home," I said, my voice cracking. "This is your home. Look at me." I pulled, but she was rooted to the spot, an impossible weight. I pulled harder, putting my whole body into it. She didn't budge. It was like trying to pull a tree out of the ground. My son, still looking forward, spoke. "Daddy, you're pulling too hard. You'll hurt her." The use of my name, in his normal voice, was a knife twist. "Then help me, buddy. Wake up. Please." He didn't respond. The family unit just stood, a wall of serene determination. I was losing. I needed a different tool. I remembered the salt, the iron. They were in my house, not in my pocket. I had nothing on me but my pajamas. Then I remembered the one thing I always carried, a silly habit from my own childhood. A lucky silver dollar, worn smooth, that I kept in my pocket. It was in the pocket of the jeans I'd worn yesterday, currently in a heap on the bedroom floor. Useless. Think. Sound. The website said sound. Live sound. I took a deep, shuddering breath, and I screamed. Not a scream of fear, but a loud, wordless animal yell, full of every bit of frustration, love, and terror I had in me. I yelled directly into my wife's face. The effect was immediate and electric. All three of them flinched as one. A full-body jerk like a puppet string had been yanked. Their linked hands tightened. My wife's eyes lost their glassiness for a split second, filled with confusion and terror, before the vacant calm slammed back down. But it had worked. For a moment, I'd reached her. I screamed again, a raw, sustained roar at the sky. "This is MY family. You can't have them." This time, the reaction was different. The woods behind them moved. Not the trees. The shadows between the trees detached, flowing together, forming into those familiar six shapes at the edge of my property. They had followed us home. They were here. The tall father shape stepped forward, just beyond the first tree. It didn't enter my lawn. It stood there, a pillar of condensed darkness. It lifted an arm and pointed. Not at my family. At me. Then it swung its pointing finger to the empty space at the end of my family's line, right next to my daughter. The space for me. The final invitation. To join the chain. To complete the set. To walk into the woods with them. A trade. My family for me. A cold logic settled over me. It was the only offer on the table. I couldn't pull them back. I couldn't fight six of them. But maybe, just maybe, I could redirect their attention. If I stepped into that space, if I let them think they'd won, it might break their hold on my wife and kids. They'd focus on me, the new prize, and maybe, just maybe, my family would snap out of it and run for the house. It was a terrible gamble, but it was the only move I had left. I looked at my wife's blank face, at my children's empty eyes. I thought of our real home, the one full of light and noise and life. I took a step to the side, moving towards the empty spot in their line. "Okay," I said, my voice now calm, resigned. "Okay, you win. I'll come, but you let them go. Right now. They stay here." I took another step. The six figures at the tree line became very still. The pointing arm of the father shape lowered slightly. I was within arm's reach of my daughter. I could feel the cold coming off her small body. I looked at her, praying for a flicker of understanding. There was none. I moved to step into the space, and then my wife's hand shot out. Her grip, moments ago cold as stone, was now burning hot, desperate. Her fingers clamped around my wrist like a vice. Her head whipped towards me, and her eyes were completely her own, blazing with a fury and love so intense it stole my breath. "No," she snarled, the word guttural and real. "You do not get to leave us. You fight with us, not for us. We are not a bargaining chip." Her words were a lightning strike. The second she broke the chain, the spell shattered. My son gasped, stumbling back as if waking from a dream. My daughter started to cry, a normal, scared kid cry. The line was broken. The six shadows at the tree line rippled, their forms becoming agitated, less distinct. The father shape's arm rose again, pointing now with a frantic, jerky motion. The air temperature plummeted. Frost crackled across the grass. racing in lines from the woods towards our feet. The shadows began to advance, not walking, but flowing over the ground like spilled ink, coming onto my property, coming for us. Inside! Now! I yelled. We ran, a stumbling, terrified herd. My wife scooped up our crying daughter. I grabbed my son's hand, and we sprinted for the back door. We burst into the kitchen, slamming the door shut and locking it. I flipped on every light switch I could reach. We crowded into the center of the living room, breathing hard, the kids sobbing. Outside, the 6 shadows gathered on our back lawn. They didn't try to come in. They just formed their circle again, this time on our grass, surrounding our house. The siege had moved. They were in our world now, and they had us surrounded. The next few hours were a special kind of hell. We sat on the couch, the 4 of us wrapped in a blanket, watching the shadows through the windows. They didn't move. They just stood there, a perfect ring around our home, patient as glaciers. The inside of our house began to change. The warmth bled away, replaced by that pervasive, damp cold. Our breath fogged in the air. The lights, all the lights, began to dim, not flicker. Dim, as if the voltage was being slowly dialed down. I checked my phone. The battery, which had been at 80%, was now at 10 and dropping fast. They were draining us. Here in our own home, they were feeding on the energy, the life, just like Carl said. "Daddy, I'm scared," my daughter whimpered. "Make them go away." I had no answer. My wife was staring at the shadow of the grandmother, which stood sentinel outside the big picture window. "It's my fault," she whispered. "What?" I said, turning to her. "The miscarriage. The sadness. I brought that here. I called them." "No," I said, fierce. "That's what they want you to think. That grief is a door. But it's our grief. Ours. Not theirs to use." But my words felt hollow as the lights continued to fade. We were trapped in a shrinking circle of dim light, growing colder by the minute. My son, shivering, pointed to the car keys on the hook by the door. "Can't we drive away?" It was a child's logic, beautiful and simple. But the car was in the garage, and the garage door was electric. With the power failing, we couldn't open it. And even if we could, to get to it, we'd have to cross the ring of shadows. We were truly trapped. As the room grew darker, a new sound started. A faint, staticky sound, like a radio not quite tuned to a station. It seemed to come from the walls themselves. Then, through the static, a clear melody emerged. An old, simple tune, a camping song. Under the pine trees, where the firelight gleams, we'll be a family forever, in each other's dreams. It was a song I'd never heard before, cheery and sinister at the same time. Outside, the 3 child shadows began to sway, a gentle, rocking motion in time with the music. My own children's eyes started to droop. My daughter's head nodded. "No!" I shouted, clapping my hands. "Stay awake. Everyone sing. Sing anything. Row, row, row your boat." Loud. My wife, catching on, started singing "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" in a loud, off-key shout. I joined in. My son, confused but game, belted out the ABCs. We created a wall of ragged, human noise, drowning out the ghostly lullaby. The child shadows stopped swaying. The static song cut off. We kept singing, our voices getting hoarse, until we'd run through every kid's song we knew. We fell into a panting quiet. The lights were now just faint orange glows in the lamps. It was almost dark. The shadows outside were closer. They had tightened their circle, now just a few feet from the walls of the house. I could see the details of their impossible forms more clearly in the gloom. The suggestion of a plaid shirt on the father, the outline of a skirt on the grandmother. They were becoming more real the darker it got. We were losing. The light was almost gone. The cold was deep in our bones. My kids were lethargic, slipping into a hypothermic daze. My wife held them, her own strength fading. I had one last stupid idea. The website had talked about live sound, about energy. We had no energy left. But the house did. Or it had. The electrical system. I stumbled through the near darkness to the breaker box in the basement hallway. I yanked it open. I had no idea what I was doing. This was how people electrocuted themselves. But if they were feeding on energy, maybe I could give them a meal they couldn't handle. I found the main breaker. With a silent prayer to anything that was listening, I grabbed the handle, and with a grunt of effort, I shoved it from on to OFF. Then immediately back to on. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. Every light in the house that was still drawing power blew out with a series of loud pops. The TV, the fridge, every digital clock, everything surged and died. But for one brilliant, split second as the power arced back, Every single bulb in the house flashed with a blinding, blue-white light brighter than the sun. A wave of pure, raw electrical energy pulsed through the wires in the walls. A sound like a thunderclap rolled through the house. From outside, I heard a sound I'd never heard before, a high, keening wail, like feedback from a microphone, mixed with the rustle of a forest in a hurricane. I ran back to the living room window. The flash was gone, leaving us in total, profound darkness. But outside, the shadows were gone. The lawn was empty. The moon shone down on ordinary grass. The ring was broken. I stood there, my heart pounding, waiting for them to reform. They didn't. The cold in the house began to recede, slowly, replaced by the normal cool of a late night. The oppressive feeling lifted. The house was just a house again. A dark, powerless house, but ours. We spent the rest of the night huddled together by candlelight, too scared to believe it was over, but too exhausted to do anything else. The kids slept fitfully. My wife and I kept watch, jumping at every creak of the settling house. Dawn came, gray and slow. With the sunrise, a profound relief washed over us. We had survived the night. We had fought them off. We had won a battle, right here in our own home. As the sun fully rose, I went outside. The grass was frosted where the shadows had stood. In the exact center of the lawn, where the father shape had been, the frost was shaped like a perfect, sprawling starburst, as if something had exploded outward from that spot. I walked back inside, the morning sun warming my back. My family was awake, eating cold cereal by candlelight. They looked tired, shell-shocked, but present. All of them. Here. We had defended our home. We had broken the circle. But as I looked at the blown-out light bulbs, at the fried electronics, at the exhaustion on my wife's face, the victory felt fragile. We had used a surge of power to drive them out. But a surge fades, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't destroyed anything. We'd just startled them, sent them scattering back to the dark corners they came from. They knew where we lived now. And a thing that waits, a thing made of longing and patience, can always try again. The war wasn't over. We'd just won a skirmish. And the question that hung in the air, unspoken but felt by all of us, was simple. What do you do when the enemy isn't at your gates, but in the very idea of your home? The days after the blackout were spent in a haze of repairs and quiet fear. Electricians came, shaking their heads at the fried wiring, muttering about a once-in-a-lifetime power surge. We replaced bulbs, bought a new refrigerator, and tried to laugh about it being a crazy fluke. We didn't laugh much. The kids went back to school, my wife went back to work, and I tried to focus on the mundane details of life, paying the electrician's bill, raking the frost-scorched patch of lawn, fixing a loose step on the porch. We were building a new normal on top of the cracks, pretending the foundation wasn't haunted. But the signs were small and persistent. A faint smell of pine in the laundry room with no source. The dog still occasionally growling at the empty corner of the living room at dusk. My daughter would sometimes hum that camping song, stopping herself with a frown when she realized what she was doing. They were gone, but they'd left an echo, a fingerprint on our lives. The worst part was the dreams. We all had them. Vivid, cold dreams of standing in a stone circle, of holding hands with people whose faces were blurred by shadow, of a profound, aching loneliness that wasn't our own. We'd wake up shivering, even under thick blankets. We were connected to them, a connection forged in terror and pity, and I didn't know how to sever it for good. A month after the incident, a package arrived in the mail. No return address. It was a small, heavy box. Inside, nestled in crumpled brown paper, was Carl's old metal cross, the one I'd left at the ranger station. Under it was a note in his blocky handwriting. Found this. Thought you should have it. Heard about your electrical trouble. They don't like being shocked. Remember that. Don't call me again. It was a goodbye and a warning. The cross felt different now. Not like a holy object, but like a tool. A piece of armor. I hung it on the wall by the front door, not as a symbol of faith, but as a reminder of the fight. It was a declaration. We know what's out there. We are not an easy meal. Spring turned to summer. The memory of Pine Grove should have faded in the heat, but it didn't. It became a low-grade fever in our family life. We didn't go on trips. We didn't talk about camping. The word forest was spoken carefully. We were healing, but we were also hiding, and everyone knew it. The idea that we were just waiting for the next round was a poison in our well. One evening in late July, we were having a barbecue. My brother's family was over again, the noise and chaos a welcome shield. The kids were playing tag, screaming with laughter. The smell of burgers filled the air. For a few hours, it was perfect. Then, as the sun dipped below the trees, my nephew, a lanky 15-year-old, wandered over to me at the grill. "Uncle Tom," he said, his voice casual. "Who are those people in the woods?" I froze, the spatula in my hand hovering over a burger. "What people?" "Over there," he said, nodding towards the tree line at the back of our property. "Just standing there. 2 tall ones, some kids, an old lady. They've been there for like 10 minutes. Just watching." My blood turned to ice. I slowly turned my head. I saw nothing but the deepening shadows of the oaks and maples. "You see them?" I asked, my voice tight. "Yeah. Kinda weird, right? Are they neighbors?" He could see them. In the daylight. To him, they were just people. The connection wasn't just in our heads anymore. It was becoming visible. They were solidifying, using the link they'd forged with us to step a little further into our world. I forced a smile. "Probably just the Jeffersons from down the lane. They're shy. Don't worry about it." He shrugged and went back to his phone. I finished the burgers with robotic movements, my mind racing. This was the next step. They weren't attacking. They were appearing, making themselves seen to outsiders, normalizing their presence. The siege wasn't with cold and darkness this time. It was with perception. If my nephew could see them, soon others might. And then what? Would they start walking out of the woods? Knocking on the door? Asking to borrow a cup of sugar? The mundane horror of it was worse than the shadows. That night, after everyone left, I told my wife. We sat at the kitchen table, the remains of the party around us, and felt the walls of our world shrink another inch. "We can't live like this," she said, her voice flat, final. "Waiting for them to become everyone else's problem. For our kids to have to explain the ghost family in their backyard to their friends. What do we do?" I asked, the old helplessness rising. "We do what we should have done in the beginning," she said, a fierce light in her eyes. "We don't just defend. We don't just reject. We end it. We go to their home, and we evict them." We tried that. I gave back the bracelet. I said the words. "No," she said, leaning forward. "You went alone. You played by their rules on their field. That was a refusal. That's not the same as an eviction. We go as a family. Our whole family. We show them what a real, living, complete family looks like. Not as a replacement, but as the opposite of them. We show them they don't belong here. In our world. Or in theirs anymore." It was a crazy idea. Insane. To go back to Pine Grove, to site number 7, all 4 of us, voluntarily. It was everything Carl had warned against. But the look in her eyes wasn't crazy. It was determined. It was the same look she'd had when she grabbed my wrist on the lawn. We were not bargaining chips. We were a unit. And a unit could act. We didn't tell the kids where we were going. We said it was a special trip to fix a bad memory. They were scared, but they trusted us. We drove out on a bright Saturday morning in August, the car filled with a tense, quiet purpose. We didn't pack camping gear. We packed a picnic lunch, a first aid kit, and the metal cross. We pulled off at the same fire road Carl had used. The hiking was quiet. The kids held our hands, their small grips tight. When we reached the edge of the clearing, I felt a wave of nausea so strong I had to stop. There it was, the dead circle, the 6 old stones, the 7th my stone, the oily brook. It was worse in the daylight, a scar on the earth. My wife squeezed my hand. "Together," she whispered. We stepped out of the trees. The moment we entered the clearing, the air changed. It didn't get cold. It got still. The birdsong from the surrounding forest cut off. It was like stepping into a photograph. We walked to the center, right into the middle of the stone circle. We stood there, the 4 of us, holding hands, forming our own small circle within theirs. We didn't say anything at first. We just stood. I could feel it then, the attention of the place, a vast, sleepy, hungry awareness focusing on us. It wasn't hostile. It was curious and hopeful. It thought we had come to stay. Then my wife spoke, her voice clear and strong, not shouting, just stating facts to the air, the stones, the trees. "We are the Carter family. This is our son and our daughter. We had another child, but we lost her. She is ours too. Our family is whole. Our family is alive. We are not yours. This place is not ours. And you do not belong here anymore." I spoke next. "Your time here is done. Your family is gone. You need to let go. You need to move on." It felt silly, like we were reciting lines in a bad play. But as we spoke, the air began to stir. A breeze picked up, circling the clearing, stirring the dead leaves on the ground. The kids, brave beyond belief, spoke up. My son, his voice shaky but loud, said, "We have our own home. You can't come over anymore." My daughter, clutching her mother's leg, added, "I'm sorry you're sad, but you're scaring me." Their words, simple and honest, did something ours didn't. The breeze became a wind, whipping around the circle, kicking up dust. The 6 old stones seemed to darken. The 7th stone, my stone, began to change. A fine network of cracks appeared on its surface, spreading like spiderwebs. The hopeful feeling in the air curdled into something else. Confusion, then anger. A deep, rumbling anger that seemed to come from under our feet. The wind howled, no longer circling but pushing against us, trying to break our circle. The sky, clear a moment ago, seemed to darken over the clearing. Shadows began to pool at the base of the 6 ancient stones, starting to rise, to take shape. They were coming. Our words hadn't evicted them. They had summoned them. We had broken the first rule. Don't get their attention. We had all of it now. "Hold on!" I yelled over the gale. We tightened our grip, our little circle of 4 in the eye of a gathering storm. The 6 figures formed fully, taller and more solid than I'd ever seen them. Details were clearer, the pattern on the father's ghostly flannel shirt, the grandmother's knitted shawl. Their faces were still blurred, but their posture was clear. They were advancing. They weren't pointing or inviting. They were closing in. They understood now. We weren't replacements. We were a threat. We were telling them to leave their home. And they were going to defend it. We were trapped in the circle with them. The wind was a wall. I saw the father shape raise a hand, not to point, but as if to push. A wave of that same, soul-numbing cold we'd felt in our backyard slammed into us. My daughter cried out. This was it. We had made a catastrophic mistake. In my pocket, my hand closed around Carl's metal cross. It was just a piece of metal. It had no power here, but it was a symbol of our fight, of our refusal. And then I remembered what Carl had said about the priest's tools. The holy part is me. The power wasn't in the object. It was in the belief, in the will. We weren't a priest. We were a family. That was our power. Our belief wasn't in a god. It was in each other. "Everyone look at me," I roared, pulling the cross from my pocket. I didn't hold it up like a ward. I held it in my fist, a piece of our story. This is our line. This is our family. You cannot have it. And I didn't throw it at the shadows. I turned and threw it, with all my strength, at the 7th stone. The stone that was meant for me. The cracked, waiting stone. The cross, tumbling end over end, struck the pale gray rock square in the center. There was a sound like a bell, but wrong, a cracked, dissonant chime that vibrated in my teeth. The 7th stone didn't shatter. It dissolved. It crumbled into a pile of gray, lifeless sand, as if all the years it had been waiting crashed down on it at once. The effect was instantaneous. The 6 advancing figures froze. The howling wind cut off, leaving a ringing absence of sound. The shadows that made up their forms began to waver, to blur at the edges. They weren't looking at us anymore. They were looking at the pile of sand where the 7th stone had been. The stone that anchored their hope for a new father, a new family. The keystone of their longing. It was gone. The father shape turned its blurred face towards me. For a second, I didn't see anger. I saw a sorrow so deep and vast it could have swallowed the sun. A grief that finally, after 8 years, understood it was dead. Then it did something it had never done before. It nodded. A slow, single nod of acknowledgement. Of release. One by one, the other figures did the same. The mother, the grandmother, the 3 children. They nodded. And then, they didn't fade or vanish. They turned, all 6 of them, and walked. They walked out of the stone circle, past the 6 mossy markers that were their own graves, and into the trees. They didn't look back. They just walked, their forms becoming less distinct with every step, until they were gone, absorbed into the green of the forest. Not as predators, not as lost souls, but as memories finally finding their path away. The clearing was just a clearing. The brook began to babble, a normal, cheerful sound over normal rocks. A bird sang, then another. The sun broke through the canopy, warming the dead circle of earth. For the first time, I saw a few brave blades of green grass pushing through the packed soil. We stood there, holding hands, for a long time, breathing in air that was just air. We had done it, not with violence or with holy words, but by showing them the truth. We were a closed circle, and by destroying the symbol of their false hope, we had given them the gift of realizing they were one too. A closed circle that needed to close forever. We drove home in a quiet that was peaceful, not strained. The kids fell asleep in the back seat. My wife held my hand, her head resting against the window, a small, real smile on her face. That was 6 months ago. The dream stopped. The smell of pine left our house. The dog sleeps peacefully by the fire. My nephew never mentioned the people in the woods again. We talk about Pine Grove now, not with fear, but with a kind of sad respect. We won't ever go back, but we don't have to fear it anymore. The other day, I was cleaning out the garage again. I moved the same box of old camping gear. This time, nothing fell out, but as I was about to close it, I saw, tucked into a fold of the tent fabric, a single beautifully smooth gray river stone, just like the one before. I picked it up. It was warm from sitting in the sun coming through the garage window. It was just a rock, a common, ordinary rock. I held it for a minute, feeling its weight. Then I walked outside to my backyard. I went to the edge of the lawn near the tree line. I knelt and dug a small hole with my fingers. I placed the stone in the bottom of it. I didn't throw it away. I planted it. I covered it with dirt, patting the earth flat. A marker. Not for them. For us. For what we lost and what we fought for and what we kept. I stood up, brushed the soil from my hands, and went inside to my family, to the noise and the light and the life, closing the door on the quiet woods behind me. The story was over. The circle was closed. But sometimes on very still nights, I look out at that spot in the yard, and I wonder if things that are planted, even stones, ever truly stop growing. Story number 5. The Tuesday night meeting in the church basement was the 1 hour of my whole week where I could almost breathe normally. My name is Leo, and I haven't slept through the night in about 3 years, not since the thing I call the tenant moved into the back of my head. That sounds crazy, I know, but the people in that circle of folding chairs, they got it. We all had our own version of it. The only rule, the big rule, the rule that was more important than anything else, was to never, ever describe it in detail. Our facilitator, a tired-looking guy who used to be an engineer, he said it every single time. Vague is safe, he'd tell us, his voice calm and steady. Don't give it a shape. Don't give it a story. If you give it details, you give it power. You make it more real for you, and you risk making it more real for the person sitting next to you. So we talked in code. I talked about the pressure. A feeling like a cold hand was constantly pressing between my shoulder blades. The woman across from me, a school teacher with kind eyes that always looked a little red from crying, talked about the static, a fuzzy noise that filled her head and sometimes made her forget where she was. A big guy who worked construction talked about the thing in the corner of the eye, a dark smudge that was never there when he looked straight at it. We didn't ask for specifics. We just nodded. That nod meant everything. It meant I believe you, and I have my own version of that nightmare. And for this 1 hour, we are not alone. That was the ritual. That was our sanctuary. We were safe because we were all being carefully, strategically blurry. It was a life raft in a very dark sea. That all changed the night she showed up. She was young, maybe in her early 20s, with hair that looked like she hadn't brushed it in days and eyes that were wide and shattered, like she'd just seen something that broke the world. She was shaking, a fine, constant tremble that made the cheap coffee in her paper cup slosh over the rim and onto her jeans. She didn't seem to notice. When it was her turn to share, she stared at the floor and whispered that she called it the echo, but you could see the fear eating her from the inside. It was a living thing in the room with us, a cold spot that made the hairs on my arms stand up. She tried to stick to the rules, she really did, but the words were choking her. Her voice dropped from a whisper to a raw, painful scrape, like she was coughing up glass. She broke. "It smells like ozone," she gasped, like the air right after a lightning strike and burnt hair. "It wears my dad's face, but his smile. His smile has too many teeth. It stands at the foot of my bed, and it calls me its little dove." The room didn't just get quiet. It got still. The kind of profound, absolute stillness that comes in the second before a car crash, when you see it happening but you're powerless to stop it. All the safe, comfortable vagueness in the room evaporated, replaced by the vivid, horrifying picture she had just painted in all of our minds. I could smell that ozone. I could see that wrong smile. The facilitator moved faster than I'd ever seen him move. He lunged forward from his chair, his hand outstretched like he could physically grab the words out of the air. "Stop!" he shouted, and his voice wasn't calm anymore. It was sharp with a panic that scared me more than anything else. Names have power. Descriptions have power. You have to stop, but it was way too late. The genie was out of the bottle. We had all heard it. We had all pictured it. The school teacher had her hands over her ears. The construction guy was just staring, his face pale. The young woman, realizing what she'd done, dissolved into silent, heaving sobs, her whole body curling in on itself. The rest of the meeting was a blur. The facilitator tried to get us back on track, but the spell was broken. The sanctuary was contaminated. The warm blanket of shared understanding was yanked away, leaving us all shivering and exposed. We left quickly, not making eye contact, shuffling out into the chilly night air like convicts released from prison. I drove home with my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my mind replaying those words over and over. It's little dove. That night, I woke up standing in my bathroom. I hadn't sleepwalked in years, not since the tenant first arrived, and I'd done a bunch of weird stuff in my sleep. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The cold bathroom tile was under my bare feet. My right index finger was throbbing, the tip red and sore. I looked up, and my blood went cold. There, on the steamed-up mirror, drawn in a smeary line of my own toothpaste, was a symbol. It wasn't anything I recognized. It was a twisting, spiraling knot of lines that looped and crossed in ways that made my head hurt to follow. It looked wrong. It felt wrong, like a word from a language that hurts your teeth to speak. A deep, instinctual part of my brain recoiled from it. I didn't draw that. I would never draw that. But my aching finger told a different story. I stumbled back to my bedroom, grabbed my phone with trembling hands, and took a picture of it. I felt a deep shame, like I was admitting a terrible failure. We weren't supposed to make it manifest. We weren't supposed to give it any form at all. But I had to know. I wasn't ready to be alone with this. I opened the private online forum our group used, a secure little digital clubhouse where we sometimes checked in between meetings. I posted the photo. My message was short, just a few terrified words. Did anyone else do this last night? I stared at the screen, feeling sick to my stomach. I was breaking the unspoken rule again, but the silence in my apartment was suddenly too loud, and I needed to know if I was the only one whose nightmare had decided to start writing on the walls. The replies didn't trickle in. They flooded. A notification popped up within a minute. It was a photo from the school teacher. The same symbol, but this one was drawn in the fine, dark coffee grounds on her kitchen countertop, intricate and precise. Another ping. The construction guy. A picture of his bathroom window, the symbol smeared in something red and waxy that looked like lipstick. Another. A photo of a potted fern, the symbol carefully etched into the dark soil. My breath was coming in short, sharp gasps. It was the same symbol. Every single time. The same twisting, impossible knot. We had all drawn it, without knowing, miles apart from each other. The last notification was from the new member, the young woman who had broken the rules. Her photo wasn't of a mirror or a counter. It was a close-up of her forearm. The symbol was there, but not drawn. It had been carved recently and crudely into her own skin. The lines were angry and red, some spots beating with tiny drops of blood. The caption below it was only 5 words, but they froze the air in my lungs. It's learning how to use my hands. I dropped my phone. It clattered on the hardwood floor, the screen still glowing with that horrible image. This wasn't just us sharing symptoms anymore. This was something else. This was coordinated. The thing, the tenant, the echo, whatever we called it, it wasn't just whispering in our ears anymore. It was taking our hands and making us write its signature. The buzzing in my ears from the panic was so loud I almost didn't hear the new sound. A soft, distinct ping. Not from the forum app. A text message. I slowly bent down and picked up my phone. The text was from a number I didn't recognize. No area code, just a string of digits that didn't look right. The message was only 7 words. It said, "The architect is awake. Good. We can begin." I read it again, and then a third time. The architect? What architect? My confusion was total, a blank wall of fear. Then I looked at my own hand, the one that had drawn the symbol on the mirror. I'm an architect by trade. I design buildings. I lay out plans. I connect lines and spaces for a living. The cold understanding that washed over me then was worse than any fear I'd felt before. It wasn't calling me by my name. It was calling me by my purpose. It knew what I did, and it had plans for me. The chapter of my life where this was a private, manageable horror was over. Something new had just begun, and it had all of us in its grip, connected by a symbol we never meant to draw, waiting for its next instruction. The text on my screen seemed to pulse in the dark room, a tiny digital heartbeat of pure menace, and I knew, with a certainty that settled deep into my bones, that the Tuesday night meetings were never going to be a sanctuary again. Real panic, I learned in the days that followed, isn't loud. It doesn't scream. It's a low, constant hum in your ears, like a bad electrical wire. It's the feeling of cold metal in your gut that no amount of coffee can warm up. It's checking every reflective surface you pass, not to see yourself, but to make sure nothing else is looking back. After that text message, the one that called me the architect, our private online forum went crazy. It was like a digital asylum. The school teacher posted that she kept finding her fingers tracing the symbol on her desk during class. The construction guy said he woke up with dirt under his nails, and the symbol scraped into the drywall of a house he was working on. A part of the house he swore he hadn't been in that day. The most terrifying thing was the timing. 6 of us had drawn or carved the mark that first night, and we compared notes. All of it happened in the same 30-minute window, between 3:15 and 3:45 in the morning. It wasn't random. It was a synchronized signal. Our things, our tenants and echoes and statics, were not just whispering to us individually anymore. They were talking to each other, and they were making us answer the roll call. We were scared, and scared people make dumb decisions. We had a frantic, messy vote online, and decided to quarantine. No more meetings. No more posts. Radio silence. The idea was to starve the connection, to cut the wires we'd accidentally strung between us. It was the worst thing we could have done. All it did was leave each of us completely alone in the dark with a problem that was clearly humming along just fine on its own. I tried to cling to rationality. I'm an architect. I deal in plans, in concrete things, in physics. So I sat at my drafting table with a printout of the symbol, trying to find a crack in it, some rational explanation I could give the others to calm us all down. I stared at the twisting lines, following their loops and intersections, and slowly, a different kind of cold feeling started to spread through me. This wasn't some ancient, magical squiggle. The way the lines crossed and branched, the specific angles where they met, it looked familiar. It looked like a network node diagram, the kind I'd seen in telecom plans. It looked like a schematic for a very weird, very sophisticated radio antenna. It wasn't a curse. It was a blueprint for connection. That realization made my head spin. I must have zoned out, because I blinked and there was a new sheet of tracing paper over my original printout. On it, in a handwriting that was almost mine but wasn't quite, the loops were a little tighter, the lines a little sharper, were detailed notes. Words like signal propagation and frequency resonance and nodal reinforcement. Arrows pointed to parts of the symbol with technical labels I barely understood. It was a cold, clinical analysis of the mark's function. My skills, my way of thinking about structures and how forces move through them, were being hijacked. I wasn't just sleep drawing the symbol. I was sleep engineering it. I was helping it, and I didn't know how to stop. That's when the facilitator, the former engineer, broke our agreed-upon radio silence. He sent me a direct message. It was brief and to the point. We need to meet. Not at the church. Somewhere open, exposed, with no mirrors. They're using our reflections to watch us. The idea made my skin crawl, but it explained the constant, watched feeling I'd had since that first night. We picked a 24-hour diner on the other side of town, a place with wall-to-wall windows and bright fluorescent lights that made everything look pale and washed out. Meeting in broad daylight felt wrong, like we were trying to use a flashlight to hold back a fog. 5 of us showed up. The facilitator looked like he'd aged 10 years in a week, deep grooves etched around his mouth. The young woman with the carved arm was there, hunched in the booth, sleeves pulled all the way down to her wrists. She was nervously tearing a sugar packet and absently arranging the little white grains on the table. The school teacher sat stiffly, her hands clasped in her lap. The construction guy was missing. No one had heard from him. We all ordered coffee no one drank. And then I saw it. We all had. The school teacher had bent her straw into a weird, angular shape. The facilitator had lined up his knife, fork, and spoon in a specific, repeating pattern. The young woman had made a tiny, crooked version of the symbol with her spilled sugar. We were all doing it, without even thinking. Our hands were betraying us, even here in the light. The facilitator didn't waste time. He leaned in, his voice low. "We were wrong," he said. "We thought talking about it in detail just made our own personal problems stronger. That's not what happened." He looked directly at the young woman, not with anger, but with a terrible weariness. "What you did, the description you gave, it didn't just empower your thing. It acted like a software update, or a common protocol. It gave all of our separate, isolated problems a shared language. That symbol, Our support group didn't help us contain anything. We accidentally wired all our personal hells together into a local network. We built them an infrastructure. The word infrastructure landed in the middle of the table like a live grenade. It fit perfectly with what I'd seen on my drafting table. We had built a psychic internet for monsters, and we were the servers. To feel less helpless, we agreed on a new plan. Every night at 10, we'd do a video check-in. Just a quick visual confirmation that we were all still us, still in control. It felt proactive. It felt like we were fighting back. For 2 nights, it was a sad little ritual of tired, scared faces saying, "I'm okay," when we clearly weren't. On the 3rd night, the young woman's video feed froze. Her image on my screen pixelated, then stalled. We all started talking at once, asking if she was alright. Then her audio came back, but her voice was gone. What came out of my laptop speaker was a layered, choral whisper, dozens of voices speaking in perfect, sickening unison. It was the sound of a hive. "You built a wall of quiet," the voices said, a dry rustle like insects in a wall. But she gave us a name. Now we have a network. We see through all the eyes. As the voices spoke, every single video feed on my screen glitched. The faces of my friends dissolved into digital snow. For one heart-stopping second, the snow cleared, but we weren't looking at each other anymore. On every person's video box, including my own, was a live feed from our own bedrooms. I was staring at a view from my own laptop camera, pointed at my own empty bed. And in every single feed, from every single angle, our sleeping bodies were there, under the covers. Then in perfect, robotic unison, all of our sleeping bodies sat up. The movement was smooth and wrong, like puppets pulled by the same string. They turned their heads, and on my screen, my own sleeping face turned to look directly into the camera, into my own waking eyes. Its eyes were wide open, blank, and glowing with a faint, static-like sheen. My own face, empty and occupied, stared back at me from the digital abyss. The video call application crashed. My screen went black. At the exact same moment, the power in my apartment died. The gentle hum of the refrigerator stopped. The digital clock on the microwave went dark. The only light was the faint, piss-yellow glow of the streetlights filtering through the blinds. I was plunged into a blackness, so complete it felt solid. I sat there in my office chair, unable to move, listening to the frantic beat of my own heart. Then I heard it. From the pitch-black hallway outside my locked home office door, the sound of footsteps. My own footsteps. I knew the creak of that specific floorboard. I knew the rhythm of my own walk. They came down the hall, stopped right outside my door. The doorknob jiggled. Not a frantic rattle, but a patient, testing turn. Click, click, click. Then it stopped, and I heard my own voice. Not a whisper, not the choral hive voice. My own clear, unmistakable voice, humming a tuneless, aimless little song. It took me a full minute of pure, frozen terror to place it. It was a lullaby. A nonsense lullaby my mother had sung to me when I was maybe 4 years old. A memory I had never, ever told another living soul. A memory it shouldn't have had. It had my voice. It had my footsteps. And now, it had my most private memories. The thing on the other side of the door was wearing my life like a coat, and it was learning how to fit better. I didn't sleep. I spent the night backed into the corner of my office, a letter opener from my desk clutched in my sweaty hand, staring at the thin line of faint light under the door, waiting for it to move. The humming eventually stopped. The footsteps didn't return. When the real sun finally came up, turning the black to gray, I finally unlocked the door. My apartment was empty, but it wasn't mine anymore. Every mirror was covered with a sheet. Every window, every shiny appliance, every picture glass was turned to the wall. My sanctuary was gone, replaced by a haunted house where the ghost was me. I got my phone, which had somehow recharged when the power was out. There was one new message in our group chat. It was from the facilitator. It was only 2 words, storage unit, and an address. I looked around at my covered mirrors, at the home that was no longer safe, and I knew I had no choice but to go. The address led to a place called A+ Storage, a sprawling maze of identical orange garage doors under a flat gray sky. The place felt abandoned, the only sound the whine of a distant highway and the flap of a loose piece of roofing tin. My hands were slick on the steering wheel as I drove down the long rows, looking for Unit 114. I found it at the very back, tucked away from the office. The big orange roll-up door was shut tight. A smaller, regular person door was set into the wall next to it. It was unlocked. I took a deep breath, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The feeling was immediate, and so profound it made my knees weak. The constant pressure in my head, the feeling of the tenant leaning over my shoulder, the buzz of the network, it all vanished. It was like stepping out of a thunderstorm into a soundproofed room. The relief was so intense it brought hot, sudden tears to my eyes. I actually gasped. The unit was about the size of a one-car garage, but it had been transformed. The walls, the ceiling, even the inside of the door were covered in a patchwork of what looked like old phone books and sheets of crinkled aluminum foil, held up with duct tape and staples. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling. In the middle of the space were a few folding chairs and a card table. The facilitator and the young woman were already there. The facilitator gave me a grim nod. "Faraday cage," he said, his voice echoing a little in the weird room. "Blocks electromagnetic signals. Old school, but it works. If this thing is using some kind of frequency, this should be a blind spot." He looked at my wet eyes. "The quiet gets you, doesn't it? First real break you've had." I could only nod, wiping my face, embarrassed but too grateful to care. The young woman was sitting in one of the chairs, her arms wrapped around herself. She looked up at me, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something other than raw terror in her eyes. It was hope. "It's gone in here," she whispered. "The echo. I can't hear it at all." We waited. The school teacher arrived next, looking around the foil-lined walls with wide eyes before sinking into a chair with a sigh that seemed to come from her toes. We were four. The construction guy never showed. No one had heard from him since the diner. The facilitator got straight to business. On the card table, he laid out two objects that made my stomach clench. They were car battery jump starters, the kind with cables and clamps, but he'd modified them. The metal clamps had been removed and replaced with weird, paddle-shaped electrodes made of what looked like polished brass, etched with tiny, intricate patterns that swam in the light. They looked both ancient and futuristic, and deeply, deeply wrong. "We can't live in a foil-lined box forever," he said, his voice low and steady. "The network is growing. It's using more people. We saw the sleepwalkers. It's not just us anymore. We have to fight back." He put a hand on one of the modified jump starters. "The connection is like a psychic circuit. We have to overload it, fry it at the source in the mind. We reset the network by severing every member's link, one by one." He looked at each of us. "It will be traumatic. It might not work. It could leave a person blank. But it's the only idea I have." Then his eyes settled on the young woman. "And we have to start with the primary node, the point of origin, the one who gave it the description that wired us all together." The air in the room, already still, became solid. The young woman shrank back in her chair. The school teacher made a small, hurt sound. "You wanted to shock her?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "To save the rest of us?" The moral collapse was happening right in front of me. We were no longer a support group. We were a survival committee, and we were talking about sacrificing one of our own. The facilitator's face was a mask of pain, but his jaw was set. "It's not about punishment. It's about strategy. The infection started there. We cut it out at the root." The young woman started to cry soft, hopeless tears. "I'm sorry," she choked out. "I didn't mean to. I was just so scared." Before anyone could say another word, the school teacher spoke up. Her voice was trembling but clear. "And what if it goes wrong? What if it doesn't sever the connection, but just opens a door wider? What if it hurts her and does nothing to the rest of us?" We all looked at the facilitator. He had no answer. He just stared at the brutal tools on the table. That's when the young woman spoke again, her voice breaking. "It's not just my dad's face anymore," she said, looking at the facilitator with a new kind of horror. "Last night, in the dream, it had your face too. It was wearing your face and smiling with too many teeth. It knows you're trying to cut the wires." A chill colder than any I'd felt before crawled up my spine. It was learning us. It was adapting. The facilitator paled, his hand going unconsciously to his own cheek. The argument that followed was hushed and desperate, circling around the terrible choice on the table. Could we do this? Should we? Were we becoming monsters to fight a monster? We were so wrapped up in our own terror that we didn't notice the change in the young woman at first. She had stopped crying. She was sitting very straight. Her head was tilted slightly, as if she were listening to a distant song. Then her body gave a sudden, violent jerk, a convulsion that rattled her chair. Her eyes rolled back, showing the whites. The school teacher screamed. The facilitator and I jumped up. Before we could reach her, the young woman's mouth opened. But the voice that came out wasn't hers, and it wasn't the choral hive whisper from the video call. It was a single oily, familiar voice. It was the specific, mocking tone of her entity, the echo, the thing that wore her father's face. "A cage," the voice said, dripping with amusement. "You built a pretty cage, but you brought the bird inside, and birds sing." The voice turned sharp. "The Faraday cage doesn't keep the signal out. It just makes you a very clear, very contained target. We knew the plan before you did. One of you has been a very good listener." Our heads swiveled. We looked at each other, the facilitator, the school teacher, me. "Which one of us?" The young woman's body convulsed again, and the echo's voice cut off. In its place, another voice emerged from her slack mouth. It was the flat, relayed tone of the construction guy, the one who had been reporting on us in the library. "They are in Unit 114. The architect is present. The primary node is contained. The facilitator is armed." He had been turned. Fully. He wasn't fighting it anymore. He was its spy. And he had led us right into a trap. The single bare light bulb above us exploded with a sharp pop, plunging us into near-total blackness. The only light now was a faint, greenish glow coming from the emergency exit sign over the small door we'd entered. In that sickly glow, I saw the young woman slump forward, unconscious. I saw the school teacher frozen, a hand over her mouth. I saw the facilitator's face, a pale oval of grim understanding. And then we all heard it, a new sound, coming from outside the big, orange roll-up door. Not the sound of someone trying to get in. It was a low, rhythmic, shuddering boom. Something big was hitting the door from the inside of another unit. Then another boom, from a different direction, synchronized with the first. Then another. They were out there. The sleepwalkers. Our sleepwalking bodies. They had tracked us here. The banging found a rhythm, a steady, pounding beat that shook the metal door in its frame. Boom. 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 From the darkness near the young woman, the relay voice of the construction guy spoke again. But this time it was the unified choral whisper, coming from her motionless form. "Open the door," the many voices said calmly, perfectly in time with the pounding. "We have come to collect the architect. Their mind is needed for the next phase of construction." The facilitator moved. He grabbed one of the modified jump starters from the table. "No," he said, his voice fierce. He looked at me and the school teacher. "The back vent. In the corner. It leads to the roof. Go. Now. Take her." He pointed at the unconscious young woman. "I'll hold them here." "You can't hold them," the school teacher cried. "There's too many." "I'm not trying to hold them," the facilitator said, and in the green glow, I saw him touch the other jump starter. "I'm going to try and blow a fuse in their network." The banging was getting louder, the metal door beginning to buckle inwards in the middle. We didn't have a choice. The school teacher and I hauled the young woman up, her dead weight clumsy between us. We stumbled to the back corner, where a small, square ventilation grate led out. I kicked it loose, the metal clattering to the floor. The opening was tight, but we shoved the young woman through, then scrambled after her, skin tearing on the sharp edges. We tumbled out onto the gravel-covered roof just as a tremendous crashing sound, mixed with a sharp, deafening crack and the smell of ozone and burnt hair, erupted from the unit below. A flash of blinding blue-white light shot out from around the edges of the buckled orange door. Then, everything went quiet. The pounding stopped. The night air was cold on my face. The school teacher was sobbing. The young woman was beginning to stir, moaning. We were on a roof, in the dark, with no plan. Below us, in the maze of storage units, I could see figures moving. Not running, but walking with that same stiff, purposeful gait. Dozens of them. They were converging on Unit 114. We were trapped. I pulled out my phone. No service. Of course. We were in a Faraday cage of our own making, up on a roof. But as I looked at the blank screen, a new text message appeared, as if it had been waiting in a queue. It was from the facilitator's number. The message read, "I'm sorry." It showed me my daughter's face. It has her voice. And below the text, a live location pin. It wasn't stationary at the storage unit. It was moving fast down the access road, coming toward the main gate, coming toward us. He hadn't stopped them. He had joined them, and he was leading them right to where we were hiding. The roof gravel bit into my knees as I watched the moving dot on my phone screen creep closer to the storage facility gate. The cold night air felt like needles on my skin, but the fear was a hotter, sharper thing coiled in my chest. The school teacher was hyperventilating beside me, and the young woman was coming around, groggy and confused. We couldn't stay up here. They would find us. The figures moving between the storage units below weren't running or calling out. They moved with a terrible, patient purpose, like searchlights scanning a grid. "We have to go. Now," I whispered, my voice raw. We half-dragged, half-carried the young woman to the far edge of the roof, where a rusty fire escape ladder led down into a narrow alley between the rows of units. Every scrape of our shoes, every grunt of effort, sounded like a thunderclap in my ears. We hit the ground running, or at least stumbling, keeping to the deepest shadows. We could hear the synchronized footsteps of the searchers a few rows over, a many-legged shuffle that was somehow worse than running. We made it to my car, parked at the far end of the lot. I fumbled the keys, dropped them, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fit the key in the lock. The school teacher and I shoved the young woman into the back seat and piled in. I started the engine, but didn't turn on the headlights. I rolled out of the lot using only the dim glow of the parking lot lamps, my heart in my throat, expecting a figure to step out in front of us at any second. None did. They were still concentrated around Unit 114. We drove for 20 minutes in a blind panic, turning at random, before I pulled into the lot of a big, boxy discount store that was open all night. The fluorescent glow from the windows was harsh and ugly, but it felt like a force field of normalcy. We sat there, engine off, breathing hard. The young woman was fully awake now, clutching her carved arm and crying softly. "He's one of them," the school teacher said, staring blankly out the windshield. "The facilitator. He's one of them now." I looked at my phone. The location pin had stopped moving. It was stationary at the storage facility. Maybe the signal had just given out, or maybe he was waiting. The young woman spoke through her tears. It showed him his daughter. It can show you anything you want to see, anything you're afraid of losing. It's not just fear anymore. It's temptation. She looked at me, her eyes haunted. "It'll find your thing, too. The thing that would make you say yes." I didn't want to think about what my thing was. I focused on the practical. We had nowhere to go. My apartment was a haunted mirror house. Their homes were just as compromised. We were exhausted, terrified, and had no plan. "We need to understand what it's building," I said, the architect in me clinging to the only logic I had left. It called me the architect. It said its next phase of construction needed my mind. If we can figure out what it's making, maybe we can figure out how to stop it. The school teacher gave a brittle laugh. "How? We can't go to a library and check out a book on stopping psychic hive networks." But her words sparked an idea. "Not a library," I said. "The internet. But not from our homes. Somewhere public, with lots of people." An hour later, we were hunched over a computer at the back of a busy, noisy all-night copy shop. The clerk was bored. The other customers were students printing essays or small business owners printing flyers, and the normal, mundane chaos of it was a strange comfort. We started digging. It was the school teacher who found the first thread. She was good at research. She pulled up an old, nearly forgotten local news article from 7 years ago. A teenager had been hospitalized after a sleepwalking incident where he'd written pages and pages of complex geometric patterns in his own blood. His parents claimed it started after he and his friends messed around with a Ouija board. The article was brief, tucked away in a corner of the web. Then I found a post on a paranormal forum from 4 years ago. A woman described her husband waking night after night to draw the same crooked knot on the bedroom wall. He had no memory of it. The post had 3 replies, all from skeptics mocking her. Then the young woman, her fingers tracing the scar on her arm, found a medical journal abstract about a cluster of unusual sleepwalking cases in a nearby state, all patients reporting a persistent auditory hallucination of whispering. The report was dry and clinical, suggesting a potential environmental pollutant as a cause. The study was never followed up. One by one, the pieces clicked. Dozens of cases spread over years and miles. Isolated, unconnected, each person alone with their own private haunting, their own tenant, or static, or echo. Our support group was the first time a critical number of those infected hosts had been gathered in one place, week after week. We didn't just share stories. We were a tuning fork, and when the young woman gave her detailed description, she didn't just empower her own monster. She gave every different monster the same song to sing. She gave them a common language, the symbol. We had built the network for them. "They've always been here," I whispered, the realization a cold stone in my gut. "Just weak, separate, like radios on different frequencies. We brought them all to the same channel." The young woman buried her face in her hands. "So it's my fault? All of it?" "No," the school teacher said, surprising me. Her voice was firmer now. It was an accident. You were hurting. We all were. We were trying to help each other. This network, it took our attempt to heal and twisted it. That's what predators do. As we talked, I noticed the young woman's friend, the one who had been relaying messages for the hive, was sitting very still. His eyes were open, but they weren't focusing on the computer screen. They were distant, glazed. A thin line of drool crept from the corner of his mouth. "Hey," I said, reaching over to nudge his shoulder. "You with us?" He blinked slowly. When he spoke, his voice wasn't his own, but it wasn't the full choral whisper either. It was a flat, hollow monotone like a bad text-to-speech program. Unit 7 reports the architect's vehicle is parked at the commercial plaza on Ridge Avenue. Unit 12 confirms visual. The primary node and the teacher are present. The relay is compromised but functional. He was reporting on us. Right now. He was a living surveillance camera, and we had brought him right to our only safe place. I stood up so fast my chair fell over with a clatter. A few people looked over. The clerk frowned. We had to go, but as I looked at the relay man, a horrible new thought occurred to me. If he was reporting on us, what else was he connected to? I leaned close to him, ignoring the vacant look in his eyes. "What are they building?" I asked, my voice low and urgent. "What is the next phase of construction?" His head swiveled toward me. The monotone voice changed, gaining a faint, buzzing undercurrent. "Integration," it said. "The spire requires a stable foundation. Human consciousness is a suitable substrate. The architect will design the supports." Then his voice sharpened, clearing for a moment into the choral whisper. "You cannot run. We see through all the eyes." At that moment, the cheerful copy shop clerk, a woman in her 60s with a name tag and a kind smile, walked over with a stack of freshly printed papers. "Everything all right over here, folks?" she asked. As she smiled at me, I saw it. Just for a fraction of a second, a flickering afterimage, like a TV channel mistuned, superimposed over her eyes. It was the symbol. The twisting knot flashed in her irises and was gone. She was connected too. Not fully, not like a sleepwalker, but linked. A passive node. The network wasn't just the sleepwalkers. It was spreading like a stain, touching people lightly, using them as eyes and ears. The clerk's smile didn't waver. "Can I help you find anything else?" The normalcy of the question in the face of what I'd just seen was utterly terrifying. We grabbed our things, hauling the unresponsive relay man up between us. We must have looked like a group of drunk friends helping a buddy home. We stumbled out of the copy shop into the cool night air. My car was still there, but across the wide plaza, near the entrance to a big grocery store, I saw 3 people. They weren't sleepwalking. They were just standing there. A man in a janitor's uniform, a woman in workout clothes, a teenager with a backpack. They were facing different directions, but as we emerged, all 3 of their heads turned, in unison, and looked directly at us. They didn't move. They just stared. "Get in the car," I said, my voice tight. We shoved the relay man into the back with the young woman and scrambled into the front seats. I peeled out of the parking lot, my heart hammering. I drove without a destination, just wanting to put miles between us and those staring eyes. After a while, the school teacher spoke, her voice small in the dark car. "Where can we go?" "It's in the copy shops. It's in the stores. It's probably in the traffic cameras." She was right. If the network could use lightly touched people as passive sensors, no public place was safe. We needed to disappear. A memory surfaced from a conversation with the construction guy months ago in the church basement. He'd talked about his fear of tunnels, of the dark underground. But he'd also mentioned offhandedly that he sometimes worked with a crew that did inspections on the old, abandoned storm drainage tunnels under the older part of the city. He said they were like a forgotten city down there. It was a terrible idea, but it was the only idea I had. "I think I know a place," I said, "but we have to go on foot from here." I parked the car in a random residential neighborhood, miles from the plaza. We left it, taking nothing but our phones and the clothes on our backs. The relay man walked with us, docile and empty, guided by the young woman's hand on his elbow. It took us an hour of sneaking through back alleys and across parks to find the access point he had vaguely described. A rusted, heavy grate half hidden by weeds in a forgotten corner of a city maintenance yard. The lock was old and broke with a sharp kick from my heel. The smell that wafted up was damp and earthy. A rickety metal ladder descended into blackness. We climbed down into the dark, leaving the world of eyes and networks behind, descending into a place that, for the first time in days, felt like it might be truly, physically blind. The last thing I saw before my head dipped below street level was the young woman's arm, the carved lines of the symbol on her skin catching a sliver of distant moonlight, no longer just a scar, but now glowing with the faintest, coldest blue light I had ever seen. The climb down into the storm drain was a journey into another world, a world of wet concrete, the steady drip of water, and a darkness so complete it felt like a physical thing pressing against my eyes. The air was cool and smelled of wet earth and things long forgotten. Our footsteps echoed in a way that felt loud and dangerous, but the deeper we went, the more that pressing, buzzing feeling in my head, the sense of the tenant of the network, began to fade, muffled by tons of earth and concrete. It wasn't the pure, clean break of the Faraday cage, but it was something, a relief. We used the flashlights on our phones, the beams cutting shaky paths through the gloom. The tunnels were massive, big enough to drive a truck through, branching off into smaller pipes and channels. Graffiti marked the walls, but it was old, faded. We walked for what felt like miles, our small group huddled together, the beams of our lights the only things holding back an ancient dark. The young woman clung to the relay man's arm, guiding his shuffling steps. The school teacher walked beside me, her breathing gradually slowing from panicked gasps to something steadier. Eventually, we found a chamber where several large pipes converged. It was drier here, with a flat concrete platform. We decided to stop, to rest. We were exhausted, physically and in every other way. We sat in a small circle, our phone lights pointed at the ground, creating a pitiful little island of light in an ocean of black. For a long time, nobody spoke. The only sounds were the distant drip of water and our own tired breathing. It was the relay man who broke the quiet, not with the high voice, but with his own. It was cracked and raw, as if he hadn't used it in years for his own thoughts. "I can't hear them down here," he whispered, staring at his own hands as if he'd never seen them before. "The static, it's just gone. It's really gone." He started to cry, slow, quiet tears cutting paths through the grime on his face. It was so loud, for so long, and it promised it would stop if I just let it in, if I listened and told it what I heard. He looked at us, his eyes full of a shame so deep it was painful to see. "I'm sorry. I told them where you were. I told them about the storage unit. I was just so tired of the noise." The young woman reached out and took his hand. She didn't say it was okay. It wasn't. But she understood. In that damp, dark hole, we were just four broken people, not a network, not nodes, just survivors. The school teacher spoke next. "We can't stay down here forever. We need water, food, a plan." I nodded, the architect in me itching for a blueprint, for a strategy. The facilitator said they're building something. A spire. It needs a foundation of human consciousness. And it wants me to design the supports. I pulled out my own notebook, the one I carried in my back pocket. In the beam of my phone, I flipped it open. The pages were filled with my own neat sketches of buildings, notes on stress loads, material calculations. Then I turned to the last few pages. My blood ran cold. There, in my own handwriting, but done with a frantic, urgent pressure that dented the paper, were pages and pages of the symbol. But these weren't just copies. They were analyses, structural analyses, diagrams where the lines of the symbol were labeled like load-bearing walls, calculations of psychic tension and resonance points, notes in the margins in that same almost mine handwriting, anchor points here, requires synchronous activation. The architect's mind is key for spatial stability. I had been working for them. In my sleep, or in trances I didn't remember, my own knowledge, my own gift, was being pilfered. I was the foreman for a construction project I wanted no part of. "They're not just haunting us," I said, my voice hollow. "They're farming us. For our skills. For our minds. They're building something real, and they're using us as both the tools and the building supplies." The young woman pulled up her sleeve. In the phone's light, the carved symbol on her arm was no longer just a scar. It was glowing. A faint, pulsing blue light traced the grooves in her skin, a slow, steady beat like a tiny, trapped heartbeat. "It's a beacon," she said, her voice filled with dread. "I can feel it, tugging, even down here. It's a homing signal." We had to get it off her. That was the first, immediate thought. But it was carved in. It was part of her. As we sat there, a new sound reached us. Not from the tunnels ahead or behind. It was a scraping, shuffling sound from above. From a grate in the ceiling of our chamber, maybe 20 feet up. Tiny bits of rust and dirt sifted down. We snapped our lights off, plunging us into a blackness so absolute I felt like I was floating. We didn't breathe. The scraping continued. Then, a sliver of faint, pre-dawn light filtered down through the grate. A dark shape moved across it, blotting out the light. Then another, and another. They were up there, on the streets above us, looking, searching. They had followed the young woman's beacon. We stayed frozen for what felt like an hour, until the light through the grate brightened to a pale gray, and the scraping sounds moved away. They hadn't found our entrance. Not yet, but they knew we were in the maze. We had to move. We spent that day as rats in the walls of the city. We moved through the tunnels, drinking foul-tasting water that dripped from pipes, trying to think. The relay man, now free of the hive's constant chatter, began to come back to himself. He remembered things. He remembered the construction guy talking about a specific tunnel, a big, old overflow chamber that was sealed off years ago, but that his crew used as an unofficial break room. He thought he could find it. It was our only lead to a potential shelter. He led us, his confidence growing with every step. We found it as evening was painting the few high grates above with purple and orange light. It was a huge, circular room, like a giant concrete egg. And in it, we found signs of life. Not current life. Past life. Our life. There were folding chairs. A small propane cooker. Canned food stacked on a makeshift shelf. And on the walls, drawn in charcoal and chalk and what looked like paint, were symbols. But not the one symbol. Dozens of variations, twists on the original knot, some with lines crossed out, others with new loops added. And in the center of the room, sitting on an upturned bucket and staring at a wall covered in these frantic scribbles, was a woman. She was older, her hair a wild gray cloud, and she was wearing what looked like 3 layers of coats. She turned as our lights hit her, and she didn't look surprised. She looked tired. "Took you long enough," she said, her voice a dry rustle. "I ran out of coffee 2 days ago." It was the construction guy's wife. We'd met her once, at a group picnic before everything went wrong. She'd lost him to his thing in the corner, months before the group fell apart. She'd disappeared after that. We thought she'd left town. She'd come down here to hide, and to fight. She was the resistance. A resistance of one. She saw the young woman's glowing arm and hissed, grabbing a roll of duct tape from a table. "Wrap it. Tight. Muffles the signal. Doesn't kill it, but it confuses the hell out of them." As the young woman wrapped her arm, the wife explained. She'd been watching, listening, piecing it together from what her husband had mumbled in his sleep before he was gone. "They're building a door," she said point blank. "Not a spire. A door. That symbol is the frame. They need to tune it, to stabilize it. That's what all this syncing up is about. Getting enough minds humming on the same frequency to hold the door open." She pointed a grimy finger at my notebook. "And they need a mind that understands structure, that understands how to make something stand up, to design the locking mechanism. The keystone. That's you, architect." The word door hung in the damp air. A door to what? We didn't want to know. But we knew it couldn't be allowed to open. The wife had a plan. A crazy, desperate plan. If a detailed description gave them a network, she said, maybe a new description, a carefully designed one, can act like a virus. A counter-signal. We design our own symbol. A symbol of falling apart, of disconnection. And we broadcast it, right back at them. She gestured to the walls. "I've been trying, but I'm not an artist. I'm not an engineer. I can make messes. I can't make a weapon." She looked at me. "You can. You've been inside their headspace. You know how their architecture works. You have to design the wrecking ball." It was the facilitator's gambit all over again, but smarter. Not to sever us one by one with a psychic shock, but to broadcast a canceling signal to the whole network. But to do it, I would have to do the very thing that got us into this mess. I would have to dive deep into the same place the hive pulled its power from. I would have to study the symbol, understand it, and then design its opposite. I would have to risk merging with the very thing I was trying to destroy. There was no other way. I spent the next few hours in a nightmare of focused concentration. I used my notebook, the wife's charcoal, the concrete floor as a chalkboard. I drew the original symbol over and over, then tried to break it, to find its weak points. The others kept watch, listening at the tunnel entrances. The school teacher shared out the last of the canned beans. The relay man slept, his first real sleep in months. The young woman sat beside me, her taped arm held close, her presence a quiet anchor. As I worked, a strange calm settled over me. This was a problem of load and stress, of resonance and interference. It was just engineering. Terrible, impossible engineering, but engineering all the same. I started to see it not as a magical sigil, but as a diagram of connections, each line a thread holding the network taut. To break it, you didn't cut one thread. You had to introduce a vibration that would make all the threads tangle, that would turn the orderly web into a knot that pulled itself apart. I began to draw a new symbol. It started as the original, but then the lines began to fray, to loop back on themselves, to tie into impossible, tightening knots that led nowhere. It was ugly. It was chaotic. It was the visual equivalent of a scream that canceled out a melody. I called the others over. "This is it," I said, my voice scratchy. "I think it's a pattern of disruption. If we can broadcast this, if we can pump it into their network at the right frequency, at the right moment, it might scramble the signal. It might make the door impossible to hold open." The wife studied it, a slow grin spreading across her worn face. "That's ugly. I like it." She revealed her piece of the plan. She had a small, battery-powered radio transmitter, jury-rigged from old parts. It was weak, but she believed if we broadcast the disruption symbol as a low-frequency tone, a sound pattern based on the shape from a central location, it could propagate through the network, using their own connections against them. "We need to be high up," she said. "Less interference. And we need to do it when they're most active, when they're all tuned in." "The solstice," the young woman said quietly. We all looked at her. The echo, the hive, they keep thinking about the solstice. It's a focal point, a time when things are already thin. It was 2 days away. We had a weapon. We had a plan. And we had a deadline. For the first time since this began, I felt a flicker of something other than terror. It was a grim, determined hope. We spent the next day preparing, testing the transmitter, mapping a route to the highest point we could safely reach. An old water treatment tower with ladder access that was near the edge of the tunnel system. We were as ready as we could be. On the night before the solstice, we gathered our few things. The wife adjusted the transmitter. The school teacher made sure we had what little food was left. The relay man looked clearer-eyed than I'd ever seen him. The young woman checked the duct tape on her arm. The glow was faint, but still there, a persistent pulse under the gray tape. We were about to move out, to begin our climb to the surface and our long, dangerous journey to the tower, when the relay man suddenly stiffened. His eyes, which had been so clear, clouded over. His head tilted. He wasn't getting a signal down here, not clearly, but something was getting through. A strong one. He spoke, and his voice was the flat, reporting monotone again. "The primary node is located. The architect is with her. They are in the underground network. They are attempting to design a counter-protocol." Then his voice shifted, deepened, became the choral whisper, but strained, breaking up like a bad radio signal. "You cannot hide forever. The door will be opened. The architect will serve or be replaced." The message ended. He blinked, shaking his head, returning to us. But the damage was done. They knew we were down here. They knew we were fighting back. And they knew about my counter symbol. We had to move now. We crept into the tunnel that would lead to our exit point, a manhole near the base of the water tower. We were maybe 100 yards from the chamber when we heard the noises behind us. Not from above, from in the tunnels. The soft, sliding sound of many feet on wet concrete. The slow, synchronized footsteps of the sleepwalkers. They had found a way in. They were in the dark with us. We started to run, our flashlight beams bouncing wildly. The footsteps behind us picked up their pace, matching ours, a relentless, echoing pursuit. We reached the base of the ladder that led up to the manhole. I went first, scrambling up, throwing my weight against the heavy iron cover. It budged with a shriek of metal. I pushed it aside and hauled myself out into the cool night air, then reached down to help the others. The school teacher came next, then the wife. I reached for the young woman's hand as she climbed. Behind her, in the dark hole, I saw the relay man's face, looking up, his eyes wide with a fear that was all his own. Then shapes moved behind him in the dark. Hands, pale in the gloom, reached out of the side tunnel and wrapped around his arms, his chest. He didn't scream. He just looked at us, resigned, as he was pulled back into the blackness. The young woman cried out, but the wife clamped a hand over her mouth. We had to go. We couldn't save him. We replaced the manhole cover as the first of the pale. Empty faces emerged into the circle of light below. We ran into the night, the transmitter a heavy weight in the wife's backpack. We had reached the surface, but we were exposed. and the hive knew exactly what we were trying to do. The race to the tower was on, and we were no longer the hunters. We were the prey, and every shadow between us and our goal could be hiding a pair of eyes that glowed with a faint static sheen, waiting to report our every move to the network that wanted to use my mind to open a door to a place I never wanted to see. The night air outside the manhole was cool and sharp, a shocking change from the damp, closed-in world of the tunnels. It smelled of cut grass and distant car exhaust, smells of a normal world that felt a million miles away. We didn't have time to breathe it in. We ran, a ragged group of three now, me, the young woman, and the construction guy's wife. The school teacher had made it out with us, but in the frantic scramble she had turned her ankle, and now she limped badly, her face pale with pain. Our goal was the water tower, a skeletal metal giant on the hill overlooking the old part of the city, a place the wife said had the height we needed and was isolated enough to maybe not be watched. Every shadow in the overgrown lot we cut through felt alive. Every rustle of leaves made us freeze. We moved from cover to cover, from the shadow of a dumpster to the deep dark under a willow tree, like soldiers in a war zone. The wife led the way, her movements sharp and sure. She had been living like this for months. The young woman helped the school teacher, an arm around her waist. I carried the backpack with the jury-rigged transmitter, its weight both a burden and our only hope. We were about halfway across a wide, empty park when we saw them. Not sleepwalkers this time, just people. A man walking a dog on the far side. A couple sitting on a bench, talking softly. But as we emerged from a line of bushes, all three of them stopped what they were doing. The dog walker halted. The couple's conversation died. Their heads turned, not smoothly, but in a single jerky motion like puppets on the same string. They looked right at us. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They just stared, their faces blank in the moonlight. The passive nodes. The network's eyes. They saw us. Go, the wife hissed. We broke into a run, abandoning stealth for speed. The school teacher cried out with every step on her bad ankle, but she pushed on. Behind us, I didn't hear footsteps. I heard something worse. I heard the man whistle for his dog, a short, sharp sound. And then I heard the dog barking. Not a normal bark. A frantic, excited, directed bark. And it was getting closer. They were using the animals now, too. We crashed through a line of shrubs and onto a quiet residential street. The water tower stood on the hill at the end of it, a black shape against the starry sky. It looked impossibly far. A car turned onto the street, its headlights cutting through the dark. We pressed ourselves against a hedge, holding our breath. The car drove past slowly. As it did, I saw the driver. His head was turned, not watching the road, but scanning the sidewalks. His eyes reflected the streetlights with a faint, glassy sheen. He was looking for us. The car didn't stop. It continued to the end of the street, turned around, and began to cruise back, a slow patrol. We were being hunted systematically by a city that was half asleep and half awake in the worst possible way. We had to get off the street. The wife pointed to a narrow alley between two houses. We ducked into it, a tight corridor of trash cans and fences. At the back of one yard was a tall wooden gate. It was locked. I didn't hesitate. I put my shoulder into it, and with a splintering crack, it gave way. We stumbled into an overgrown backyard. A motion-sensitive floodlight snapped on, blinding us. We froze, expecting shouts, a door to open. Nothing happened. The house was dark, empty, but the light was a beacon. We had to keep moving. We climbed the fence at the back of that yard, then the next, working our way up the hill house by house, yard by yard. It was exhausting, terrifying work. The dog's barking echoed in the distance, but it wasn't getting closer. Maybe we had lost it. Finally, sweating and scratched by branches, we reached the chain-link fence that surrounded the water tower's concrete base. The tower itself soared above us, a rusted metal giant. The access ladder, a vertical line of rungs, went straight up into the dark. The school teacher looked at it, then at her swollen ankle, and shook her head, tears of frustration in her eyes. "I can't," she whispered. "I'll never make it. I'll fall." She was right. The ladder was 100 feet of sheer climb. The wife nodded, her face grim. "You stay here. Hide in those bushes by the base. Be our lookout. If you see anything at all, you make a bird call. A crow's caw. We'll hear it from up there." The school teacher nodded, relief and fear warring on her face. She squeezed the young woman's hand, and then vanished into the shadows by the concrete pillar. The wife went up the ladder first, climbing with a grim, practiced efficiency. I went next, the backpack with the transmitter heavy on my back, throwing me off balance. The young woman followed below me. The climb was a nightmare of rust and fear. The metal was cold and gritty under my hands. The wind whistled through the struts of the tower, a lonely, mournful sound. I didn't look down. I just climbed, rung after aching rung, my arms and legs burning. We reached a small maintenance platform about 2/3 of the way up. It was just a metal grating with a railing. It would have to do. From here, we could see the whole city spread out below us, a carpet of twinkling lights. It looked peaceful, beautiful. I knew it was a lie. The wife shrugged off her own pack and pulled out the transmitter. It was a mess of wires and circuit boards hooked to a car battery. She connected a small, homemade antenna, a coiled copper wire. "This is it," she said, her voice barely a whisper against the wind. "We broadcast the disruption pattern, a low-frequency pulse based on your drawing. We hit them with it, and hopefully their pretty network turns into a ball of snarled yarn." She looked at me. "You need to focus on the symbol. Your symbol. Think about it. Picture it. Pour your intention into it. The transmitter will pick up on the psychic resonance. It'll tune the broadcast." It sounded like madness, but so did everything else. I nodded, closing my eyes, trying to push away the fear of the height, the image of the things hunting us. I pictured my counter symbol, the ugly, fraying knot designed to unravel. I focused on the idea of disconnection, of static, of a system crashing. I poured every bit of my will, every ounce of my fear and my hope, into that mental image. "Now," the wife said. She flipped a switch. A small red LED on the transmitter glowed to life. A low hum, barely audible over the wind, began to emanate from the box. It wasn't a sound you heard with your ears, exactly. It was a vibration you felt in your teeth, in the bones of your skull. The young woman gasped, clutching her taped arm. It's buzzing. The mark is buzzing." The wife adjusted a dial. The hum deepened. We waited, staring out at the city. For a minute, nothing happened. Then the lights below us seemed to flicker. Not a power outage, but a wave, a ripple of dimming and brightening that rolled across the neighborhoods, following no electrical grid pattern. It was beautiful and terrifying. Then, from the direction of downtown, we heard a car alarm go off. Then another, and another, a chorus of whoops and wails spreading out in a wave. Dogs began to bark, a citywide cacophony. Something was happening. The disruption signal was propagating, using the network's own connections like a virus traveling along nerves. "It's working," the wife breathed, a fierce grin on her face. But her grin faded as the young woman suddenly cried out, doubling over. She tore at the duct tape on her arm. Underneath, the symbol was no longer glowing a steady blue. It was flashing, strobing wildly like a panic alarm. And she wasn't just feeling a buzz. She was in pain. "It's fighting back," she screamed. "It's trying to find the source. It's tracing the signal back to us." The wife's eyes went wide. She went to adjust the dial again, to shut it off, but it was too late. The young woman's head snapped up. Her eyes were gone, rolled back in her head. Her mouth opened, and the choral whisper blasted out, not calm and unified now, but screeching with feedback and rage, amplified 1,000 times by our own transmitter. "Interference detected. Source located. Architect identified. Terminate the signal. Terminate the architect." The voice wasn't just coming from her. It was coming from the transmitter's small speaker, a deafening, distorted shriek. It was coming from the city itself, echoing from the car alarms, twisting the barks of the dogs into something that sounded like words. We had not sent a virus. We had tapped directly into the hive's main channel, and we had shouted our location into a megaphone. The wife slammed her hand down on the transmitter, ripping wires loose. The red LED died. The hum stopped. The young woman collapsed, sobbing, the flashing in her arm fading to a weak, pained throb. The car alarms died out one by one. The city, for a moment, was still. Then we heard it, a new sound, from the base of the tower. A single, sharp, perfectly clear caw of a crow, the school teacher's warning. I rushed to the edge of the platform and looked down. My blood turned to ice. They were there, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. They filled the street below, a crowd of people standing perfectly still, all looking up at the tiny platform high above them. They were a mix, some in night clothes, some in street clothes, some in uniforms. They all shared the same blank, upturned face. And at the front of the crowd, standing beside the bushes where the school teacher had hidden, was the facilitator. He looked right at me. He raised an arm, pointing up, and in a voice that was his, but also the voice of 1,000 whispers, a voice that carried on the wind without seeming to need volume. He spoke. You have been measured. Your disruption is noted, and found to be useful. The door requires a locking mechanism. A keystone. Chaos and order are two sides of the same design. You have designed the perfect key. You will now install it. I didn't understand. Then I looked at my hands. I was holding my notebook. It was open to the page with my counter symbol, the ugly, disruptive knot. In the moonlight, I saw it not as a weapon, but as a piece of a puzzle. The wife saw it too. Her face fell into an expression of utter horror. No, she whispered. It's not a virus. It's the other half. It's the turbulence that makes the structure stable. It's the chaos that completes the pattern. They couldn't design it themselves. They needed a human mind, a creative mind, to design the imperfection that makes the whole thing work. You didn't design a wrecking ball. You designed the final piece of the doorframe. The facilitator's voice echoed up. Come down, architect. Serve your purpose. Open the door with us. Or watch as every mind in this city is shredded to pulp when we force it open without your elegant key. The choice is yours, but the work must be done tonight. He gestured, and the crowd below parted. Two figures dragged the school teacher out from the bushes. She was limp, unconscious, or worse. They held her there, a hostage. The young woman was weeping on the platform, holding her arm. The wife stared at me, her eyes asking the terrible question. I looked down at my design, the work of my own mind that had been turned against me, against all of us. I had been so clever. I had walked right into their trap. The tower was no longer a place to broadcast a signal from. It was a spotlight on me. I was surrounded, outnumbered, and my only weapon had just been revealed as the final tool they needed to finish their work. The wind whipped around me, cold and indifferent. The city lights twinkled below, a map of the network I had helped complete. I closed the notebook. The choice was an impossible one, but it was mine to make. I looked at the wife, at the young woman, then down at the sea of blank faces and the two figures holding my friend. I took a step toward the ladder. The climb down the ladder was the longest journey of my life. Each rung felt like a step toward an execution. The wind that had whistled before now felt like a crowd holding its breath. Below, the sea of upturned, empty faces didn't move. They just watched. The facilitator stood at the front, a conductor before his terrible orchestra. The school teacher lay at his feet, unmoving. When my boots hit the gravel at the base of the tower, the crowd didn't surge forward. They parted, creating a narrow path that led straight to him. I walked it, my legs feeling like wood, the wife and the young woman stumbling behind me, their arms gripped by sleepwalkers who had climbed up to fetch them. The facilitator smiled. It wasn't his smile. It was the wrong smile, the one with too many teeth, borrowed from the young woman's nightmare. Wisdom, the choral voice said through his lips. A useful trait in a chief architect. I stopped a few feet from him. Let her go, I said, my own voice sounding small and thin. The teacher. Let her go, and the others. Then we'll talk. The facilitator's head tilted. Negotiation? There is no negotiation. There is completion. You have the keystone. He pointed a finger at my chest, at the notebook in my hands. Your mind created it, a thing of beautiful, designed chaos. It is the final stressor, the precise irregularity that will lock the door into permanent stability. Without it, the door is a shaky thing. With it, he spread his hands, and the crowd behind him let out a sigh, a single unified breath. With it, the new world is built to last. He nudged the school teacher with his foot. This one is a drained battery, useless to the network. A token. You can have her. A sign of good faith. He gestured, and the two sleepwalkers holding her let go, stepping back. The wife rushed forward, kneeling beside her, feeling for a pulse. She looked up at me, her eyes grim, and gave a tiny nod. She was alive. For now. And them? I asked, nodding toward the young woman and the wife. The primary node is integral, the facilitator said, looking at the young woman. A living anchor. She comes. The wild one. He looked at the wife. She is noise. Interference. She will be quieted. I knew what that meant. The young woman whimpered. The wife just stared back, defiance in her eyes, but I saw the fear underneath. I was out of cards to play. They had us surrounded. My clever plan was their tool. My friends were captives. The facilitator saw the defeat on my face. His smile widened. You think this is a loss? It is not. You are thinking like a small thing, an individual. Think bigger. The door does not lead to fire and demons. It leads to peace. A perfect, still peace. No more lonely minds screaming in the dark. No more fear. No more pain. Just the quiet hum of the whole working together. An end to the terrible noise of being alone. As he spoke, a vision pushed into my mind, not as a memory, but as a present offered reality. I saw the city, but it was different. The cars were still. The people walked, but not as sleepwalkers, as peaceful, calm figures, their faces serene. There was no anger, no anxiety, no lonely nights. The constant pressure in my own head was gone, replaced by a warm, gentle buzz, a sense of being part of a vast, calm ocean. It was seductive. It was a relief so profound it made my knees weak. It was the end of the tenant, forever. All I had to do was say yes. All I had to do was hand over my design, and take my place as the chief architect of this quiet world. The young woman saw the change in my face, the tempted flicker in my eyes. "Don't," she begged, her voice breaking. "Don't listen. That peace. That's what you feel after your brain has been eaten. After you're gone. It's the peace of not being you anymore." The facilitator hissed, a sound like steam escaping. "You cling to your pain because it is all you know. We offer an upgrade." He took a step toward me, his hand outstretched, not for the notebook, but for my head. "Let me show you. Properly." I recoiled, but the sleepwalkers behind me grabbed my arms, holding me fast. His cold fingers touched my temples. The vision exploded, overwhelming, drowning out the night, the tower, the cries of my friends. I was no longer seeing the offered peace. I was seeing the process. I saw the spire, not as a physical thing, but as a towering, intricate structure made of shimmering threads. The stolen memories, the harvested fears, the captured consciousness of hundreds of people. I saw the door at its base, a swirling vortex of dark light, held open by the pulsing, rhythmic power of the network. And I saw where my keystone, my beautiful, chaotic countersymbol fit. It slotted into the top of the arch, a capstone of controlled instability that made the entire trembling structure snap into perfect, unbreakable alignment. I saw the door solidify, from a shaky window into a grand, permanent gateway. And through it, I didn't see peace. I saw a vast, hungry, gray stillness waiting to pour in and fill every mind, every empty space, until nothing individual, nothing unique, nothing human was left. Just the hum. The terrible, quiet, dead hum. I screamed, wrenching my head back, breaking the contact. The facilitator stumbled back, his borrowed face twisting in annoyance. "You see? You see the perfection." I was gasping, my mind reeling from the scale of it, from the sheer cosmic hunger of the thing on the other side of that door. It didn't want to destroy our world. It wanted to consume it, to digest it into something quiet and manageable. And it needed my mind to turn the key. "No," I spat, the word tasting like blood. "That's not peace. That's the end of everything that matters." His face fell into a flat, neutral mask. "Then you choose pain. You choose the screaming, lonely individuality. So be it. The door will be opened. It will be messy. It will shatter every unintegrated mind in this city. Their pain will be on you, and your mind will be taken anyway, harvested for the pattern we need. You will serve, willing or not." He raised a hand. The crowd around us took a synchronized step forward, closing the circle tighter. The wife was crouched over the school teacher. The young woman was held fast. I had my notebook, and I had nothing. Then the wife moved. She didn't attack the facilitator. She didn't go for a sleepwalker. She lunged for the young woman, grabbing her by the wrist. With her other hand, she ripped the duct tape from the glowing symbol on the young woman's arm. The light flared, a bright, painful blue. "What are you doing?" the young woman cried. "Giving it a story," the wife yelled back, her voice fierce and clear over the wind. "A real one." And she did the one thing, the only thing, the rules had always forbidden. She spoke, directly to the mark, to the network, in a voice raw with love and grief and very human, specific detail. She didn't describe the monster. She described the person. "His name was Michael," she shouted, her eyes locked on the facilitator's stolen face. "He loved black coffee with 2 sugars. He snored like a chainsaw. He was afraid of spiders. He cried at that stupid movie about the dog. He built a treehouse for our nephew and painted it blue. He had a birthmark on his left shoulder shaped like a strawberry. He was real. He was mine. And you are not him. You are a cheap copy using his face." She poured it all out, every tiny, specific, loving, irritating, perfect detail of the man she had lost. She fed the network a massive, overwhelming data packet of pure, messy, complicated human love. The facilitator's face, Michael's face, stuttered. The smooth, borrowed features flickered like a corrupted video file. The choral whisper coming from his mouth broke apart into static, into fragments of words. Sugar, treehouse, strawberry. The network, built on stolen faces and vague terror, could not process this. It was a supercomputer fed a nursery rhyme made of broken glass. It couldn't compute the love. It couldn't file the grief. The system error cascaded. The facilitator clutched his head, a raw, human scream tearing from his throat, his own throat. For a moment, the man he was fought his way to the surface, his eyes clearing, filled with agony and a shining, terrible clarity. He looked right at me, and he screamed a single coherent word. "Now!" Then the hive reasserted control, his face smoothing back into that blank mask, but it was cracked, glitching. The wife's act had bought us a second. A single, precious second of confusion in the hive mind. In that second, I didn't think. I acted. I had two symbols in my mind. The perfect, elegant keystone I had designed, which would complete the door with a terrible, final click. And the original, ugly, chaotic scribble the wife had drawn on the tunnel wall. The one that was just pure destructive noise. A symbol with no purpose but to scream. The facilitator, recovering, snarled. "Take him!" Extract the pattern from his mind. Sleepwalkers lunged for me. I tore the page with my keystone design from my notebook. I crumpled it in my fist. With my other hand, I grabbed a charcoal stick from my pocket, the one I'd used in the tunnels. I didn't look at the paper. I didn't think about architecture or stability. I thought about noise. I thought about my friend the teacher, lying hurt on the ground. I thought about the young woman's carved arm. I thought about the wife's lost husband. I thought about the pressure in my own head, every night for 3 years. I poured all of that into one single, furious, jagged mark, scrawling it directly onto the chest of the facilitator's shirt as the hands of the sleepwalkers grabbed at me. It wasn't the keystone. It was the opposite. It was a psychic bomb, a drawing of a scream. The facilitator looked down at the messy, smeared symbol drawn on him. He blinked. The choral voice tried to speak, but it came out as a gurgle, a screech of conflicting signals. The glowing symbol on the young woman's arm flared from blue to a searing, blinding white. And then the world dissolved into sound. Not into the quiet hum they promised. Into a deafening, physical, overwhelming crash. It was the sound of 1,000 minds suddenly screaming in unison. A psychic feedback loop of terror and pain and chaos. It was the sound of 1,000 doors slamming shut all at once. And underneath it, one single immense, grinding shriek. The sound of their great door, their perfect arch, straining, twisting, and beginning to tear itself apart from the inside. The hands holding me went limp. The sleepwalkers around us collapsed like puppets with their strings cut, falling to the ground in a tangle of limbs. The facilitator staggered back, the messy charcoal symbol on his chest smoking, the fabric blackening and curling. He looked at me, and for a final instant, it was just him, the tired engineer who had tried to help. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Then he fell, crumbling to the gravel. The crashing sound in my head faded, leaving a ringing emptiness. The night was still. The crowd on the ground wasn't moving. The wife was helping the school teacher sit up, coughing. The young woman was clutching her arm, the light in the symbol fading to a dull, dead gray, like a burned-out bulb. We stood there, in the wreckage of the hive's army, at the base of the water tower. We had won. We had broken the network. We had shattered the door. But as I looked at the fallen facilitator, at the hundreds of people lying unconscious on the ground, I felt no triumph. Only a deep, hollow exhaustion, and a new creeping fear, because the crashing sound was gone. But in its place, in the very back of my mind where the tenant used to live, I felt something new. Not a pressure, not a static, a faint, final, grinding click, like the last piece of a broken lock falling into place, or like a single heavy door, somewhere very deep and very far away, finally being nudged open just a crack. The aftermath of the sound was a physical thing, a ringing emptiness in the world that felt louder than any noise. We stood in a field of fallen bodies, under the skeletal shadow of the water tower, the only people left standing for blocks. The wife was the first to move, her practical nature pushing through the shock. She checked the facilitator first, 2 fingers on his neck, then shook her head. He was gone. Not sleeping. Empty. She moved to the nearest sleepwalker, a woman in a nurse's scrubs. A pulse, slow but steady. Breathing. She was just unconscious. One by one, the wife confirmed it. The sleepwalkers were alive, but out cold, like a switch had been flipped. The school teacher was sitting up, holding her head, dazed but awake. The young woman was staring at her forearm. The carved symbol was still there, but the skin was just skin now, raised, pink scar tissue, utterly inert. No glow, no buzz, just an ugly reminder. "Is it over?" the young woman asked, her voice small. I wanted to say yes. The word stuck in my throat, because in the hollow space the tenant had left in my mind, that faint, final click still echoed. It wasn't a sound you hear with your ears. It was a feeling of something settling, of a mechanism completing its motion deep, deep down. "I don't know," I said honestly. "The network is down. The door. I think we broke it. But I didn't finish." The wife finished for me, her eyes scanning the horizon. "But you don't just turn off a power grid by blowing a transformer. You just cause a blackout, and somebody somewhere goes to fix it." We couldn't stay there. Dawn was beginning to bleach the edges of the sky, and soon this scene would be discovered. A collapsed crowd, a dead man. We would have no answers that anyone would believe. We helped the school teacher to her feet. We left the sleepwalkers where they lay. They would wake up confused, with headaches and vague nightmares, but they would wake up as themselves. We hoped. We walked away from the tower, a ragged, exhausted group of 4, leaving the silent battlefield behind. The city, as the sun rose, felt different. The air didn't buzz. The pressure was gone. But it wasn't a normal quiet. It was the quiet of a house after a violent storm has passed, where every creak and groan makes you jump. People began to appear on the streets, normal people starting their days, unaware of the war that had been fought in the spaces between their thoughts. We looked like hell, dirty, scratched, wild-eyed. We got stares, but they were the normal stares you give to people who look like they've had a very bad night. Not the blank, synchronized stares of the network. That was something. We went to the wife's tunnel. It was the only home we had left. In the damp, dark safety of the underground chamber, we collapsed. We drank water from bottles she had stored. We ate the last of the canned beans. No one spoke for a long time. The exhaustion was too total. The school teacher finally broke the quiet. What happened to them? The people we left behind? The construction guy? The relay man? The wife's face was grim. Gone. Consumed. When the network broke, whatever was left of them, it broke too. She said it without emotion, a statement of fact. The cost tallied. The young woman traced her scar. "And this? It's just a scar now." "I think so," I said. "The anchor point is dead, but keep it covered for a while, just in case." I didn't tell her about the click in my head. I didn't want to poison their hard-won peace. Days turned into a week. We stayed underground, venturing out only in careful shifts for supplies. The news was full of weird stories. A mass fainting event at the water tower, blamed on a suspected gas leak that was never found. Reports of people waking up from comas, from persistent vegetative states, with no medical explanation. A brief, curious spike in people reporting that lifelong anxieties or phobias had simply vanished. The world was stitching itself back together over the wound we had made, coming up with sane, rational explanations for the insane, irrational thing that had happened. It was what the world does. Our little group began to fracture, not from anger, but from the need to heal. The school teacher's family had been frantic. She needed to go home, to see her kids, to try and find a way back to a normal life. We said goodbye at the tunnel entrance one morning, hugging her tightly. She promised to be careful, to watch for any signs. We knew we might never see her again, and that was okay. She had earned her escape. The young woman was harder. She had no family to go back to, and the memory of what her entity had done, the things it had made her do, was a fresh horror. But she was strong. She decided to leave the city altogether, to go south, to start fresh somewhere the memories weren't in the walls. The wife gave her some money, some advice. We hugged, and she left, a backpack over her shoulder, heading for the bus station with a determined set to her jaw. That left the wife and me in the tunnels. We were the caretakers of the secret, the ones who couldn't quite let go. We cleaned up the chamber, erased the mad symbols from the walls. We talked about her husband, about the man he was. I talked about the pressure, about the years of dread. We didn't talk about the future. One evening, a week after the tower, I was trying to sketch, just a normal building, something to see if my hands could still create something that wasn't a weapon or a trap. My pencil kept drifting, making strange, angular shapes at the corners of the paper. I frowned, trying to force it back to straight lines. That's when I felt it. Not the pressure. Something subtler. Hey, pull. A gentle, persistent tugging in my mind, like a thought I kept forgetting. It was focused, directional. I stood up, walking to one of the tunnel entrances without really thinking about it. The tug got a little stronger. "Where are you going?" the wife asked from behind me. "I don't know," I said, and that was the truth. "I just feel like I need to. Go that way." She looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. She understood. Some knots don't come undone. Some doors don't stay shut. "I'll come with you," she said. We didn't pack. We just started walking, following the gentle, insistent pull in my mind. It led us out of the tunnels, through the city, not toward the tower, but toward the old part of town, toward the riverfront. The pull became a guide, a compass needle in my skull. I knew, with a certainty that scared me, exactly where it was leading. Back to the beginning, to the church. It was night when we arrived. The building was dark, locked up. The pull wasn't coming from the main chapel. It was coming from around back, from the basement door, the door to our old meeting room. The lock was cheap. It broke with a sharp twist from a piece of pipe I found. We pushed the door open. The stairs down were pitch black. The smell of mildew and old coffee hit me. We turned on our phone flashlights. The basement was exactly as we had left it on that last, terrible night. The circle of folding chairs was still there. But the room was not empty. In the center of the circle, drawn in what looked like black ash mixed with dust, was a symbol. It was not the original twisting knot. It was not my chaotic counter symbol. It was new, simpler. It was a single, perfect circle with a straight, vertical line cutting down through its center. It was a door knocker, a keyhole, an invitation, and standing beside it, her back to us, was the young woman. She turned slowly. Her face was calm, too calm. Her eyes were clear, but they held a knowledge that hadn't been there before. A deep, tired, ancient knowledge. "You felt it too," she said, her voice not her own, but not the choral whisper either. It was a single voice, layered with echoes of itself. The click, the settling. We didn't close their door. She pointed to the simple symbol on the floor. We opened our own, a smaller one, a quieter one, a back door made from the wreckage of their network. It doesn't lead to their hungry quiet. It leads to the in-between, the place they were trying to build their spire. It's empty now. Just space. Potential. The wife stepped forward, her body tense. "What are you? What did it do to you?" The young woman smiled, a sad, gentle smile. "It didn't do anything. I did. When the network shattered, when all that power and consciousness and fear came crashing down, some of it fell into me, the empty vessel, the primary node. I didn't get eaten. I became the reception desk." She looked at me. "You're feeling the pull because you're connected. You're the architect. You built the back door without knowing it. That final scream you drew, the psychic bomb. It was so powerful, so focused on breaking their structure, that it carved a new shape into the place where their door was. A small, stable shape. A new circuit. And it's connected to us. To the remnants." She knelt, touching the ash circle on the floor. "It's a tool. A place. We can go there. We can learn to understand what they were. We can make sure no one else ever tries to build a spire there again. Or, we can close it. Truly close it. But to do that, we have to go through. And we might not come back the same. Or we might not come back at all." The choice was back, but it was different. Not a choice of survival, but of purpose. The wife looked at me. "You're the architect. You drew the final line. It's your call." I stared at the simple symbol on the floor. It hummed with a low, soft energy, a vibration that called to the same place in my mind that the tenant had once lived. It wasn't predatory. It was just there. A new room in the house of the world, a room we had accidentally built. We could ignore it. We could walk away, brick it up in our minds, and hope it faded. Or we could turn the key we had inadvertently made and see what was on the other side of the door we had broken. I thought of the facilitator, of the cost. I thought of the wife's husband, lost. I thought of the quiet fear of the last 3 years. And I thought of that faint click, a sound that would now be with me forever, a question mark etched into my soul. I knelt down opposite the young woman. I reached out my hand, not to touch the symbol, but to hover over it. The pull in my mind became a clear, resonant tone, a single, pure note. I looked at the wife. Her face was set, ready. She had lost everything to this fight. She wasn't walking away from the answer. I looked at the young woman, who held the key in her very being. I took a deep, final breath of the basement's damp, familiar air. And I made my choice. I placed my palm flat in the center of the ash circle, right on the vertical line. The world didn't dissolve into sound this time. It dissolved into light. A soft, white, featureless light that swallowed the basement, the chairs, the wife, the young woman, everything. And in that light, I felt neither fear nor peace. I felt only a vast, echoing, empty space waiting to be filled, and the understanding that we, the survivors, the broken architects of our own salvation, were now its keepers. The story of the network was over. The story of the door was just beginning.